not your everyday competition.
Frustrating content! Oh my God! Oh God! Not like this!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Hades. That's right, Haelian's Hades 2 Speedrun presented by Honda on Twitch Rivals. Much like the speedrunners in today's event, Honda has a challenging spirit and believes in determination and self-belief, even in the face of adversity, can lead to ultimate success. Among Honda's vehicles, you might be most familiar with the Honda Civic and the Accord, but the award-winning Honda lineup also includes SUVs like the CR-V, the HR-V, Passport, and the Pilot, plus the Ridgeline pickup truck, Odyssey minivan, and all-electric Prologue SUV, and the upcoming Honda Zero Series. Today's event is all about players pushing the boundaries of their own in-game abilities, which embodies Honda's rich history of inspiring innovation, creating groundbreaking products as well. Honda, the power of dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to Twitch Rivals. It's so great to be here. I am your host, Rain Day, and like I mentioned at the top, it's Hades. It's all about Hades, baby. Let's go into the underworld and let's stay there as long as possible, as Hades 2 just has been released from Supergiant Games, and we now have a chance, thanks to Haelian's Hades 2 Speedrun, to showcase it with some of your favorite content creators representing their Twitch communities here in our Twitch Rivals competition. It's going to be a blast, and of course, I've got two great gentlemen alongside me today to commentate the action and walk us through what occurs. And speaking of the namesake himself, it's Haelian. Bud, how you doing?
Rain, thank you so much for introducing me. Thank you for being here. And thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to Twitch and everyone for putting this crazy thing together. It's a lot of work for them. Not so much for me. I got the easy job today, but I'm just super excited to see these people compete because we got the best of the best for you tonight.
If you've seen his YouTube, he's done hundreds of thousands of views on very cool, challenging speedruns all across Hades and now Hades 2, so make sure to follow Haelian. It will be talking a lot about what he's done and what he thinks about what these creators are doing this afternoon. But also, he's joined by my man Seagull, who is he's not shy to any of these speedrun opportunities from GDQ to ESA. He's been speedrunning from Hades, and now in Hades 2, he's lending his voice to another competition. Seagull, it's great to have you here.
Yeah, happy to be here. Haven't commentated for this many people racing at once before. We've done long races, short races, but this many people at once is going to be a lot of fun to see how everyone smashes together.
One of the great things about this, and guys, I mean, looking dapper, by the way, I just got to say, just looking fantastic here for this event.
Thank you, Rain.
I mean, I wish I would have gotten the notice ahead of time. We were in rehearsals, and I thought I was the dressed up one. And all of a sudden, these guys pull this on me. I don't know what to say, but it seems like we're going to start out having a lot of fun with this one. Let's talk about how we're going to have the fun and jump into the format to let you know how this show is going to be scored and how it's going to work. Haelian, why don't you walk us through that?
Absolutely. So we're going to have 4 different races today, but they're not going to be easy races. It's not going to be just the underworld or just the surface routes that they have in Hades 2. They actually have to do both of those routes back to back. They're going to start in the underworld, then they're going to go to the surface for the 4 different rounds. All we tell them is which weapon to use and how much fear to use. They're allowed to choose anything else they want. They can choose different aspects, familiars, arcana loadouts. It's basically up to them after that. And then basically the fastest runners, or at least the best runners to clear as many bosses as they can, will earn the most points, and they will get the super special prizes here.
Yeah, Seagull, it's not just about how things are done. There's a lot of nice gifts at the top of the leaderboard here if you could pull off the best runs of the day.
Yeah, that's right. We've got $20,000 in total prize pool, with $1,000 of that going to the overall winner and respectable payouts for all of our other racers. But what you're really competing for here is these prop version of Malinois's Sister Blades, Limb, and Auras. This is from Supergiant Games themselves.
So jealous.
Yeah, this is where, like, I wish I was racing as soon as I saw this. You can, Halloween's just passed, but you can use them for next year. These are the things that are featured in every single trailer, every single title screen. This is really Malinois's signature weapon, so this is your chance to get a hand on it.
I mean, I wouldn't limit those to Halloween, Seagull. I would say, holidays, Christmas, birthdays. I mean, New Year's.
Thursdays.
I'm going to use, if I got those, I'd use any reason to bring those out. Big thank you to Supergiant for providing those to our winner. It's really cool the way that they've engaged with this Twitch rival, so we always appreciate when the company is involved. But let's take a look at who else is involved. These streamers who are bringing their communities together. You might know many of them. Grand Pooh Bear, he's hosted his own Twitch Rivals before, but I want to get your top-down awareness, Haelian. Who do you have your eye on out of our 24 competitors, at least to start?
Right away, we have to mention the goated, the boated, making his possible Twitch stream debut today or yesterday just to do this event, coming out of the woodwork. You know, great Hades 2 content creator, lots of crazy, great YouTube guides and things like that everyone should go check out. Not to mention a lot of runners today have actually referenced Boded's speedrun guide just to get through this event today. But we also got to mention some other crazy runners like Foolish, who's also making their Twitch stream debut, world record holder of several categories in the game, and high fear runner, just does the game at a very, very high level. But we also have some other competitors here that are regular Twitch streamers in stream categories like this, like Webs2D. I got to mention Old Timer, but also another fan favorite.
Seagull, your thoughts on the players today?
Yeah, I gotta agree. It's definitely the favorites are the Hades players. Although I'm excited to see some players like Void, who I know from some Smash stuff, come out and see what they can do in the roguelike sphere. Two that I'd like to keep the tightest eye on are Webs and Nitrostarch. Nitrostarch is one of the best, the undisputed, I think, best Hades 1 fresh file player. And as Haelian said, Webs has just done it all. In a real-time category for Hades, I never count out Webs.
I got to shout out Thor as well. Just did a Twitch Rivals with him a few months ago. So a lot of familiar faces here and going to be rooted across the Twitch Rivals scene. You can imagine it as we get ready to go. But one of the famous things we do to start off a show here at Twitch Rivals is we don't just talk about the players. We talk to them before they get started. And we've got an interview right now ready to go. I want to get into it and start having a chat with one of our competitors as we begin. I believe it's going to be Boded, who is here with us. Boded, you there?
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Boded. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk with us. I'm excited to see you perform. A lot of the guys think you are kind of one to watch here, and I want to get your thoughts heading into Haelian's challenge as he's kind of given it to you guys so far. What's the plan heading into today for you to be successful?
I have no plan. I'm just hoping for the best here. There is no plan. The plan is out the window.
Very excited as always, Boded. I mean, so what, are you scared of any particular race, like one of the particular weapons, or are you more confident with another one maybe here too?
Least practice is probably Mora, so I have a good bit of time on Charon, Morrigan, and like Medea, if those are the aspects that I'm going to run, so.
You haven't even decided on the aspects yet, Boded?
Are we allowed to pick our own? Like, there's no, I thought there might be the surprise rules might be like, use this or use that, but
maybe we'll make up one just for you at least.
Okay, I'm down. I'm pretty like practiced on everything for the most part. Speedrunning is like I do quite a bit of high fear and then some fun runs, and then speedrunning would be like third. But I'm rather comfortable with every aspect, doing everything for the most part.
Yeah, so if you're comfortable with everything with these surprise rules, I guess what would be the scariest thing for you, right? Like what are you the most concerned of aside from people coming up behind you?
I'd probably say like rivals. The bosses get a lot more difficult if you turn on the vow at rivals, and then trying to do that in a speed format as well would be the scariest thing. Especially if you're going to try to white antler the more difficult bosses, of course, the keepsake that drops your HP down to 30 for the sake of crit chance.
Wow. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to manage all of that. And like you said, you don't know. No plan might be a good plan here because we're going to be throwing some surprises at you. Haelian's got all kinds of different runs prepared for you guys. So thanks for taking the time to talk with us, Boded. We'll let you go get ready.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Boded there. I mean, not too many words, Haelian, I would say, but I think that's kind of what you've set in store for them. And in many ways, that might be how I take on a challenge like this, where I don't want to set my expectations. I don't want to get caught up on one way to do something before I see what's actually in front of me. Boded has the experience to be able to kind of go into it blind and say, I can navigate this well. I feel like maybe that's what I picked up on in this first chat with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard. There's a lot of options in this game, right? You can't practice for every single thing for something like this. But Boded is one of those people that has played the game so much and knows it so well that he definitely has that capability and is probably rightfully so to be so confident in this. But we also got other players here that are definitely ones to watch out for, I think. And Boded should be at least a little bit scared of some of these competitors that we got going on today.
Seagull, we had a very extensive conversation on Vow of Rivals. Now, we're not going to talk about it. We don't know if it won't come into play. However, for those who don't really understand what that is, maybe at home, what is the Vow of Rivals? Why might a streamer, even as good as Boded, be afraid of something like that in terms of the game?
Well, it sounds like maybe some thing that we made just for Twitch Rivals. It's just a coincidence that the name lines up perfectly.
It does.
So what it does is it turns every boss into their unrivaled form, right? So instead of fighting Hecate, you're fighting unrivaled Hecate. And they range from slight mix-ups and a little bit of difficulty adjustments to there's a second person you have to fight to just unspeakable pain. So
Yep.
that's the gamut that they run, I would say. If you played the first game, Extreme Measures is the equivalent.
I mean, everyone knows this, Hades, the underworld, unspeakable pain, those things kind of go together. There's a little bit of synergy in those three. So we'll see how that does or does not play later on in this show, but it's going to be an exciting one nevertheless, no matter what is thrown at them, as round one is pretty close to getting underway. But chat, while you are waiting for round one and us to begin the gameplay, our friends at Honda wanted to give you a chance to play right in chat with 4 super fun games. Let me explain them. The first game, you're going to work together to steer the Honda RV, HRV, and collect as many positive point items as possible while dodging the hazards. Be sure to check the high score leaderboard to see how you stack up against chats from other Twitch Rivals events. So we're still keeping the competition alive, even for you guys. Game 2 is a Guess the Phrase challenge where you'll collectively guess each letter and attempt to complete the phrase before time runs out while avoiding strikes and a cooldown for incorrect guesses. So be on it. Now, game 3 is a classic memory game, and game 4, it's a maze. Remember, chat, the golden rule is you must work together. So have fun and good luck. Our friends at Honda are here to empower you, chat. Honda is bringing you closer to the show than ever before with our charged up chat feature. The best creative commentary from chat and social media will be featured on the show. So join the conversation in chat. Send us your best memes or your fire one-liners on social media. Find us at Twitch Rivals or use the hashtag charged up chat, and you might see your comments featured live on the show. Plus, Honda made a brand new version of their exclusive follower emote that you can use by following /Twitch Rivals and typing TWR Honda to let it fly. Honda offers a full line of safe, fun, and connected vehicles. The Honda Civic Hybrid recently won a record 4th North American Car of the Year award for the Civic nameplate and features an enhanced exterior design, a comfortable, tech-rich interior, and a sporty, fun-to-drive Spirit. Honda, the power of dreams. Major opportunities to thank our sponsors of the show, one of them being Honda there, so make sure to show them some support. But let's jump back into what is at hand. Haelian, the speed run for Hades 2 is about to begin. Before we even jump into it, I want to know now, what are the rules? Because the round 1 restrictions are live. The players know it. Now it's time for us to tell the chat and you to explain what is going to be the tasks heading into their first speed run.
Thank you, Rain. So we want to keep it relatively loose and give the player some options. And that way we might get some more exciting differences between the different players here. So they can actually make some choices themselves. But the first race, we're going to require them to use Limit Auras to Sister Blades, aka the daggers. They can use whichever of the 4 aspects that they choose, as well as any keepsake, enemy, animal, familiar, any arcana they want. The only other restriction we have is they have to use at least 12 fear before they head out for the entirety of both the underworld run and the surface run. They have to use that exact amount, actually, to be precise, but they can use any fears within that range. Also, of course, we do have to have a time limit for this event, so they have to clear this in at least 50 minutes in order to qualify, but I suspect we're going to see some runners clear this much, much faster than that.
Seagull, I want to talk a little bit about the way that you plan a build in Hades. A lot of people are familiar with Hades, and they're familiar with Hades 2 as well, Malinois being the brand new character that takes center stage. But how do you look to organize a build as you start getting these boons offered at you randomly? What's the technique that a lot of these pros are going to be using to either keep the consistency, know where they're going, or navigate some of this chaos with a little bit more order?
Yeah, so it starts with the aspect, right? And your arcana, you start with your build and it lends itself to that specific weapon, right? Generally weapons you can kind of divide into hit a lot and very fast for little damage and hit slowly for big damage, right? And those have different kinds of gods that they like. They have different kinds of boons that they want to get. And you have some control over the chaos with god keepsakes. You can say, hey, I really want to see Zeus first today. In this run, or you can leave things completely up to chance with the Fate's Whim feature, where you get a lot of bonuses, but you kind of yield control. And so some people we may see engaging with that because they feel confident enough that they can handle whatever comes at them.
Haelian, this is something that, watching a lot of your speedruns as well on YouTube and kind of getting to see this community of not only speedrunners, but who are trying to go for high fear, what they understand about kind of pre-selecting that boon. When you first play Hades, you don't think, what's the Zeus boon? Why would I just need the Zeus? I mean, I want the thing that gives me more health or the thing that gives me more this and that. But breaking it down, it really does help you to almost guarantee what you're going to be able to play eventually if you pick some of those god boons and trade them out as you head into different regions.
Yeah, 100%. This race isn't just a test of, hand-eye coordination or muscle memory. There is a lot of knowledge that is required in order to play this game, not just quickly, but just well in general, So this is also going to be a test of how much they know the boon systems and, what's going to be an offer. And they really need to be thinking one step ahead the whole time. What do I want next? What do I want to choose here? Because their decision making costs time, right? So they need to be ready before they pick up anything, and they need to know what they're going to choose ahead of time. It's not easy.
Well, I can't wait to see us dive in. Hades 2 is on display here at Twitch Rivals. A big shout out to Supergiant Games and, of course, to Haelian for his speed run here alongside Seagull. The game is ready. Let's let them jump into the action and start taking a look at our 24 competitors to see how they do in round 1.
All right, I see we're starting off with Behemoth Steve, known speedrunner. Let's see what they got going on here. So to start, we're looking at, I'm trying to make a way here. So we know that we're starting with the daggers, and I'm trying to pick out the aspect off the top of my noodle.
Believe. I can see the gauge in the bottom.
Yeah, okay, right. This is aspect of Artemis. You're right, Seagull. So why don't we talk a little bit about just sort of like the makeup of the game here, you know what I mean? And to kind of explain for people that aren't 100% familiar, but basically, you know, you get power-ups at every single chamber after you kill all the enemies, you choose the right ones, and you're going to have a good run. It is a roguelike, so they're relatively short runs, usually for a casual player, like 30, 40 minutes or so, but in a speed run like this, you're hoping to get it to be a 15 minutes or maybe even less if you have a phenomenal run.
Each and every one of y'all.
And speaking of gambles, Steve has just gone into a chaos chamber. This is something where you can get something that's quite good, but you take a little bit of the punishment. So this is a great example of the fast decision making, because it's like, what am I punishing myself with? What will I be rewarded with? Moving over to Boded. Boded is also starting with, or was starting with Apollo, actually, in this case, and is using the Morrigan daggers. These have an interesting execution plan where you're toggling between your Omega strikes, your attacks, and your specials. Deal huge damage. Like you'll see this this guy just get cleared out here. If he comes back on screen, that is. There he goes.
Yeah, we got a pretty lucky run there showing up. We had Nemesis show up for Boded in the previous chamber to this one. But yeah, Boded's definitely going for what we might call the meta for the daggers right now. Aspect of Morgan is probably the fastest aspect you can do it with, but it is a bit contended. It's not 100%. The truth is, speedrunning with the daggers isn't necessarily as popular as some of the other aspects, but I felt like we had to have the daggers here. We have the daggers at stake, Seagull. We need to show off the daggers. Plus, it'll be like a good test of knowledge, potentially, to not just always do the things that are strictly fastest here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, so the daggers, they're focused around, they've got a lot of those fast close range attacks, but, and so you want to go with certain things for them, but they also have this Omega system, which is something that is new to this game and is on all of the weapons. You spend your magic pool, which is the blue bar at the bottom, to charge up and do these bigger attacks, and they're usually slower, hitting single strikes, and for Morgan, it throws 3 giant circles all the way across the screen. You can see huge damage flying across. The Apollo boon on the attack is increasing the size of them as well as their power, and so you can see Boded is able to just really clear out these rooms quite quickly with that huge AoE, whereas someone with going on Artemis might have to dash around and clean everyone up one by one.
Yeah, you can see this AoE coming into effect and just clearing off. You're kind of cleaving these other random enemies around, and it's definitely going to be super helpful here. So Boded's off to a pretty good start here. I don't know if we got to see the hammer, but obviously he has the 12 here on. Oh, wait, so here comes the hammer. So this is going to be a big decision. It's going to be a big moment. We get to find out, does he get some of the sauce here or not? What do we got? Ooh.
That's all right.
Yeah,
not the best.
Definitely not the choice you want. There's certain hammer upgrades there that you'd really desire over other ones. There's one called Sweeping Ambush, but in case you don't know what a hammer is, it's just sort of this really big, powerful upgrade that you can get that transforms your weapon a little bit, and they're just so important to going fast in this game most of the time, you know what I mean? It is relatively balanced, but there's good ones and there's bad ones.
What the fuck? Hello? Oh my god!
Yeah, the game was actually just patched. Supergiant provided additional content patch, which provided new story content on Friday. So the save file that we provided to runners still had some new dialogue in it that was freshly recorded and added to the game as of a few days ago. So hopefully they'll be on the lookout for that. But looks like we didn't see the Hecate fight there because we went from the beginning of Boded's to the end of Kirby's. Here's some more of the Hecate fight. So this is so one really important thing to make this fight fast is to clear through these witch summons in between phases. You want to be able to identify which of these 3 clones is Hecate, and you want to dodge the sheep ball.
This is so important. It's such
casual
a big
players
time
may not
loss.
even know that this is possible. You can use Freenos, the frog, to help out with that, or you can just dodge it like that. But it's also just a huge time loss as well.
Yep. If you get transformed, you're just stuck. There's very little you can do. You can technically throw out attacks, but it's not going to be very meaningful if that does happen. So it looks like biggest geek ever is someone to actually look out here for. So the well-known Hades 2 speedrunner, very close to the top of the leaderboards. Unfortunately, he's going to get stuck talking to Kronos here too. But he knew ahead of time to get this dialogue out of the way, because unfortunately it caught Kirby off guard previously, who ran to the door first and got a little salty when he had to run back to talk to poor little Kronos there.
Yeah. So to talk about this round's restrictions a little bit, aside from the daggers, the fear is interesting. Most of the players that are familiar with Hades and speedrunning are probably running a very predictable 12 fear, because there's some that you basically always take. It actually makes your run faster. There's a vow that makes enemies 40% faster. That's worth 6. And we like that because they go faster, they spawn faster, you kill them faster. And then there's also a small thing, the Vow Shadows, I believe, which makes the one mini boss in Erebus much faster and doesn't slow you down anywhere else. So that gets you pretty close to 12 already. You add in a timer, which we're already trying to go fast, and you get there quite quickly.
Yeah, so at 12 fear here, again, the more familiar players are going to have a relatively easy time, I would say. It shouldn't be crazy challenging. In fact, most of the time they would be doing this anyway in order to go as fast as possible. But for some of the more unfamiliar players that haven't, really sweated out the game and played for 2,000 hours or something like that already, it could be a bit more challenging. And speaking of which, we got Grand Poo there battling through rival Hecate, or rather unrivaled Hecate, we should say, which is the empowered version of the first boss here. We're even seeing some Wolf Howl hexes here.
This is a hard fight.
Yeah.
This is a hard fight that he did not have to sign up for. It's taken extra time, but I respect the heck out of him for it. That is an impressive choice. This is one of the larger difficulty spikes, I would say, of the rivals fights. Mm-hmm. And in the sheep ball is actually even harder to dodge because it splits into 3.
Here we go.
Oh,
Come
that was. Oh no!
No!
All right, so it's actually, you can get a sheep, rat, or pig from this, and so we're a little rat for a bit.
Yeah.
Having to dodge all these attacks. That's rough, but he looks locked in and focused though.
I think the rat brings good luck. You just don't want to get oinked or anything here, I think. Pooh's also running Death Defiances. And again, we're seeing some Wolf Howls popping off here.
Yeah, so Death Defiances. Go ahead.
It looks like he's going to be able to clear this fight without too much of an issue, and hopefully he can get his build going online. It looks like we also got no, I'm going to say, what is this? Mel daggers I can see from the bottom here.
I believe this is Mel daggers with Poseidon attack, and so that is. I think I saw some splashes going on there.
Okay.
Maybe not actually. No, I think I saw some.
So this is already interesting because we've already seen 3 different aspects across the different players, and this is sort of what I was hoping for here, because you don't want it to be just a meta farm, everyone running the same thing. I like to see these differences and see people, play to their strengths, whatever they practice more or whatever they think they're going to do the best with. Wow, we're zooming ahead here to Burr now, actually, Seagull, who is on the second boss of the second zone.
Yeah, so this is Scylla and the Sirens. They're a cool rock band led by Scylla. There's 3 of them. You have to manage where they are. They have separate health pools. One of them will be selected as the featured artist, which not only grants them different and stronger attacks, but also actually amps up their track in the song. So when the drummer is featured, the drums will be louder. When the singer is featured, the song will be louder. They're all dropping out dynamically as you murder them. It's really a great piece of sound design. So shout outs to Supergiant and Darren Korb specifically for that one. But we're closing it up there.
Looking pretty good, I gotta say. Yeah, looking pretty good. But yeah, this is definitely like such a huge surprise in the game and just absolutely fantastic in so many different ways and how they designed the whole fight, you know what I mean? Croven, we're coming up on here, who was even further ahead visiting Echo in the morning fields. This is the 3rd zone. Croven, a known speedrunner from the Hades 1 community, but has definitely dipped more than just their toes into Hades 2, I would say. And it looks like they're having a pretty good run for themselves. They're also running Aspect to Morgan. They got that big Apollo attack, as you can see on the left. Level 6 and heroic, meaning that they got a good amount of damage pumping through that attack right now.
Yeah, the Fields of Mourning, the region that Croven finds himself in, I credit the game design for making it feel as bad to be in as it is within the lore of the game. You've got a bunch of, rather than these tight rooms, you've got a huge field with 3 rewards that are spread throughout, and you have to find your way through. If you follow the gold petals, you can find a tree that will tell you where everything is, but even that takes some time.
Yeah.
You can see Croven's opting to, well, maybe by choice, maybe kind of forced to do it, find these elements by hand here. And that's, if you don't know the tiles very well, and they all look very similar, it's very difficult to tell. It can be quite a challenge, but it looks like he got through without hitting the tree. So good on him. A three room at that.
Yeah, it looks like Kroven's coming up on to the third boss here, which might be a surprise if you've only ever seen Hades 1 there. But yeah, I mean, Morning Fields, it can be quite treacherous in the sense of for any speedrunner, just because it's just so hard to know where to go. As soon as you enter a room, it's just so big, so vast, so random. It can be very, very challenging. Hey, we got Dan Reichert here. You may know him from Giant Bomb competing with Hades 2 here. Looks like he will be entering the Morning Fields himself now. I'm very curious about what kind of loadout we got from someone like him. I'm seeing a Demeter on the attack, and honestly, someone like Demeter could provide some safety here in the sense that that freeze effect that she provides that, you know, kind of essentially stuns enemies for a pretty elongated period of time. It can help you survive, honestly.
Yeah, and there's an example of that tree coming in, and actually the so we've got an example of the Hephaestus special here. So on all of the thrown knives, with a slight cooldown, they're going to deal a huge amount of damage, which is a good strategy to pump a lot of palms into. So we're already level 5. You can get that cooldown down to like 1 or 2 levels in that case. It looks like he's also running the vow for, I think it's a vow of return, where enemies from the next zone will appear. I saw some numbskulls there. That can be free. You
that was Vow of Menace, I think. Vow of Menace. But yeah, you got the idea.
Returns the little spirits.
Yeah.
That you have to clear out.
But yeah,
it can pay off, or it can give you some really beefy fellas to fight.
Now, Dan here did something very gutsy. He seems to be running what we call Jeweled Palm. Concave Stone is an interesting choice here, too, by the way. Jeweled Palm is one of the major new keepsakes that they added to the game once early access ended and 1.0 started. It's incredibly, incredibly powerful to have this keepsake on. However, it comes at a massive trade-off. You cannot roll your boons. You cannot roll your doors. In other words, you kind of just get what you get, but you get to start with every boon being level 4, which is, I don't know, it's a huge bonus, but it's a huge risk. It's very, you know, RNG. You just don't really know what you're going to get, but it can definitely help out a lot. And now we're looking at Foolish. This is, again, the world record holder for multiple categories in Hades 2, known high fear runner, just incredibly good at the game. And he is taking a massive risk already in that he is running what we call White Antler. And you're probably going to hear us talk a lot about that right now. Seagull, why don't you tell us a little bit more about that White Antler?
Yeah, so the White Antler, it's your red tier stone ring. It's your big, high risk, high reward keepsake. Basically, for a single biome, you gain I think 30% critical hit chance, and critical hits in this game do triple damage. So you have a 30% chance every piece of damage you do will be tripled. And there's not a lot of multipliers in this game. There's a lot of addition, additive percents, and doing extra sources of damage. Not a lot of multiplication. Caveat for this is that your max health pool is reduced to 30. Right, and most of the and then once you get to that last region, a lot of stuff just kind of hits you for your whole health bar at once. Foolish was mitigating that there with some armor, but it's a very, very scary thing. I've had many speedruns because it is better, it's faster, but I've had many speedruns cut short in the final boss by taking an errant hit here or there. There's an Arcana that some people take called Lovers that gives you like 3 free hits in boss fights. That also helps to mitigate that, but hey, it's sometimes you just get smacked.
Yeah, we've seen Laser Belch having a pretty good run here. Also running, I think it was Aspect to Morrigan. Yeah, Laser Belch was doing some practice I saw and is doing quite well. But yeah, that White Antler, Foolish was definitely a little bit ahead of some of the other players that we've seen there. And the White Antler can really pay off and give you a lot of time. But it's a race, you know? It just feels so dangerous to have to do that, you know what I mean? So I really don't blame any players like Laser here not opting for that White Antler approach and instead just trying to make sure you get the win in and get yourself in on the leaderboard, basically. But yeah, Laser's got our Aspect of Morgan. Again, you got the Apollo attack. That's sort of the recommended meta that you see a lot of times. Hey, we're transferring over to Kate, who is finishing off Kronos here, and with plenty of time to spare, I gotta say.
Yeah, but this is the case.
Oh,
so Kate
God.
didn't take. That's
no.
unfortunate.
And
so
we've
Kate
had
didn't
our
take the
first death.
So that's going to be a 5-minute penalty, I believe, and then she can start again.
Yeah, don't get too bogged down, though. I mean, this is going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I wanted this thing to be a challenge, so don't get too downtrodden. I'd love to speak to Kate directly if I could here, but I love the the stoicism on show. Just get right back to it. Just go again. It's okay.
Kate's a storied Hades 1 player. Played a lot of the Hestia aspect, and is also an avid Magic the Gathering player. So she's used to nonsense, I think. that kind of stuff. All right, Moip here is now moving into the second phase of the Kronos fight. Let's see what the build looks like. All right, so we're also on Antler here, but we've got some armor. So that's effectively 2 free hits.
Playing it safe.
You can see that huge damage. Oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
big crit right there. That's the power of White Antler, is getting those giant numbers that you could potentially get. Like Seagull said, it's triple damage. Nothing else really does that in this game.
He's dead.
What a great clear. Under 15 minutes for Moip here right now. And by the way, in case you don't know, Kronos is incredibly dangerous no matter how much damage you might have potentially, because he has a one-shot move that will kill you. No matter how much health you have. He has a one-shot move that will kill you pretty much no matter how much health that you have. It will just straight up kill you. So either you got to deal crazy amounts of damage as quickly as possible in order to skip it, or you got to hide in a very particular spot in order to not take that damage during the fight. But that's just, it's not easy to also try to deal a lot of damage while also running away and hiding in that spot, right, Seagull?
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Although if you have some damage mitigation, you can tank it, and some people also like to damage race it, where if you get him to his second phase of the second phase, he will cancel the attack because he's scared of you. So looking at Void here, looks like we've got it looks like probably the Malinois Blades aspect again, but we've got Blitz on the attack. Blitz is what you get from Zeus. It's very popular on basically every weapon. I think it's quite good. The way it works is when you hit them, they get a little storm cloud over their head, and when you hit them a few more times, then it triggers and bonks them for a bunch of damage, which is quite good on the fast attacks like this. Looks like Laser is in here now. I wanted to comment on Laser's keepsake choice. Instead of Antler going in here, he took the Athena keepsake to get a free Athena boon. Those are all geared around safety, but you can only get them when you have 0 death defiances. We can talk about strength versus death later, but we can see that that Laser has gotten everybody's favorite boon from Hades 1, making a return here, is Divine Dash. And so that's going to help a lot with the safety here. We've got 200 health, no death defiances, but I don't think that Laser's going to see any problems here going into the second phase.
Absolutely. And we actually saw Void. He had probably possibly the best build you could have if you're not running Aspect Morgan, as I saw the Hammer Trick Knives popping up there, and that is just so strong, especially choosing Blitz on the attack. It just pairs crazy well. You can deliver a lot of damage very quickly there.
Ooh,
but yeah,
that was close.
But yeah, we're looking pretty good. Laser's looking pretty nice. Looks like he's going to polish us up unless he gets caught off guard. Again, that instant kill could still grab you or catch you off guard here at any moment, but very excited. So you will be seeing most of the runners use what we call the Strength Arcana card. There's kind of 2 choices here for safety in Hades 2. And technically you run both, but you'd probably only want to run one or the other. Strength gives you a 40% damage reduction for the whole run, no death defiances, but you also get a 25% damage bonus. Or you can run the traditional death defiances you might know from Hades 1, which essentially gives you 3 revives. Death defiances, they technically give you a bigger health pool, but strength, it comes with damage, so it's a speed run, right, Seagull? You gotta run strength.
You gotta run strength. Another interesting thing is that the effective HP, which is what you can call like how much damage you can actually take with a DD versus strength, actually ends up being pretty comparable. What the Death Defiance does is it gives you like a big protection against like a big hit, like Kronos' final hit. Kenora is attempting to damage raise the instant kill here. Oh, we had lovers up.
Oh, thank God. I got a little scared because we came in halfway through the fight. Yeah. So you don't know, but there is an Arcana card that will help you block up to 3 hits per boss fight there. So Kenora must have just known she still had 1 left, or at least 1 left in the tank, and boom, be able to finish off Kronos pretty quickly there.
Well done. Also, like you can, Kenora had a boon that lets you summon a defeated foe as your ally, and that guy really hung around till the end there.
I should remind everyone that even when you beat Kronos here, it's not over. Unfortunately, for some of the runners, it's not over, baby. You got to make your way through the crossroads. You got to watch his cutscene and all that sort of stuff, and you got to get directly back into a surface run as soon as possible after that. And so it's going to be a bit of a trial, to be honest. We see J-Rock working his way through Tartarus. This is the final zone of the game here. J-Rock, I know, is known for potentially playing some rounds with his feet in Hades 2, if I recall correctly, which would have been interesting, but I can understand if you wouldn't want to put that on display during a Twitch Rivals race here,
What J-Rock is doing is representing the Pan build. This is the aspect of Pan. Most similar to the aspect of Chiron in the first game. They cast the big circle that Millennium can lay down and trap enemies within. Any specials you throw with the aspect of Pan will home in on enemies there. You pair that with the Poseidon special that creates big splashes whenever your special hits, and you can rack up some really big damage. And so and it also can allow, you can either choose to hang back and be safe, or you can get up in their face and shotgun them with every knife you got. So it gives you a little bit of playstyle flexibility as we move into some dangerous runs, potentially in the later rounds. I mean, I guess that might be a bit of a spoiler, but did you think it was going to get easier?
Yeah, right? This is just the warm-up round, to be totally honest. But yeah, I'm happy to see we have now seen all 4 aspects representing in the race. I'm just happy to see. I don't know, it's just kind of fun to me for some reason to see the differences between all the different players. And Aspect of Pan, there was a time that it was possibly one of the strongest for this, and unfortunately there was a small fall from grace. Sometimes I think it's overstated, though, and I think Pan actually has some strengths still left inside of it. But yeah, it takes a little bit to charge up those specials, but you can deal a lot of damage that way. Derek has to decide more Poseidon boons here. Yeah, I can totally understand this, even though you're doing an additional chamber, which is going to cost you time. It's a chamber you don't have to do in order to finish the game. But at the same time, another Poseidon boon when your main source of damage might be Poseidon on your special with Aspect of Pan, it might be really important.
Good here.
What do you got? What do you got? We got nothing really interesting here.
It's a little late for C-Star, even though we got a lot of fans of that. So the way that that Tartarus works, the reason we said that was an extra chamber, the final biome there, the doors will usually have which reward you're taking on them, will sometimes have a Roman numeral on them. And before you ask, the one that is 4 vertical lines is correct. They didn't mess up and do it wrong. Yep. It's often stylized like that on clocks and watches, which is a lot of Kronos' theme. Anyway, so that is the express route. You don't receive rewards, but you do get closer to the boss. You need to do 5 numbered chambers before you hit the boss. So every additional chamber is not only extra time to do that chamber, but it means that there will be more and more chambers. Looks like Nandre probably hot off of death, I'd imagine, because we're back to the
looks like
here.
it.
But hey, that's all right. Just got to get it going again. We're starting with the engagement ring boon, which applies hitch to enemies within the cast. Hitch is just something you get from Hera. It's a status curse that when you hit an enemy, all other enemies with hitch will take that same damage. Really powerful.
Yeah, very powerful for trying to clear groups of enemies quickly. So you'll probably see hitch making quite a few appearances in the different speedruns here. In fact, I think in the next weapon, you're probably going to see it quite often. I'm kind of liking the vibe Nandre's giving off here. Just kind of like, let's chill. Let's just have some fun. You know what I mean? I was talking to him before the race, and he was one of the people that was quoting Boded's little guide for speedrunning there. Oh no, Trick Knives got turned down from the hammer. No, Nandre. I wish I could tell him right now. But yeah, he was pointing the finger at Boded, saying he didn't have a dagger guide in his video, so therefore that's why he's not going to do as well with the daggers.
And we see it happening here. So yeah, honestly, anyone that performs poorly, I think we can. In this event, we can tie it back to Boded. I think
100% every time. Even if even the bad things that happen to you outside of the speedrun event, I think we can tie a lot of that back to Boded and just some of those weird powers that Boded might have.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get Boded streaming, and then everyone more regularly. Then everyone can get in his chat, get in his comments, and just tell him what's up.
So we probably have quite a few players moving on to the surface at this point. Or, I'm hoping that we have a good amount of players moving on to the surface now. We have Nandre trying to just probably clear as many bosses as he can at this rate in order to score as highly as he can. Because it's going to be tough to finish, we're still at the beginning of the Underworld run for him. It's going to be tough to clear this and the surface, but who knows? Maybe we'll get somewhere.
So here's Nitro Starch. This is the second biome. The surface, I think, is unique in that it has a couple of biomes that are a little different. So you don't get a lot of choices of tile. You just kind of choose rewards. We're steering these big boats left and right and deciding where to go. Looks like Nitro is doing a Morgan build as well here with the heroic Apollo attack, as we've been seeing before. Although I want to talk a little bit about some of those little icons that we're seeing on some of the enemies. If you see it looks like a little glowing light, I would say. That is a mark of origination. That is an Arcana card, which every Olympian pretty much offers a status curse, like Hera's Hitch or the wounds from Ares. And when you have the origination card and 2 of those on an enemy at one time, you're dealing 50% bonus damage. as we move into the fight against Eris, who you may recognize as holding one of your guns from the first game.
That's right.
Her own aspect. It's returned to her, and she's going to shoot you with it.
Eris is kind of the bane, I think, of a lot of new players because she just has some very punchy moves. This is it, really, the shotgun move that fires point blank at you. And if you're not careful, either running circles around her or just trying to keep your distance or line of sighting that move, it can just absolutely melt you, you know what I mean? So she definitely takes a little bit of practice to get used to. Oh my god, the monster damage coming out of Nitro starts right now. His build is really popping off, I think. Here we go, finish her off. There we go, lovely. Looks like Nitro's on really good pace right now. That's the second boss of the second route. So he's definitely he's in place for a strong finish altogether for this whole race.
We see Thor has definitely a bit of a safety build. We've got Moon Water, the Hex to help for healing. We've spent 2 of our 4 Death Defiances, one of which is coming from our keepsake, the Lucky Tooth. The Lucky Tooth is known as that because the first game had the Lucky Tooth, which would give you 100 HP when you revive. The Lucky Tooth gives you 101, and it looks like we're going to need. And it looks like we're going to need every bit of it here. We're still chunking through the first phase here with a lot of health left to go and a lot of damage incoming. These melee weapons are a struggle sometimes because there's a lot of projectiles in the game, and it can be difficult to. Are we going to damage race it? No, we're going to. Whoa, gosh! That hitbox is a little hard to see from a distance.
Thor and I, good friends, and if you don't know Thor, they love to play games on a literal potato. I'm not saying like a bad controller. I'm saying they cut up a potato, they connect it to some wires, and I don't know what kind of black magic it is, but then they get games going, and they're just really good at games in every capacity. So, yeah, I'm very confident that Thor can finish this off. Come on. We just got to clean up these mobs, you know.
Entire phase hit list, perhaps?
Okay,
See, I'm getting,
play it safe.
The Blood Triad damage number looks, it's a similar color to the number that you get when you take damage, like that 42. Oh, watch out for those clock hands. Those are really hard to see.
Yeah, those things.
Yes,
my
goodness. Clutched it out. Wow, that's a sweaty hand moment for sure. Wow.
Yeah, Thor looking a little nervous, I gotta admit. But I mean, just happy to get through that one run. I'm sure that's just like a massive weight off your shoulders at that point in time. But, you know, we're past the halfway point on the time limit now, we should point out. So if you're not already done with the Underworld, you're probably going to be in for a bit of a rough time.
Yeah, so these runners can focus on just trying to be safe and just trying to clear as many bosses as possible because they're not going for time at this point. It's progress. Yeah, because we got Whiskey here on the second, at least the second run here. Chaos Gate to help skip some steps and move it along.
Okay. No, my fingers are.
Yeah, so I mean, talking about speedruns in general for Hades 2, and you know, a lot of these rules kind of applied for Hades 1 as well. While we watch Whiskey make his way through Oceanus,
my neighbor making
you generally just want to avoid combat in this game. You know, so if you get a different style chamber like Chaos or a Shop of Charon or what we call a story or event room where you just simply get to meet with a character from the game, you want to do that. And you don't want to have to be stuck fighting enemies because that just takes more time than simply not fighting enemies. But you might notice that we're not actually going by the in-game clock or the in-game timer for this event. It is a different category on places like speedrun.com, but we're going by what the community calls RTA, which stands for real-time attack, or you can just simply shorten it to real-time. Meaning that we are completely ignoring the in-game timer that the game provides, and instead, we're just using, you know, real-life time. You know, like how quick can you do this in real time without all the fancy in-game timer effects? Because the truth is, the in-game timer in the Hades games, it pauses like all the time. There's many different instances where it's just like, don't worry, you don't have to sweat it out. You can just relax and think about this decision or that decision, but I didn't want to make it too easy on them, you know, Seagull. I wanted to give them a little bit of pressure in their decision making.
It's also tough to schedule an event around things. when they ask how long will this run take, you'll be like, well, in game time they'll do it within 20 minutes. And they ask you real time, you just kind of say, well, in game time it'll take about 20 minutes. The in game time being the primary focus for a lot of our speedrun leaderboards is something that I like a lot because I think it makes the game very accessible as a speed game, right? Aside from the fact that you're basically just playing the game, there's not a lot of tricks or techniques that you have to learn. If you are trying to expand your knowledge and you don't know what to pick, if you don't have to rush through these things. If you need to pause in the middle of a boss fight because you're freaking out and need to take a second so you don't die, you can do that, right? It makes it incredibly accessible if your hands are hurting, whatever. And so I think that we get a lot more people coming in because of that. And I love to see people when they come in and they say, hey, I've got this really fast run. It was 6 minutes in game time. Oh, it was 2 hours because I had to walk my dog though. And, you know, I love those. It just speaks a lot to what people are comfortable with. And that's what we're really about, is just trying to get as many people playing the games that we love as possible.
We see T-Rex actually making their way through their surface run here. I'm trying to make out the actual aspect, but it's a bit hard to tell. But they're also going for what we call a jeweled palm start. And we've talked about it, and it's a huge bonus when you have this particular god Hephaestus on the attack and special, I would say. Hephaestus is a god that has massive cooldowns, but big damage returns if you can reduce that cooldown, but you just need a lot of palms of power to actually reduce those cooldowns. So getting jeweled palm and then starting with Hephaestus on your attack and special, you can see some really big returns on the damage there. You are looking for a lot of things in order to make this pop off, though, so it'll be curious if this really pays, but I don't know, they're looking pretty good to me, I'd say.
Up the enemies before, there's a high chance we actually lose a Death Defiance here. That's fine. I have to play hyper aggressive right now.
Yeah, so T-Rex is definitely talking about one of the advantages of Death Defiances, which is in a race setting. And I'd like to talk a bit about like why races are different than just your normal speed runs. Normal speed run, you should be taking strength. If you die, just do another run, right? But in this case, when death is a risk, even if you're like, oh, if I lose a lot of health, I can just play carefully. Now you're slow, right? So the ability to safety affords you the ability to play carefully. Speaking of not playing carefully, we've got Kirby who has an upgraded antler, which is you get that from a duo boom. We've got 50% bonus critical chance, but only 30 max HP against Typhon, the hardest boss in the game. But it looks like we've still got some security in place. So let's just see how he can handle this. So we've gotten halfway point already.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of the fight, so this will be the finish for Kirby, and it looks like we're going to have a possible finish here unless something really terrible were to happen here in under 35 minutes, which is absolutely fantastic in a race format. But yeah, like you said, Kirby has a level 4 keepsake right now with that white antler, which will give you 50% crit chance. In order to get your keepsakes to rank 4, you need a particular duo boom between Demeter and Hera called Cherished Heirloom. But it looks like we're about to finish it. This is the most dangerous part of the fight at the same time. Kirby not taking any risks, running back. Oh, big stomp. You got these little things coming out, but we still got armor on ourselves. Come on. Oh, down to 20 armor. Another pop off there.
And there we go. Nice.
And that's the timer for Kirby.
Might be a good time to mention that Kirby is actually the current world record holder for the all regions category, which is what we are approximating here with an underworld run, then a surface run. And so, you know, that was I think you said 33 minutes, and his time was 27 minutes in his record. So very close.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a tough category, but Kirby putting on a great show for us there and showing that he is indeed the world record holder, you know, with one of the first finishes that we're able to watch there, you know. So very strong showing from Kirby. And now we've got our good friend and Hades 1 enthusiast, Zyruvius, speed running his way through the surface again, too. I'm trying to take a look at the cat
cam in the top right.
That's adorable.
For any cat fans. I believe that's, I don't want to get it wrong. I think that might be Sophie. But yeah, so we're going into the Prometheus fight here, which is a spooky fight. Because he can just kind of sometimes lash out a bunch of damage at you, especially if, as Iruvius probably is, you're running the bonus speed vows. So we'll see. We haven't seen this fight yet on the mainstream. Looks like we're running Artemis as well here. So the way that the aspect of Artemis works is when you charge up the Omega attack, which is when Millennium kind of skulks around like that, every so often you get a free hit. When the parry is ready, you can just get hit and you don't take any damage, which is hugely useful for not dying. And then your next several attacks get a huge critical damage bonus. It's time for memory game.
Yep, here we go. Simon says we like to call it sometimes. Bottom, bottom, top. You got to sing the little song in order to remember it, right? There you go. Big chunk of damage if you miss that, though. We got Nitro Starch finishing off his surface run, it looks like up top right now. I'm trying to pick out some of the build.
Safety here. We've got almost 300 max health, and instead of the antler, we've gone with the lion's fang. This is something that is it's not multiplicative damage, but it's a big chunk of additive damage. But it decays after every encounter that you take within the region, so it gets less powerful as things goes on. Generally, you want to get more powerful as things go on, so it's a bit of a trade-off there. But not looking like he's having any issues here. He's not taking damage. He's dealing it out instead.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a good definition. Let's play it safe. Let's not go too crazy. You know, like we're going to talk about white ant a lot, and I'm going to get super excited whenever I see people using it. But I mean, if I was in this race, and thank God I'm not, I might not even consider taking it because, you know, the risk is just so high.
I wouldn't touch it. Look at all these things flying around. They'd all be hitting me for sure. But Nitro is cool under pressure. He's notable for being one of, if not the, but he only people to clear a first run clear of Hades 1 live during a marathon, and it was at SPEEDRUN, where there was a full crowd of people in the audience behind him as well. Just absolute nerves of steel on this guy.
That's crazy. I mean, you're going to need it.
And focused.
Yeah, you're going to need it for something like this too, right? Like you need those nerves, and if you're brand new to streaming or competitions like this, you know, it's going to be a little bit harder. But nice finish off by Nitro Starts there. It looks like it was around the 35-minute mark, which is still a great run, honestly.
Yeah, with about 15 minutes left, I'd say we're definitely, if you haven't started the surface run by now, like you're not finishing your surface run, but, you know, it's all right. We'll see how it goes. And Webb's also opting for the Antler.
Oh, I'm scared.
I would be scared, but I did just see Webb's pop the Antler at Fast 52 for an all-region showcase, and was self-commentating the whole time as well. So they've got it under control, I think.
Yeah, Webb's definitely one of the more well-known, what we call RTA runners. Oh, there's a hit on the damage, though. And here come the balls. Webb's.
Hope I didn't curse them.
Oh, no.
That video.
Oh, no, I can't tell what happened.
1 health. I can't look.
Don't watch.
Oh my God. Goodness.
Clutched. Oh. The sweat from Webb's. I love the GG call from Webb's there, because I kind of saw it coming too. It's like, how are you going to get out of this?
Oh, we forgot the most obvious part of why that's so extra stressful is Typhon is so powerful at the beginning of the fight, which we haven't seen yet.
No.
Oh, there's a death. That's all right. Hey, most of the bosses cleared is still pretty good. Typhon is so powerful. This guy deletes his health bar at the start of the fight. You can't see how much health he has left. So, you know, all that normal negotiating you do with yourself, like, I can make it. It's like 3 more hits. It's 2 more hits. You got to vibe that out, and you will get it wrong unless you are very practiced.
He also brought me Moon upgrade.
Yeah, too bad we saw that death from Mowip, but like you said, if you've cleared if you've cleared 7 out of the 8 bosses, that's probably going to be a pretty strong showing still, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because I do suspect we're going to have several players that unfortunately aren't able to finish both full runs, but it is going to be based on how many bosses you were able to clear at least, so we do have that to go off of too. So dying the Typhon, not the end of the world, you know what I mean? And you can try to squeeze it in and see if you can eke out some kind of miracle at this point in time. I'd recommend it just for the fun of the game, you know. But we got Zyru plowing on through. This is what we call the big door gaming. You take the big door and you get the big eye, basically. And this is generally faster in a speedrun setting, is to get the big eyeball versus the tail of Typhon, you know. It looks like Zyru down the 2 Death Defiances, very low health, a little bit on the cusp here, but I don't know. He's a confident gamer when it comes to Hades 1, so I don't know. I'm hoping he's looking pretty good. I mean, that hair's on point, Beagle.
Oh, I knew Webbs would go for fantastic hair. So Kate, if you remember, we saw Kate was one of the first to almost clear the underworld, but did unfortunately die to Kronos, but is right back at it in the middle of the surface run. So great recovery. Her.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see that. I'm so glad to see, like, she's still coming through, and it actually could very easily still finish an entire run and show a time versus someone that might have taken a death to Typhon or something. But we got Kenora battling through the final boss of this race right now.
So
got
Kenora
White Antler on as well, but they got 55 armor. We got plenty of time. Let's just take it safe.
Kenora has something quite valuable, actually, which I saw there, which is there are some phases of Typhon where these little eggs spawn in. If you don't kill them fast enough, more enemies spawn. It's annoying, and it's a huge time loss. Kenora, I believe, has the Zeus Legendary boon, which is quite difficult to get. It's called Shocking Loss, and there's a 25% chance that every enemy that spawns, it's not a boss at least, just dies right away. It looks like it didn't happen for any. Oh, there was one for there. You saw it there, and that's a huge speed up for these intermediate phases, because those eggs are tanky. They got a lot of health.
This part of the fight is just so difficult. You see the tails coming in. They're swiping at you. You got all these projectiles dropping from the top. Then you got Typhon doing his own moves. And Kenora gets a nice finish there. Whew.
Yeah, I will add that in lieu of the health bar being visible, Typhon does get visibly wounded and beaten up as the fight goes on. But it's not, that's a lot to look at and take in as the fight's going. And you're better off just kind of trusting your gut in most cases. And we see Zyru coming into the end of this fight as well. We got a little bit of juice coming out of Typhon. He's not feeling so hot.
All right, so we got the first wave of eggs. No Zeus Legendary to try to finish these off.
Yeah,
real
look
quick.
at how much more time this takes. I think Kenora had a better build as well. Oh, the Shockwave is just cleaning this up, and now we gotta fight this guy.
Oh, and now Zyru's actually out of magic, which is something that you don't really want to have happen, but you got to do what you got to do. It could be dangerous.
Ready.
We do have flood gain, so we have a way to do it, but Zyru running Death Defiances here, kind of just playing it safe. Looks like he's able to tank some of this damage and not worry too much versus someone that might have taken White Antler here. It's a trade-off. It's faster, you deal more damage, but also when you take something that allows you to deal a lot more damage and you do things faster, it's less time for you to get hit, so maybe it's okay kind of thing is what I'm thinking.
And there it goes. At least I didn't die. Well spoken. That's what it's all about, right? Speed's only part of the game here.
Finish and
Exactly.
post it in chat.
So we got another finisher here. I'm happy to see lots of people finishing off. We got our good friend and roguelike content creator V.me finishing off Typhon for himself.
Excellent.
We have under 10 minutes left for people to finish their runs in place as best that they can. But a 40-minute run, I mean, again, I'm pretty happy just to see people finish it. I'm not going to lie.
I think V might be the first non-primarily Hades speedrunner or challenge runner to get a finish here. So good for it's good to see the rest of the crowd getting on the board as well here.
Yeah, 100%. We got Burr, another roguelike content creator and friend of ours, entering the summit, so we might actually get another finish from Burr here as long as they can pull it off. We got the Fig Leaf proc in the very first chamber of the last zone here. So we should probably mention the Fig Leaf is the keepsake from Dionysus that you can put on, and it will give you up to 3 free chambers across 3 different zones, meaning that you walk into a chamber where you would normally fight enemies, but then Dionysus just drops his disco ball and says, relax, baby. It's good. You don't got to fight them. You can just move right ahead. Now, there is a chance that Dionysus decides to be a stingy little word that I cannot say, and you will not trigger the Fig Leaf for the entire zone for one reason or another. And, if we see that happen live here, I'm going to be a little salty on behalf of the racer, but I guess it's just part of the game. It's part of the roguelike,
We call it getting scammed. Interesting keepsake choice here from Burr. I think he might have opted to not switch keepsakes to maybe save some time, because the keepsake he's got equipped here, I believe, is the Ghost Onion, which heals you, but it was at 0 remaining health to heal, basically by the first or second room. So maybe it was for some bonus healing before the end there, but it also might have been hey, I don't have time to change my keepsake. I just want to go.
There's a chance that Burr was just well below the 100 health threshold already when he put it on. Yeah, so it just healed. Yeah, so it healed him for 100, and then it was just like, we're done. We see Dan actually getting through the surface almost here. This is the last encounter before Typhon, the final combat. And the tail can be a little bit annoying, that's for sure, but it can be also a little bit predictable. Again, look at that. We got a heroic level 6 Hephaestus boon on the special. Big Hef blast damage. Oh, no! Big chomps coming out of the tail Typhon, but there's that big hit that you want to see from Hef.
This is like fighting Typhon, because I cannot see Dan's health bar, so I don't know how close he is to death. That's a little spooky. All right, so J-Rock fighting Talos here. Talos wielding his fancy fists from the last game.
Yeah, J-Rock is might be able to get a finish from J-Rock here. We're still in the 3rd zone of the surface, so we got 2 major bosses left for J-Rock, but there's still a decent possibility, I can imagine. I mean, we see a couple Death Defiances, so it's taken a bit of a toll, no doubt.
Yeah,
but the surface...
I think if the surface is tough, if I were him and I saw the time left here, I would focus on safety and just trying to clear Prometheus, because I think you'd be rushing to get through Typhon here.
It should be noted that, there's 2 routes in Hades, too. In Hades 1, we just had, you start a run. It's always the same 4 zones back to back. There's no differences. In Hades 2, they doubled it. You have 2 different routes to choose from here. And so they had to kind of make one harder than another. And it's safe to say the surface is genuinely more difficult than going to the underworld and fighting Kronos. Pretty much all the bosses are a little bit more difficult, you know, but definitely all the zones are 100% more difficult, I would argue, at the least. But, you know, there's some contenders out there. So everyone has like a boss that they think is not that hard or is way harder than another one. And I think it's kind of a good sign of a nice, healthy game and a good balance when everyone has sort of a different opinion of something like that. But we got T-Rex here. Oh, no, down to their last Death Defiance, 98 health. This is all they got, but this is the last phase of Typhon.
You only
so
got
you just
5
got to play it
minutes. Stay safe. Stay safe while we're not.
Yes,
but
yes.
as mentioned, this is a melee weapon. You can't stay safe. You got to get in there to do your damage. Oh, closing it out. Well done.
With 5.5 minutes left to spare, we got another clear. We got Burr finishing off Typhon here, or at least halfway through the fight roughly now. We got 2 Death Defiances left here still. Burr's looking pretty good in terms of a build, I think.
This massive AoE is coming in huge handy, but it wasn't quite enough damage on the build to clear out these little noodles. And now they are all over the place. But
oh my god, they're the worst.
This has been a roller coaster of a surface run. We can see from the icons pictured in the Death Defiances, you know where they came from. We've got none of our original Death Defiances left. We had 4 at one point. We're down to 2. That's what the surface does to you. We still got one more little guy to take out back there.
Okay, you don't gotta leave the little guy. He's just a little guy, Burr. It's okay. He's cool. Let him live. I'll give you an extra hot dog. No, nope. He's done. Oh, how could you, Burr?
An extra hot dog. How many hot dogs is he getting from you already?
Oh, we don't discuss that, but that was something we discussed offline, you know, in case of... So anyway, so Burr, yeah. I mean, Burr, roguelike content creator, but, you know, he was asking me some questions on what's the best way to play this game quickly, so... You know, he wasn't 100% confident himself, but it looks like he's going to get another finish here at least. He's going to be able to pull this through. We still have the most dangerous phase here. But yeah, these eggs that Typhon spawns, if you don't kill them quickly enough, you get those very annoying, what we might call ads. You know, you get additional spawns that come out here. And actually,
those are beefy guys.
Yeah. You know, the bigger the egg, the bigger the beef from these fellows right now. And so these spear guys, they have a lot of armor, but they're also really dangerous. They deal a lot of damage still and everything. So you don't necessarily have to kill them, but the faster you kill them, the faster you get the damage Typhon. But if you take too long, then Typhon will just kind of come out on his own. We still got 1 Death Defiance here, but it's looking a bit dangerous. Oh, nice little dodge there. Come on, watch out for the tails. Okay, very good.
Those always get me. I'm up doing the damage, and then they're all the way in the back. I'm like, they're never going to get to me. And then all of a sudden, they're there. Nice dodge on there, though. Very well timed. It's just a question of timing. And that head slam is tough to dodge. We got maybe 2 or 3 more hits left in us before we bite it, but I think we're probably pretty safe.
157 health. I think Burr's got this. Looks like they have a decent amount of dodge from something.
Watch out for that laser.
Nice dodge through. Nice. Very good, Burr. Come on, you got this. 3 minutes left. Just take it nice and slow.
Got a dodge proc on that. That almost just murdered him. I got lucky from the days there. 1 hit.
We're down to 25. Dodge that laser. Dodge that laser.
Oh, come on, Burr. Come on, no, you don't need the magic. Just hit him. Ah, let's go, dude. Oh, this has been a lot of close fights. This is only the first round.
The absolute cinema.
Oh boy, how many is that?
All right, I survived the first run. That's good. And we got to do that 3 more times. Jesus Christ.
Whew.
Oh my God, I'm sweating on behalf of Burr. Look,
all right, so let's see if Kate can close this out after dying to Kronos, being able to like finish this out after basically losing what's basically an entire run, so completing 3 runs instead of 2 in this 50 minutes. Just really exceptional play from Kate here, looking very healthy.
Looking very healthy. Beautiful dashes there. You can technically dash right through these tails if you want, but yeah, that's absolutely. If I could give out extra credit, I would give it to Kate now for basically giving us 3 entire runs and finishing off the run. Wow. Hell yeah!
Great recovery, and that's going to hopefully give her some good emotional momentum into the next round, right? Like that's got to feel great, right? Didn't DNF. Good call. But there is no DNF. It's just less. It's just like it's a smaller F, you know, based on the number of bosses
points, you know. But you know, everyone gets paid at the end of the day.
Yeah, as long as you've cleared a boss, you've gotten an F, which is good in this case.
This is one of my least liked bosses.
So we got a good friend Thor trying to clear off the 3rd boss of the surface route here. We got Simon Says popping off here. Can Thor remember?
I have a question about Simon Says here. When I do it, I think instead of top, middle, bottom, I think 1, 2, 3. And I think I like it because it's faster in my head, but I feel like everyone else does top, middle, bottom. That's just so many syllables.
I think I started with top, middle, bottom. And you're right. A lot of people say that's too many syllables. And I'm like, look, I'm too old. I can't change. I'm sticking to what I know. Okay.
That's fine, and you've got to contend with hundreds of people yelling at you whenever you're doing runs too. So it's there's that pressure as well.
Yeah, the voices do get to me. I won't lie. You know, they're coming in through the headset and everything like that. But Thor's got to do the bigger one now. Yeah, but hey, wait a minute. Oh no, Thor didn't make it. Oh no, Thor, not like this.
Points. Come on, Thor. We got 45 seconds to get some points on the board here.
Come on, at least finish the boss. We got 40 seconds left. Finish off Prometheus. We're down the last at the fight, but we got over 100 health still.
Our damage is pretty low though, and come on, just get the triad in. Oh, that's
taking a lot of risks.
I think I wonder if he's carrying any bonus HP on the enemies here because it looks
close.
Like we're not. Oh, unfortunate. What a terrible. All right, Fool's coming in right down to the wire here. Kind of a surprise, honestly, for the world record speedrun holder, but we've got the antler on. We've got a ton of damage. We are
plowing right through here. Yeah,
I would say we're comfy, but you know, it's the antler. You're never truly safe.
Oh no, but Foolish is unable to finish because we are over time. Oh no, I'd love to hear what happened from Foolish.
First round, yeah.
I mean, guys, that was, I could tell why you were suited and booted now. That was some serious action. I mean, we needed to get professional. That's right. This is Hades Do Racing. Welcome back, everybody. Get the cameras on us. Give those guys a break because they have been sweating for 50 minutes. Our 24 competitors here in Haelian's Hades 2 Speedrun have absolutely been put through the gauntlet on the surface and in the underworld, and only a few have made it out, but those who did, certainly excited about it. Yeah, I'm talking about Burr's finish there, yelling in exultation how happy he was. But as we get back to it, guys, I mean, there were so many great moments that I had a chance to witness. I know our chat was interacting and talking about these moments as well. I mean, Burr's finish, Thor's. What a terrible, I wonder what he said after that. I'm sure it wasn't anything that we need to repeat here on broadcast, but also the conversations, the white antlers, how people were approaching this versus some of the safer builds that took a little bit longer but gave you more death defiances. These are the choices you have to make in Hades, which makes it such a good game, especially in Hades 2. But Haelian, this is also just such a such an exciting thing, knowing this is the first run out of 4 that these competitors are going to have to do.
I know. I mean, I'm kind of spent after the first run, honestly. Maybe we should just hand it off to whoever did the best because it was so. Wow. You know, I was just locked in, honestly, seeing some of these close calls there. You know, you saw Thor. They could have finished that boss. They couldn't finish that boss. If they had finished that boss, that would have been more points potentially in order to earn a better prize here at Twitch Rivals. And oh man, and it's so fascinating to see Foolish, the world record holder for so many Hades 2 categories and just a great player overall. So curious what happened in their run as well. You know, I got so many questions for how everyone else did. Unfortunately, we can't cover every single person here in the race, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what happened afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, from checking it with, journeys of, Behemoth Steve, and we saw Kate finally get that finish. There were so many moments, Seagull, from different players experiencing different struggles. What was something that caught your eye here in this first run?
I got to give it to all the nail biters that we had there, both in the Kronos fights and the Typhon fights. We were jumping out of our seats multiple times. In there. But, obviously special shout out to Kate for having such an uneventful run after the highly eventful run, right? Nerves of steel, rocking right through there. And then that juxtaposed with the sheer panic. You can't see the enemy's health bar. You got 1 HP left. There's things flying all over the screen. You got these 2 little knives that you're stabbing this giant guy with and still being able to close it out. So just the sheer variety of experiences that everyone has, sheer variety of the builds, just shout outs to all of it. I think it's a great example of just the gamut of what these games have to offer.
Yeah, and speaking of gamut, we really did run a lot of different options for how players approach this, Haelian. What's your thought moving forward? Because we have 3 different runs. And if I'm watching this, am I going to keep seeing the same level of diversity? Or, someone who's put this together, if it was you, would you start to see things actually start melding towards similar pathways? Because let's say there's some new challenges or there's some new difficulty that arises. Do you think we'll see more or less or maybe about the same as what we saw here in round 1?
I think at least when it comes to the different weapon aspects, we're going to see people kind of gravitate towards a little bit more of the same, especially in the next couple of races. We do have the torches coming up next, and there's, you know, certain aspects that are just generally known to be more powerful than others, and also just easier to use, safer to play. It's not just about damage, you know. Sometimes it's just about, you know, the safety of it, especially in a race format. Now, in terms of boon selection and keepsakes and the animal food, all that stuff, it's kind of up in the air. We really don't know what people are going to use. I actually saw a lot more people using Death Defiances than I maybe would have guessed, you know what I mean, or how I would have advised. But yeah, I'm actually pleasantly surprised to see the diversity.
You brought up some great points. There was theory crafting. There was a lot of fun, a lot of tense moments. That's just the beginning of our Hades 2 speed run here on Twitch Rivals. When we come back from break, we've got round 2 about to begin, and we're going to check in with the scoreboards and see who's on top. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back to Haelian's Hades 2 speedrun here on Twitch Rivals. I'm your host, Rain Day, joined by Haelian and Seagull, who just spent the last 50 minutes commenting chaos all around the underworld with Malinaway at the forefront. It's been a fun start to today. If you're just joining us, and you've heard about the Hades 2 release by Supergiant and you haven't played yet, well, just take the next 10 minutes to see what's going on, because it's going to make you want to grab that immediately and jump in. It's one of the best experiences in roguelikes. It sets the tone for roguelikes, guys, and it's just awesome that we've been able to put this all together. And you two, coming after round one, we get a chance to see some of those scores. And Haelian, we know there were a few early finishes. We saw Kirby with a 33-minute finish. He helped hold that 27-minute world record, so not too far off his pace, not giving a lot of wiggle room for competitors. But there's that. There's some like Thor who didn't even get to the final bosses. So I'm pretty curious to see how these standings hold up pretty soon.
I know it's going to be really tight. I mean, I got a quick glimpse at some of the scores there, and I'm actually shocked. Like, we did get a majority of finishes popping off on the first race here, but things are only going to get more difficult from here on out.
That's right. And guys, I just got word that the round 2 restrictions are live. So that means they're live for the players, and that means they are live for us. So Haelian, I'll let you, because you helped come up with these, explain it, and Seagull, get your thoughts on what this is going to take now to clear this second round.
Yeah, so now, basically, there's only 2 new things here, and I misspoke earlier. Sorry, I said the torches, but what I really meant was we're going to use the Moonstone Axe for the next round here, but they do have to use 16 here, which is more than the 12 that they had to use last time. They can use any combination of pretty much anything else, and they can use whatever aspect they wish with the axe here, but pretty much all the rules are the same after that.
Seagull, your thoughts on having to go to the Moonstone Axe, one of my favorite weapons, actually, in Hades 2.
Yeah, it's a great one. A lot of Omega attack builds I expect to see. A lot of Charon builds are probably the safest ones. If you can get some good mana regen, that's going to really help you out there. But the axe is a slow weapon.
Yeah.
So if we're running, to hit this 16, if we're running higher speed, if we're running higher damage, we saw how much people are getting peppered constantly. You're going to want your channel speed buffs. You're going to want health and safety. I'd imagine we're going to see fewer antlers, fewer strengths in this round, or maybe we'll see some people just absolutely throwing it all at the wall.
Yeah, I mean, having actually played a little bit of Hades 2 this morning before we got started, I did a run with Lemon Moros, and I actually did a run with the Moonstone Axe. And I was loving the Moonstone Axe, grabbing some Hephaestus boons and getting some big damage. But the fact is, it is so much slower. Like, not just, it is so noticeably slower than the daggers. Haelian, how is that going to factor into the way that you have to build around this axe and its playstyle?
I mean, speed is going to be a big deal, including how you attack. So you might not see a ton of players just swinging the axe back and forth necessarily. There's definitely other things you can kind of do in order to really speed things up and deal damage in other ways. But the axe could be interesting here because it is a fan favorite amongst a lot of casual players. I mean, we get lots of people talking about how they love the aspect of Thanatos, namely, because that is something where you can just swing the axe back and forth and you can do big whirlwinds and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's definitely something that players want to see in action for sure.
It's going to be exciting as well. And in chat, let us know what you're most excited about here as well. Obviously, we've got a lot of fan favorites in their streams, but if you're rooting for someone or you're excited about a play, let us know. Remember that charged up chat feature. We might feature you throughout the show. So keep staying involved and active in our Twitch Rivals chats and communities as we jump into our second round, slowly approaching. The other thing to note is we jump up in terms of the fear level. So we're going to 16. It's only 4, but Seagull, is that 4 a difference maker? Certainly, as you get higher and higher, the things that are easier and you can kind of avoid become less and less. So is 16 the breaking point? Is something higher than that? How do we feel in terms of difficulty-wise, this 16 is going to impact these players?
Yeah, for the seasoned runners, we're starting to get to the point where it's like, hey, this is stuff. You now need to pick something that actually is making your run different to a normal speed run, right?
Right.
And the fear things usually fall into 2 categories. They either make you weaker by making so you can take less boons, buy less stuff, or they make enemies stronger. And I think making enemies stronger, certain of those selections tend to be better for speed, but they are also worse for safety, right? If you give them more health, they take a little longer to kill, no problem. If they do more damage, now you're getting hit. And it's 4 more, but it's not linear. It's fairly arbitrary which things are difficult in which parts of the run. So we'll have to see how things shake out.
It's going to be exciting. Each player obviously has total control on where they increase that difficulty as well. And that means it's going to be a different run yet again. More action for Hades 2 and Alien Speedrun coming up right now as Game 2 is ready, fellas. So the suits are on. It's just time to start talking about the action in front of us. Go ahead and take it away.
All right, round 2, baby. We're back in it. And we'll talk a little bit about the axe while we see Dan make his first choice here. It looks like we already got a jeweled palm start from Dan. Using that aspect of Thanatos for the speedrun himself, which is interesting. It's possibly not considered, what we call the meta, the most popular amongst the speedrunners here. But it is still a contender, to say the least. There are actually some great runs with Aspect of Thanatos out there where people clear the game really, really fast. There's not much to say about the Aspect other than swing that big old axe and try to charge up a whirlwind from time to time to clear enemies in a big AoE, and hopefully, you get some damage bonuses along the way.
Yeah, so I'm seeing some interesting things here where perhaps some anti-synergies to what Dan is selecting. He has selected the Vow of Hubris, which is something that makes it so when you take boons that are higher rarity than common, you prime magic, which means you've permanently reduced your max magic total. And it seems like we also have some rarity buffs. Everything on that Hestia boon was rare or higher. So these kind of are not in concert with each other. We've also got the Artificer, which is turning smaller rewards into better rewards. So we're getting more boons, we're getting better boons, but on a weapon that maybe is a little reliant on the Omega attack to dish out some of these, some of these big crits that are the focus of the aspect. Interesting to see if hopefully he doesn't prime himself out of being able to use any swings.
Yeah, so the vows get kind of interesting once we approach 16. It shouldn't be too much, but beforehand, you could kind of choose some vows that basically don't do anything or actually will help in a speedrun setting. But now once you hit 16, you got to take at least one or two things that are going to either slow down the game or make it more dangerous. And that could be a difficult decision, right? They actually don't know ahead of time that they have to increase the fear for this run. They didn't know they were going to go to 16, so they had to decide rather quickly where they were going to put that additional fear and how they were going to handle it, But yeah, talking about Aspect of Thanatos here a little bit, you can actually see it right next to the magic bar on Dan's screen when we see it there, that 20% indicator. You can go up to 20% crit chance with Aspect of Thanatos after hitting enemies with your attack. However, that crit chance will reset to 0 if and when you take a hit. So this is very much so an aspect where you get benefits for not getting hit. And yeah, it's going to be tough in a race.
All right, now we move on to Kirby, who is wielding, I think, the thing that we're expecting to see the most, which is the aspect of Charon. The way that Charon works is entirely the opposite. It's not attack-focused. It is special-focused. Basically, you throw your cast down, and then you use your Omega Special, which is that huge wind-up, which lets off 3 giant attacks like that. It detonates the cast as if it were the Omega cast, which is normally a very difficult move to use. Now it's just part of your moveset. The only really thing that you have to solve for Charon is your magic, because it is hungry for magic. Kirby doesn't have a magic gain boon right now, but that's probably okay because we do so much damage that this... Oh, actually, it looks like we probably have some from Chaos, actually.
Yeah, Chaos or the Unseen. That's actually an interesing choice if we did get anything from the Unseen.
I can't count that well to see if it's 5 per second or something different. But one issue I have, these are nice things to have, these things that will regen over time, which are from Chaos or from the Arcana. I find them a little challenging to use with certain weapons. I think Charon isn't one of them. The issue is that when you're charging your magic attacks to use them, you do not regain any magic. So if you have something like the torches that are frequently shooting out Omega attacks, or Liminoros where you're constantly going into those Omega attacks, you're not regenning during those times. So you're draining and you're draining and you're draining. Yeah. But I think that Charon is a good use case for this.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Charon, very speedy. You need big special damage. You need big cast damage, too. There's definitely some big things that you want here. Kirby opting to go for the Fig Leaf and just kind of hope he lands on some of that extra damage. There's a couple of really interesting boons here, but the meta kind of dictates you want to start weirdly with Apollo's special, or at least that's what some of the other runners said that they were interested in doing. I guess just having that extra wide special with Apollo will help you clear chambers really, really quickly, because you can just see the size, the absolute size of this bad boy right now. And Kirby's making his way downtown, I'd say right now, Seagull. I mean, this is really good pace already for one of the first runners we're seeing.
Absolutely. Apollo's also great because to pick up because you want a lot of Apollo's auxiliary boons. Supernova makes your cast bigger, which makes your detonation even bigger. You've got the Prominence Flare, which introduces extra damage after the fact. The Lucid Gain is a solid gain because it gives you magic every time your cast expires, which is every time you hit it, you're basically infinite at that point.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me interrupt you, Seagull. Can we see a Zag? Can we see a Zag? Ah, no Zag for ourselves.
It might, I think some people were saying it might be faster in Olympus, right? But I don't know that anyone will be brave enough. Also, you never see Olympus mid-shot. It's pretty rare.
I know, it doesn't happen super often, that's for sure. I think you can get Zag in Thessaly too, but I mean, in case you don't know, there's a little icon in what we call the mid shop, or, you know, the shop in the middle of a biome. It's a conscript where you can choose to fight your old brother Zagreus, potentially, if you want to, and you get a little bit of a prize. The truth is, there's probably not a good reason to do it, especially in a race right now. The prize is not really worth it. However, I would be, I don't know, besmitten, Seagull, if I were to witness such a thing.
I'm not sure it's the word, but I'll allow it in that case. So yeah, you can really see in the Sirens fight, the Charon axe really just starts to destroy these. I also love the visual design of the Charon axe. We can't really see it because everything's moving too fast, but when you hear Charon axe, you're like, oh, he carries around an ore and he swings it at people. Maybe we're going to get the ore. No, it's a gaudy thing with coins all over it and a little like facsimile of his head. It's so ridiculous. There are coins that pop whenever you pop the cast. It's so ridiculous that it circles back around, I think, to being quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the cooler looking weapons. There's no doubt about it. It's interesting because a lot of people ask, like, why not just give us the ore? And they gave us this thing that's just so much more fantastical, I guess you could say. But wow, Kirby finishing very quickly, doing very, very well. One of the boons that you really want for this weapon, or rather for this aspect, is a boon called Geyser Spout that Poseidon in particular can offer. So I wonder what we're going to see here for a new keepsake. There it is. There's the Poseidon keepsake getting put on, because you really want this boon called Geyser Spout, which increases the power of your Omega cast in particular. It pairs so well with this aspect and can give you a ton of damage. I mean, ideally, you'd get that all natural before you even get to the point where Kirby is, but, you know, it doesn't always happen that way.
Yeah, and when Haelian says it increases the power of Omega cast, it's not just in a innocuous, like it makes the cast stronger. Power is a specific term within the game. When we're talking about damage calculation, everything has some base damage that it deals, so that's known as the power. And then it has bonuses. Those are the percent bonuses you can stack on top of it. So if you get a plus 100% and then a plus 50%, those aren't multiplying together. That's just plus 150. But if you increase your power, which is the base, that's the number that 150 is being multiplied by. Base damage increases are hard to come by. They're almost always better. And then the Geyser Spout is a huge number to attach onto the Omega cast. If anyone gets it, you're going to see a night and day difference between the amount of damage that they're actually dishing out on Charon aspect.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's a huge bonus. Like you said, it can be a little bit difficult to understand. The easiest way to describe the term power in this game is to simply call it, tough choice here, actually, coming for Croven here. But yeah, the easiest way to describe power is base damage. You know, that gets multiplied by all the other things that you might have. But yeah, some interesting choices there. We actually saw Croven go for something a little bit safer, and so is Biggest Geek Ever here, as we can see, using Hephaestus's keepsake for the zone. Why would you want to see Hephaestus in this run? Because since he does not offer damage, well, Hephaestus is safety. Hephaestus has some boons that will provide you with armor, possibly armor every single chamber even. So you're looking for boons like Security System, or probably more so Trusty Shield, in order to get that safety, which could allow you... Ooh, Legendary boon. Come on, Geek.
Take
Come
it.
on,
It's orange. Thank you.
Thank you. Orange boon get. I do appreciate it. But yeah, you want that safety net because you want to be able to use that keepsake white antler in the final zone, which will allow you to deal out big damage, you know? So you're kind of making a trade. Here. Oh, it's disgusting.
Yeah. So I think BGE might not stand for Biggest Geek Ever. I think it might stand for Born Gain Every Day, which is everyone's favorite magic regen boon, which he currently has.
How long have you been holding on to that one, Seagull? I got to ask.
About 40 seconds.
But yeah, Born Gain, I mean, we can talk about magic here a little bit maybe, and just describe that, you know, magic is a resource you have to manage, like an extra one that you need to...
Kronos's projectiles.
Want to hear Geek here?
What is this run? I don't know.
I think he's debating with his chat the choice of the legendary. Legendary boons, they're often very situational. Some, like Poseidon's, scale into the builds very well. The Hestia one doesn't fit so well with this build, but like you got to have a little heart. We're playing a video game. Games are fun. All right, so Webs has even more damage somehow. This is the Prominence Flare, the little rings that are lingering after each cast explodes. That is lingering damage from Apollo. We also have the Sun Worshipper boon, which converts.
I was gonna say we got a friend.
Converts
the first enemy into a friend.
Thank God.
Yo, big finish on Webs there. I'm not certain Webs might have, I don't know if it's the Apollo Legendary boon or if it's the Giga Cleaver Hammer, but there's a couple ways you can actually double your Omega special triggers, which means you can sneak in an extra cast explosion there as well.
Ooh, that's my favorite.
Yeah, it's sneaky. It's not necessarily super easy to do, and in some ways it's a little bit dangerous in its own. But let's see, are we going to see White Antler popping off? Webs is going for it. That's right.
Webs wouldn't dare anything else.
So there's no point in taking any more max health once you put on White Antler, at least at that point in the run, because even if you get max health, it doesn't do anything after that point. When you have that keepsake on and when that keepsake is working, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't matter here. But we got Laser Belch going for a very similar build. We see Tidal Ring. We see Apollo Special Boom. We see Lucid Gang. Nice finish. Nice little fist pump from Laser Belch there. Very happy to see him performing well right now in this race. Laser has nothing to say about this.
This is a textbook build. It seems like a textbook run. We took Athena for safety, which is all, and an encounter skip. Seems like he's locked in on the process here.
I like that
he's ready. He's ready.
Every time I'm on stream.
We got Behemoth Steve fighting their way through Cerberus as well. We got a lot of people on Cerberus now. Hopefully we can see. Wow, look at that level 7 heroic title ring over there on the left up for Steve. I see Mean Streak. I see a couple other things. The Athena keepsake did get used. We do have Battle Strength. Nice finish from Steve there. I didn't get to see the magic regen there, but maybe we should talk a little bit about magic and what are the best choices for a magic regen boon, at least in a run like this, Seagull.
Yeah, in a run like this, so the magic regen boon, if you look at those core boons, which is what we call the boons on the left, the bottom one indicates the magic regen boon. Biggest Geek Ever here has Born Gain, which is probably the most popular one. The way it works is whenever you run out of magic, it fills it right back up, but it primes, basically makes a little bit of that magic bar permanently inaccessible for the rest of that encounter. So people like to call it infinite magic. It's technically the only one that's not, because you can run out, but oh my god, that damage was insane.
12 minutes in 20 seconds or something along those lines.
That's a sub-6 run in game time. That's a 5:39.
Oh my god. For all I know, that could have been a current patch world record. I'm not sure what the current world record is in real time, but that is an insane finish by Biggest Geek Ever. One of the more well-known Hades 2 speedrunners out there. Make sure we show Biggest Geek Ever some love in the chat right now, because that was an insane put on. But we got Nitro also looking really, really strong here. Again, not even 13 minutes on the clock yet, possibly finishing off their first run in this race.
Yeah, Nitro also with Born Gain. Again, it's quite popular. The reason it's most popular is because you don't have to wait for stuff to regenerate. Some stuff you don't even have to think about, like Aphrodite's Gain Boon, but they take a long time to regenerate. Some of them have specific use cases, like Zeus's, where you have to go find a thing in the middle of the field to talk to. Or some of them, like Hephaestus's, require you to get hit. And so you want one that basically makes you, whoa, look at that guy dancing. Where did he go?
Our friend's going here. Double Chronos, what the heck is this?
What fun. No spoilers, even though you're watching the whole game.
But yeah, the Born Gain, it comes with its own requirements. There's technically a downside going on there, but if you have enough magic, there kind of also is no downside. So you don't want to have to interact in order to get magic back, preferably. You just want to get it. But here we go, Boded finishing his first run here in under 14 minutes. That's still a very strong first run here. They still got the surface ahead of themselves. You can see that they had used the metallic droplet over there on the bottom left. And that is actually a great keepsake when you're trying to go fast for a couple of reasons. Number one, it gives you move speed and you can cruise between the different chambers a little bit faster for an aspect like this. But also, it can make you channel your Omegas a bit faster. And Charon is an aspect, like Seagull said, very magic hungry. Therefore, you also want to be able to channel those Omega moves very, very quickly as well.
Yeah. Also, we're probably, maybe they're just not showing us the people that are struggling, but it seems like everyone's having maybe an easier go of it. in this case. I think part of that is we're seeing the advantage of these range weapons. You still got to get kind of close to get the cast in there, but with Supernova, the stuff gets huge, and like you're seeing, these players are able to not take too much, don't need to get too up close, and so it's much more relaxed, and they're not worried about taking quite as much damage.
Yeah,
so it's kind of funny that the first run scares everyone maybe into being safer, but inherently using Charon at least is much safer. However, stuff like Thanatos Axe or even Nurgle, I don't know if we're going to see any Nurgles, or Nurgals, sorry, that they got to get right up in there.
That's like the cat from Garfield, right? Nurgle.
I was thinking of Nurgle.
I was thinking that too.
I'm usually thinking of Nurgle, if I'm being honest.
Oh my god, the luscious locks on Zyru down there, I gotta say. I've seen the back of Zyru's head was just fantastic for just that brief moment there, you know? But yeah, this will be interesting. Like you said, everyone's looking in a little bit better shape than the daggers. There was a reason why we wanted to do the daggers first, truth be told, because chat's going to have the lowest fear. Yeah, we kind of just hope that it wouldn't be too bad. But yeah, hopefully we see a few more finishes here. We got Steve finishing off Kronos.
Here's Nergal, actually. So
are we Nergaling?
Yeah, this is the hidden aspect, which has a bonus of being able to heal. So it's kind of nice for safety. It does huge damage on the Omega attacks, but it looks like we're just doing the big bonk.
Oh my god, the bonkage.
And the healing keeps us very safe, and look at that, cleaned up.
Let's go.
Too angry to die is, as Steve said, is an absolutely great way to summarize Nergal. Once you get enough hits, you hit faster, and it starts regenerating your own health. So well done there. Steve this week was selected to run, I believe, all weapons at HEDQ this year. So
let's go, Steve.
So big support for Steve. I'm sure they're going to be doing a lot of practice, so give them a follow, check them out, and look forward to seeing them in HEDQ. As we go to Kirby we're finally seeing Ephira. This is the first region of the surface. The way it's set up is you have a big plaza where you have to pick 6 rooms to go into. Sometimes you get to see our best friend, Medea, and skip a combat and get a bonus, basically. But there's an interesting trade-off here, because every door leads you to the same room, and you got to zoom out and see. And so some rooms will be fast, like these mini-boss rooms versus the Armentian Boar. These will tend to be a little faster, but the slower rooms might have the stuff you want. So you have to trade off your future build potential versus your speed now. And you got to do it fast because it's all in real time. And that's where some of that decision making and knowledge really comes into play in the surface there.
Yeah, that first zone in the surface, Ephira, is very elaborate. It takes a lot of knowledge to do it very, very quickly. Kirby putting on a show there already had most of those core boons filled. It looked like they had a great build going on there. But yeah, it's challenging to do it all quickly. And like we said at the beginning of the whole event here, is that your decision making is, you're under pressure. You have to decide what boon to take, what keepsake to take, all those things. You need to decide them, hopefully ahead of time if you can. But we got Burr fighting his way through Cerberus here. Huge max health, 355 with Aspect of Thanatos. Burr getting a little angry at the dog here, teleporting away. I wonder, almost 18 minutes in, did Burr take a death at some point maybe? Oh, you can see it trying to just make his way through.
I think that we've just got a low damage build. The trick with Thanatos is that you can get 20% crit chance on your Omega attacks. The bad part is you have to be using those Omega attacks, which are difficult to find space for, as well as, for me, I struggle with Thanatos in the boss fights.
Do it again, Cerberus. Do it again, Cerberus. Teleport away on Burr. Come on.
Because you know what? There we go. I get hit in boss fights, and that 20% is right back down to 0. Right? So it's tough to keep your damage up. So I think that he hasn't died. I think it's just hard. I think the damage is just low on this build. And so, especially when you're adding difficulty through fear, I think that maybe going for an aspect whose whole design is around you not getting hit may have been a bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, right? Because you don't get 0 benefit after getting hit, because the Thanatos does come with plus 40% attack speed, so you want to be swinging that axe, but then you want to be using those whirlwinds once you build up that crit chance with it. But this is a weapon that is a bit more what we call hammer dependent, which means that you're really, really, really relying on certain hammer upgrades to appear as early as possible. And if you don't get the best ones, then you're going to be in a tough spot, to be honest.
Yeah, hammers are interesting because while you can have up to 10 dice in each run to roll boons to get different options, last game, this game, hammers, you get 3. You don't get to re-roll them. So if you ever think that Supergiant listens to too much fan submissions during the early access process, just know that essentially every single player for 7 years now, since the beginning of Hades 1 early access, has begged them to let us re-roll hammers, and they've said, we know better than you. You don't get to re-roll hammers, and so the downside of that for races environments like this is if you don't hit those good hammers, maybe you have a worse chance, which is why maybe you want to stick with something like Charon, which is, hey, this is really good. Good hammers can make it incredible versus things like Thanatos, where maybe we're seeing this build just lacks some kind of scaling, right? Either more hits, multiplying the damage on the hits, keeping that crit chance up. We just don't have any of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, Charon a little bit more reliable, perhaps a bit more safe. Kind of high rolling here with aspect of Thanatos, because if you do get the right hammer upgrades, boy, you can definitely do quite well. Oh, we got Nandre finishing off Kronos here. There we go. Nice finish from Nandre. 20 minutes in. Run. Plenty of time to complete a surface run now still. Nandre looking a bit more pleased this time.
Yeah, and I'll say that Birds are doing an incredible job of staying alive. So, like we said, just stay alive, and you're doing better than anyone that dies. So.
Yep.
All right, somebody get this clip.
Nandre doling out the orders. He said he was feeling a bit sick, so he's definitely just going to delegate some of that stuff for ourselves here. We got Kenora, who's fighting the first boss on the surface here. So Kenora's on a really good pace for both runs right now, I would say. We got the typical aspect of Charon build. You see Apollo's cast, you see Apollo special. I mean, wait, we got the full Apollo suite over here, Seagull. We got Apollo everything over there across all the core boons. The dash, the magic regen. How do you do it?
That tremendous flute solo in the boss music. I love it.
Oh, trivia. Who does the flute solo? Do you know, Seagull?
Is that Josh Plotner?
Oh, well, now I'm uncertain. I thought it was Sam Gendel, but now I'm not actually sure.
I think Sam Gendel is the saxophonist.
Oh no, you got me! You win
on the other track. Yeah.
Oh, Croven! Oh no, some bad luck for Croven here. At least kind of got.
Did you see that chunk on that damage?
Yeah, that chunk,
oh my god!
The biggest time loss you can actually get in these races is going to be seeing that one mini boss, the famed Charybdis, which just summons tentacles everywhere. You gotta chase them down. It's a huge pain. Meanwhile, you could simply not see a mini boss at all. You could even get a room where you don't fight anything, and you're gonna have a really, much simpler time, to be totally honest. But now we got Biggest Geek Ever, who had a super, super strong finish in the Underworld, finishing off the second boss on the surface here. Wow. Really looking really good in terms of time. So look, down goes Eris. And notice we got Hecuba this time, because magic is a much more important thing for this aspect, as we keep talking about. So that might mean that you use a different familiar here. But the typical familiar you'd want to go with if you don't care that much about magic is probably going to be Rocky.
Yeah, so every familiar has, you can just think of it as giving you three things. It's giving you a passive buff. It's doing something on the field, whether that's usually a couple things like attacking, and it is the third thing that I forgot. Maybe it was only two things. But anyway, so what Hecuba does is
we got a fish. We got a
catch
fish.
The fish, Nitro.
Come on! Oh. So I don't know why. I don't know why, but all of a sudden, when you're trying to pick up an object from the ground that you so desperately need to leave that zone and to move on, Melonweed takes out the longest fishing rod you've ever seen before in your life. I swear to God, it's 40 feet long, and she just decides, that fish way over there that you can barely even see, yeah, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it, baby.
Yeah, anyway, so what Hecuba does is, Hecuba is good for magic builds, because Hecuba gives you a boost to your base magic, first of all, so you start with more. Hecuba can dig up little balls of magic from the ground, which is incredible because you can recover magic even before you have a gain boon. It's not consistent, but it is useful. And Hecuba also barks. I don't think it does very much, but she's a good girl.
Can you give us a little bark, just a little taste, Seagull, maybe?
Did that come through? That was the littlest one I could muster.
Yeah. I mean, it was either you or like some kids outside your window, maybe. I don't know. It looks like Bird here.
So
Bird should be able to finish here. We got 2 Death Defiances, right? You can see Bird's looking a little worn out after this run, I think.
I've done these kinds of runs. These runs where you just have to survive and you're doing no damage. These are a slog.
Yep, this is just survival mode right now. Just be careful, try not to die.
Going on, which is definitely not ideal.
I mean, Bird brought it up himself there, and actually it's a good point to kind of talk about. Because Seagull, you brought it up a little bit earlier, but Origination is an Arcana card, and it is so critical, so important for these speed runs. You need to use that Arcana card all the time here, and you need to make sure, in order to activate that Arcana card that gives you 50% more damage, you need 2 curses from the gods that you have on offer here.
It's getting dicey.
Ooh, it's getting diced.
Dude, he pushed.
Yeah, because this second phase with Thanatos, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a death here. This second phase with Thanatos is especially brutal because Thanatos is all about spinning in one place for a little bit, and this phase is all about throwing a bunch of stuff like these clock hands on the ground, the waves coming in, the instant kill spots. It's all about just area denial, and if your area is denied on Thanatos, you can't do any damage, and you're often stuck. And so now we're one hit, but ooh, that is
Burr clutching it yet again. Burr is going to be known of the clutches, I got to say, after today. 12 health left, no death defiances, nothing, but he managed to pull it out still. Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm seeing some people in the chat asking about something I wanted to address, which is the Supernova boon. In the patch preview for this new patch that came out, there was a heinous bug, I think, with Supernova, where with Charon you could end up detonating a cast that basically took up the entire screen. It was a certain combination of things. I believe that has been resolved. What I've seen is that its interaction with Supernova, which is the boon that grows your cast, I believe that interaction is just that it immediately goes to its largest size once you burst it, which I think is in line with the descriptions of Charon and Supernova. So despite there being no glitches allowed, I think that, or no bugs allowed ostensibly in the rules, some people have been asking about that. I think that one has been mostly resolved by the patch.
Yeah, honestly, I was trying it out earlier today or yesterday, and I was like, I can't even tell if that bug is still there or not, truth be told. Like, is this intended at this point? Yeah. I mean,
like the whole screen.
Yeah, I tried it out, and it was obscene when it was actually on. Like, this, like, something's wrong. You know, not just something's wrong with the game, but something's wrong with my eyes, because it just didn't really make sense. But now it seemed, you know, relatively okay, at least, you know. But it's one of the very, very, very few things known in the game right now, or was known, I guess I should say, that could be, I guess, I don't know if you'd even call it abused, you know what I mean? But it's also just a set of boons you normally want with Aspect of Charon, so what can you really do here? Now we got Dan from Giant Bomb, also with Aspect of Thanatos, looking to get a clear on Kronos. Still got to clear their first run here. Look at that. We got a level 12 heroic Hestia on the special, which is like massive, I got to say. I'm going to guess they took the Pom 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 from Echo, which doubles a boon, your highest level boon, so that you could get something like 12 there. But this is a very interesting and different build that I wouldn't expect for this aspect or for a speedrunner. So I'm very interested how Dan pulls this off now with a lot of Scorch.
I think there's some decent synergy here with the Scorch and Thanatos. As I was just mentioning, this fight is kind of brutal for Thanatos because you're getting hit, you're dodging. You can't necessarily be doing your main damage cycle most of the time. But I don't have time to do an Omega attack. Let me pop out my level 6 heroic special, get 500 Scorch on the guy, and then that will tick down. And we've also got the Glowing Coal to throw a cast at him with the Hestia cast, level 4. Like, if you're ever unable with this build to do direct damage with your main damage cycle, oh boy.
Oh, no! Oh, the first instant kill that we were able to see right now. But honestly, it's okay. Dan's fine. He's got a whole nother Death Defiance here.
And look at all that Scorch we got. We're maxing out on the Scorch cap. There was a great, I think there was actually great synergy there between the two, because it's like whenever you can't do one, you can be doing the other, essentially.
Yeah, Dan said it. You know, take the win and just move on, honestly. You know what I mean? It's interesting because, again, Dan's going for a very risky play right now, which is that Jeweled Palm start, which means you don't get to control your build. You know, well, at least not as much as you might normally if you use other keepsakes. Oh, no. Kirby's a bit on the ropes here. Versus Prometheus down to 6 health. There's no Death Defiances on the table.
One more hit, but with Charon, one more hit could seal this. But
the problem is Kirby has locked all of his magic with Born Gain. It's so close.
Oh, no, we were just talking about how it's the only one that's not infinite.
Oh, no, Kirby! It's okay. It's okay.
That's brutal.
There's still time. So honestly, legitimately, Kirby, like you said, is the world record holder for this category. There was a really good chance Kirby could come back and still finish a surface run right now. Honestly, finishing a surface run with Kirby's experience in 15 or 16 minutes is incredibly doable here. But yeah, that's one of the only danger with Born Gain is potentially just running out entirely, and then you're just dead until you're dead on magic until that end of that encounter. Ideally, you do get some max magic along the way or something like that to kind of prevent that. But, you know, sometimes things just don't line up for you.
Zyra's doing the memory game with numbers, so, you know, vindication for me.
I'm going to start doing with ABCs just to get to you, Seagull. How's about that?
Hey, you know what? That's low syllables. If it works for you, then I fully support it.
I'm going to start doing it with the Greek alphabet then? Alpha, beta.
That's worse than top, middle, bottom. Yeah.
I don't even know what's the next one after that.
Gamma.
Oh, we got Foolish against Typhon here. This might be one of the first clears, honestly. We're past the 30 minutes mark, but this is incredibly close. It was almost under 30 minutes. Foolish, it looked like, had taken a death in the previous race, but here we go. Oh my god, the sheer damage is getting pumped out of Aspect of Charon here.
Okay, I think judging by the cast size, whatever the current interaction with Supernova is, we're definitely seeing it here. But I don't know that that's... I feel like this may just be the correct size, given the amount that it grows to, and the size that Charon that Charon adds to it.
Oh my god, 131 armor on Foolish. There's really nothing to worry about here. There's that finish. Oh my god, disgusting. Foolish sounding kind of excited there.
From the slow, I would hope so. From how relatively slow Foolish's clear in the first round was. This is now the first clear we've seen of the surface.
Webb's very close behind here, but yeah, Foolish pulling off in just around 31 minutes. That is a phenomenal run, honestly, especially, again, we're running 16 Fear, which is not optimal for a speed run, but still doing that in 31 minutes, that is insane. You cleared both runs, and there's Webbs with another finish. Very safe, very comfortable there for Webbs, it looks.
You do the thing.
I don't know what thing they need us to do, but I'm happy to do it.
I'll do the thing, Webbs. Don't worry. I'll do the thing. And Geek also finishing it off here. Wow, this is tight, right? Yeah, I don't even know. You're going to need a photo finish between Geek and... Oh, wait. And then we got Boda just coming up behind again. Very tight races right now. Like 4 runners going back-to-back, finishing both right now.
Yeah, you'll see we went through that first phase incredibly quickly just because of the sheer damage coming off of the prominence
flare here. They made Typhon immune now. It's so weird.
Among other things.
I want to hear what Boded has to say for ourselves here. Boded does great commentary on his own videos and runs.
Lay it on us, Boded.
Tell us what you think, Boded. He can't hear us, but...
So it's a shame, too, with this. I really felt like we had some crazy pacing going there on, like, Underworld, and I was like, if we just patch that up with the surface, a little bit.
We're still pretty fast.
Boded, ever the perfectionist. I mean, that's just what goes to show, and that's sort of the bane of speedrunning, right, Seagull? You know just as well as I. What looks like a fantastic run to one person, you know, the speedrunners themselves, they know of all the things that could have gone differently or could have been better. And you can't help but say, like, oh, why didn't I get this? Why didn't I get that? You know what I mean? But the truth is, this was a fantastic run.
Yeah, when you're competing against yourself, right, not against someone else directly, right, it's all about, you know, you're just focused on execution, right? And when you're a good speedrunner, you execute most things well. And so then, of course, you're going to focus on the things that you messed up, right? It's, a giant sheep.
Oh, big sheep. Let's go, baby. That's a buff that you can get from an NPC called Circe in the Rift of Thessaly. She gives you a chance to transform your foes into sheep. Unfortunately, you can't do it to a boss like Typhon, but it is kind of funny when you get a big enemy like that sheeping around.
Yeah, put the sheep count at 1.
Nice. Okay.
Looks like Nitro's having a pretty comfortable run here. Going to be able to finish with a really solid time as well. Just finishing off Typhon. Kind of got the usual stuff we see in Lion Fang for their keepsake, but yeah, we've seen a lot of Apollo, we've seen a lot of Poseidon, we've seen a lot of Hera in this run, which is kind of different from what we might see in some of the other aspects. You know, we kind of talk about this, but Zeus tends to kind of dominate the ways to deal damage in this game. Zeus has some very, very, very strong damaging boons out there, but it just happens to not really line up for Aspect of Charon. Oh my god, 2 big spawns for Nitro.
Both of the big spawns. Oh, take them out.
Yeah, from nice and far away. Well done.
We're playing safe now. We're running off. Where's this healing coming from? Is that Warm Breeze?
Might be Warm Breeze.
Probably.
It could be self-healing, yeah.
It's self-healing, yeah. Warm Breeze procs on dodge.
Nice dodges here, I gotta say.
Nitro being very, very disciplined here. I'd imagine
Typhon,
also has an eye on the Born gain.
Yeah, what is Typhon up to? Just using the same move over and over again. And Nitro just feeding right back into it, just playing it safe at a distance here. And he's got that tipsy shot boon from Dionysus that you might not see too often that lets you lob your cast.
I wonder if he's taking advantage. Nice clear. I think that maybe he goes for the laser move more when you're actually in range of it. So maybe by keeping that long range, we've really locked Typhon into those easy to dodge moves. But with the negative of not being able to get those casts as close, of course.
Yeah, Typhon, you know, you can kind of bait Typhon into doing particular moves. If you're up in front of Typhon's face, then Typhon's more likely to do the melee head slam. If you're far away from Typhon, you'll get those laser beams, you know. Not usually back to back to back to back like that necessarily, but you can definitely kind of predict it that way. And you can tell when a player really knows what they're doing because they're able to manipulate that. Well, we got Steve, the Nergal runner, the only Nergal we've actually seen so far today with a level 10 heroic Aphrodite boon on the attack. Just big bonks.com, baby. Come on.
Oh, and we've got some incredible synergy here with the giant health pool. We've got the what's the Ares boon, mutual destruction.
Yes.
Where when you have the lower your health is as a percentage of your total, every little red thing with the exclamation point you see there is double damage, and that's from that Ares boon. And it's a multiplicative on top of this massive Aphrodite attack.
Oh, you can see some of those big numbers. I saw like 3,300 from just one attack. But yeah, like you said, this is great use of something like mutual destruction from Steve here. Still got plenty of health to spare, even, you know, 122. And when we're using the Strength Arcana card, hopefully we can be pretty safe. But Aspect Nergal also has some built-in healing that you can take advantage of. All you got to do is bonk him. You can see that health come back up a little bit at a time here.
But only
Come
a
on,
little
Steve.
bit. Oh, watch out for the...
I thought I might die there for a second.
We also thought you might die there for a second.
That was fun. Fuck.
It's the mutual destruction. It's less consistent to like build into it than the Antler, but it's very different because Antler can't use mutual destruction because you only have 30 health.
So it's major anti-synergy there for sure.
Interesting to see that play out. Kenora with the Oops All Apollo build, which I think we also saw on V.me there briefly. Just rocking the God of Light and Song.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but like when Apollo comes in with that song, like near the credits, it's just like, oh my God, dude. He's just like announcing his song to the world while you're trying to have a conversation at Mount Olympus.
It's very funny when he's just really leans into it.
Belting it out there.
It's okay for a little bit, and then usually like halfway through your dialogue with Hera, he just really leans into it, and you're like, all right, dude, read the room.
Kenora looking for a pretty good finish here. We're almost 38 minutes up, but honestly, like, this is still like a really nice showing here. We said it earlier, we haven't seen as many deaths as we did with the daggers, maybe because people are just going to be a little bit more comfortable with the axe, or maybe aspects like Charon just tend to be a little bit safer. You can get some range with it. Running around here, but we still get the spawn. You know what's interesting about this fight is that if you're not using the Vow of Rivals, which, you know, you shouldn't be doing right now with only 16 fear, it's actually harder to kill those eggs before they hatch, you know? So you're probably going to get ads a lot of time. Oh, no, down to 17 health for Kenora, basically one hit away. No!
When I got hit by that slam, I knew
that was unlikely to be able to clear another run in 12 minutes. If I were Kenora, I would grab some water, take a break, maybe.
Nah, I believe.
Hey,
you just need world record plus 3 minutes or something.
And here's Kirby catching back up. Hopefully can.
Oh my God. Honestly,
beat Prometheus in his 12 minutes as well.
System,
but like, so one thing I want to emphasize is that doing, for whatever reason, even though it's like, hey, you're just doing kind of the same thing repeatedly, multiple runs of Hades in a row, real time without pausing, is exhausting. It's hard. We've got some longer categories, 3 weapons, all weapons. Some crazy people even run things like all aspects, which is like a 6 or 7 hour run. And for the leaderboards, we've got breaks allowed built into these, but even with breaks, these things are daunting. Like I cannot express how exhausting doing these longer runs are.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, this is definitely a trial, you know what I mean? It's mentally taxing. There are no breaks really, you know? Maybe during a load screen, but it's not like your average run where you can just, you know, stop and have a sip of water while the boon window's open. You gotta go. Hey, we got Whiskey here with a massive health pool again, 323 max health, 403 magic too. Oh my God. I'm almost curious how Whiskey got that much magic. But we're down to 1 Death Defiance here, trying to finish off Cerberus. Whiskey might have taken an unfortunate death or something like that, but we do have Aspect of Charon here. We just need more damage out of that cast. That's where boons like Prominence Flare from Apollo, Local Climate from Demeter, Geyser Spout from Poseidon would really be key here. And we can also see that we've actually used up the Athena keepsake already, too, so we can't even get those Death Defiances back via Athena anymore, unfortunately. So Whiskey's going to have to finish that run on basically his last life.
What do we got? We got another Charon build here. No special boon or largely damaging cast boon here, so it's this is like Charon's still very good, but with effectively no build on the primary sections. Ooh, still a lot of damage though.
Yeah, still doling it out. Not too bad. X-Water just going for 23rd or better. You don't say X-Water. I think X-Water's looking pretty solid here after that. You can see the jeweled palm start there. And so that kind of explains why you might not get everything you wanted, you know? You're not going to get Apollo necessarily if you take Jeweled Palm. You don't get to control things. Seriously, Burr yelling at Heracles here. Unfortunately, you got some dialogue to get through, Burr. You better talk to him, buddy.
That's one thing to call attention to in these Olympus rooms is these statues of the gods that are glowing. You can actually interact with them once per combat to get a little bit of AoE damage out of them, which if you can weave it into your damage rotation, can help, especially with this particular vow. That do you remember what the Tiny Hearts vow is called?
Vow of Wards, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Vow of Wards. What that means is whenever you see a tiny little heart, no matter how much damage you do, you could do 1 billion damage in one hit. It's going to kill one of those little wards. So you basically up the damage you need to do to every enemy by 2 hits. And on some weapons, especially slower ones like the axe, that adds up.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting choice for the fear because it's not something that you have to take in order to clear this, but it will slow you down. But Burr actually had an interesting counter to that, which was with Hestia's cast boon there, which inflicts Scorch and will tick down that damage very, very quickly, or rather get rid of those wards rather quickly, hopefully. You know, but Burr looking a little bit more comfortable in his surface run than the Underworld run so far, at least. But we got V.Me finish off Typhon and finish off another run. Looking like a great show from V.Me, you know, who plays a lot of different roguelikes out there and is practically a professional streamer in those ways. So looking pretty good here, I got to say. Looks like the Charon. We got the usual Charon suspects here with a lot of Apollo. We got even Hera on the cast, which is interesting. But look at those big hits for 3,000.
We've got the double special going on, and I can tell that V is applying the double cast in there to pop them both. I can hear both those pops come in. I can see the double prominence flare. So if Typhon had a health bar, it would be evaporating.
Oh God, this one's
you can hear the popsicle. You got such talented ears. Is all I wanted to point out. I guess.
Maybe I'm making it up.
I know. Yeah.
I feel like it's there.
I mean, maybe we can see them, but I'm very envious of your ears, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
I might be getting fooled by the special noises, but either way, it's a lot of damage. But here we've got unfortunate out of magic and need to wait for that cast to expire. Because if you don't get into a good cycle of regenning the magic, then like when your special costs 45, you really can't afford to not pop them. It looks like we're not even trying to. I don't know. Maybe it's just not seeing the. There it goes.
There we go, finally.
Now we're building it up again.
I think V might have taken something interesting here, but I'm not sure. It looks like his magic was draining even without using the Omega special. I was thinking maybe some Brave Face. Yeah, there's a duo boon that drains your magic in exchange for blocking damage,
we have to do the clip when this shows up.
which would be a surprising thing to have here. I don't know if he even did, though. It's hard to tell. Can we see it on the leaderboard or on the win screen?
Some people
there it is.
And some people in V's chat were saying that was an insane duo boon, so I assumed that was it. Otherwise, the way he was doing things didn't really make sense, but it absolutely tracks with that. All right, Kirby, round 2.
Here we go. Kirby, come on.
Tons of magic. Last phase. This should be pretty clean.
Going back for Born Game, but knew better this time. It has way more magic, like you said, Seagull. But can we pull this whole thing off? Honestly, 6.5 minutes left. I think Kirby actually has a chance to finish this run right now, honestly. As long as we don't get...
But we're still at risk of dying here, but I think one more hit should do it. One more hit should do it.
One more?
There we go. Only wrong once.
This is a really dangerous boss, by the way. It doesn't matter how much you've played the game, to be fair. If you're trying to do this boss fight quickly, Prometheus is just so frustrating, to be honest. Staying close to Prometheus is just very dangerous. He has a lot of, just annoying and punishing moves that can happen out there. And they're hard to read. I think that's the biggest thing about that boss is it's hard to tell what that boss is going to do next exactly because watching the animations that he has, it's just not easy to understand. Like, this means that in terms of his different movesets here. But Kirby taking no chances, buying more magic on his way up to the summit here in the final zone. 5.5 minutes left. I think Kirby actually does have a chance to finish this run after all. And we did go... No, actually, sorry. We did not go for White Antler Gaming. We are instead going for the Metallic Droplet.
And we are, and you can tell because we are zooming around with the combined Apollo Sprint and Metallic Droplet.
I think at this point it does make sense. Let's just go for safety here. Kirby already took a death over on the surface. Let's just try to get a win because, it's actually kind of surprising to see anyone take White Antler that restricts your health to 30 for the surface because it is crazy challenge. Not to mention Metallic Droplet, very strong, like we said, with Aspect to Karen already, so maybe it's just worth it as is. We're going to get a little buddy with Sun Worshipper now, on occasion at least. Is it after killing an enemy, or do you have to have too many enemies? I mix it up with the first
enemy killed in any region, in any location. Ooh, so we're seeing a very brutal thing here. There's one of the vows will randomly give perks, bonus perks to armored enemies. The one we're seeing on the spawn there is something that makes it so that enemy is invulnerable until it's the last enemy in the room. And on a giant enemy like that already takes a long time to kill, that has giant attacks and everything, absolutely brutal.
Honestly, that guy looked harder than Typhon. The enemy was insane. It dealt like 100 damage to poor Kirby. Good lord. All right, we got Void going through Simon Says right now here. Now, it can be legitimately difficult to go from top to bottom or bottom to top. You don't have to have move speed, but it's actually just quite difficult.
Yeah, you have to plan ahead for it. Thankfully, there's at the moment no one to interfere with your movement, though.
Now, the last part of the phase, wow, looks like Void is doing really well here, just applying that blitz with the special from Zeus and then finishing him off with some axe swings. Wow.
Really good alternating there. That's something that Blitz is really good for.
Boss that we beat. Middle. Left.
Come on, Void, you got to mash that dial and keep going, huh?
I think Void was just debating just taking a rest at this point.
Yeah.
Because you only get points for clearing through Typhon, which is the thing is possible. And hey, if you got to rest, you got to rest.
I got to face tank it a little bit, man.
I may have spoken a little bit too soon about Burr earlier when I said it looked like his run was looking a little more comfortable. We're down to our last
so close.
Defiance.
Don't go in there.
Don't go in there, Burr. It's on fire, honey.
Just
Come on, stay away.
The heartthrobs are such a bait. Okay.
Okay, 7 out of 8 bosses cleared for Burr, at least for the entire race. We have Kirby
and Typhon.
Kirby's gonna make it, Siegel.
Wow.
Wait, Kirby took a death to Typhon, right? Am I crazy?
Missed the egg or anything.
It was Prometheus. Kirby took a death to Prometheus.
Oh, it was Prometheus. That's right. Oh my god, look at the companion damage there. I think that's what it was at least. Oh, look, Kirby got the massive enemy that you really want to see. I don't even know what you call those little doodads that just kind of race around and spin circles, but they deal thousands and thousands of damage if you can hit them with Sun Worshipper. Come on, little guy, come on back. Deal some damage.
Get in the fray.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
All right, we finished, but damn, that was so bad.
And Kirby manages a finish even after a very late death there.
That is what it is.
Truer words never spoken.
We only got 2 minutes left, Siegel. I wonder who we got left even here. And if there's a chance that we don't really have anyone left. Oh, no, looks like we got to check out Thor here. Unfortunately, he's still making their way through the Kronos fight. We only got one Death Defiance left and 29 health.
Why do I have no?
Oh, it's gonna be tough.
Oh, come on.
Oh, and we've primed quite a bit of our magic at this point, but I think we're okay to close this one out.
Come on, you got the Thor.
We're just missing some damage here. Part of the issue here is get in there. Part of the issue here is the
the
special.
Thor.
Part of the issue is the special. It's not a big % based special. It's just a little bit of damage from Poseidon. Oh yeah, there just wasn't good damage on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's happened to me all the time. You start a run, you expect XYZ to happen. Doesn't go that way. You don't get the damage to really clear it, unfortunately. And, you know, sometimes it's no fault of your own, or sometimes you learn a lesson. You just don't really know.
Yeah, so
We got
Dan
Dan.
refusing to die, at least. We've got Skelly Tooth. We've got Tula DD. We've got Mel DD. We've got 2 Athena DDs. Unfortunately, with the amount of damage we're seeing, I don't know that we're going to close it out in the 45 seconds that we've got left.
We got nothing left in here. Come on. Just to get all the way in there, Dan. Just start dealing that damage. We got so many Death Defiances. Just, come on. Finish him off. We got 33 seconds left. You can do it, Dan. Get one more boss kill under the belt. Gives you some more points to earn even more money from Twitch Rivals.
You got that pitch down, Pat. It's like
You
the
think
third
so?
time you've segued into that like 3 times perfectly. It's
There
very
you go.
impressive.
I'm learning from Rain a little bit here.
Yeah, he's great at it. I can only dream. 13 seconds. I don't think we're going to see it.
Oh, come on. Just sit on
Especially
it.
if we're
Sit on
getting
it.
hit.
Stay in there. 7 seconds. Count us
Come
down.
on, we
5.
can get it. Just stay in there. Don't leave.
Oh, no, but then the Death Defiances cost you time.
Oh, that's the curse of the Death Defiances. Because you see so close. When you're doing in-game time, taking Death Defiance, you lose maybe 1 second while you do the animation because the timer pauses and slows down. But,
Man, that was rough, guys. And he was 3 seconds away from being able to get another boss and earn some more money from Twitch Rivals. I like the way you were doing that, Haelian. You were catching on, man. So you're going to have both of our jobs here.
There you go. Yeah.
And the suit too, guys. You know, at the end of the day, this was a fun run too. It stepped things up the way we were anticipating it would, certainly. And I saw that there was a lot of similar things that kind of became the themes of what wasn't working. Sometimes it was the damage. Sometimes it was a specific boss. Prometheus gave a lot of people trouble here. We talked about how, you know, the axe a little bit less mobile. So that damage being just kind of spamming magic or doing it from a distance, it being very helpful. But when you had to get up close with Prometheus, started to get hurt with a few of those certain moves that he would do. So very, very cool to see those players navigate those changes too. Seagull, you know, you had a chance to kind of look at this, and I think there was a lot that you said in terms of the analysis of what went well, what didn't. But big takeaways here overall on how round 2 kind of differed from round 1 and what you're seeing from these players.
I think we saw a lot more streamlining of builds, right? Like I think the most common build in round 1 was the Morgan with Apollo attack, but it was not as predominant as it is here, as the Charon was here. And I think more than that, I think we also just saw that the people that were doing Thanatos were struggling more. And I think for all those reasons I mentioned, like you got to get up in there. It's more hammer reliant. We're doing a harder game. You're getting hit more. All of your scaling is immediately gone. And so we saw not only that start to centralize more in this round, but also the effects of that centralization. Of course, though, shout outs to Behemoth Steve for rocking the Nergal. The big lion-headed hammer just bonk, 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 bonk.
That might have been my most fun thing to see in terms of just the raw potential that only one player decided to go for. Haelian, I mean, these are all competitors that you've cleared to join in your speed run. What was the most exciting part about round 2 for you to watch?
Oh my god! I mean, I can't really help it. You know, it's exciting to see some really big finishes. We saw it from players like Biggest Geek Ever. We saw Boded clear real fast and Foolish clear really fast. Those are exciting, but I gotta say, some of the other players that aren't necessarily known for Hades 2 or for speedrunning Hades 2 put on some amazing shows. Like we saw Burr just barely eking out these wins, you know, and just scraping by, and you're just rooting for him so much. And I don't know, I just love to see that more than anything, to be honest.
I mean, Burr is giving us, like, you know, the SportsCenter highlights here every single time. It's like the last boss, the final second before the clock runs out. So exciting stuff from Burr. Obviously, 2 more rounds to go, but round 2 steps up the action here at Haelian's Hades 2 Speedrun. And by the way, Haelian's Hades 2 Speedrun on Twitch Rivals is presented by Honda. And boy, has it been a fun ride so far. Honda vehicles are also fun to drive and are recognized for providing value, fuel efficiency, and performance. Their exciting lineup includes the 2026 Honda Civic Hybrid Sedan Hatchback, the HR-V, and the 2026 Accord Hybrid. But Honda's portfolio also spans motorcycles, ATVs, boats, motorboats, jets, and other innovative tech that makes moving on the road or through the air or water fun. Honda values the imagination it takes to turn dreams into reality, and we're so grateful that they have made today's show possible for our Hades 2 speedrunners. Thanks again to Honda for their continued support of Twitch Rivals and our communities. Honda, the power our dreams. Now we'll go to a quick break. We'll see you back.
Let's go exploring in the Accord from Honda, KBB.com's 2025 Best Value brand. Its sophisticated silhouette was designed to turn heads at every turn. And the hybrid model's 204 total system horsepower will really get you moving. Speaking of movement, hey Google, play my favorite playlist on YouTube Music. This is what excitement looks like in a Honda.
Chat, our friends at State Farm need your help in selecting the perfect good neighbor for us to shine a bright light on today. Go to the polling extension now and choose who you want to see featured in the State Farm Good Neighbor Spotlight segment later on in the show. State Farm, Honda, some amazing sponsors here to keep this Twitch Rivals rolling. Welcome back to our Haelian Hades 2 speedrun here on Twitch Rivals. My name is Rain Day. I'm your host, but you've been listening to the dulcet tones of Haelian and Seagull as your commentary team as they've walked you through two incredibly fun, unique, and difficult runs in Supergiant's latest release, Hades 2. Now, Haelian, it's only going to get a little bit more interesting from here as there's more runs to go, two to be exact, for these players to differentiate themselves. But we're also going to have a chance in a second, I believe, to take just a quick gander at what is going to be the next level of difficulty that you've introduced. In fact, those restrictions are now live. So why don't you go ahead and do the honors and let us know what in round 3 these players will be facing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rain. And it might be a little predictable at this point, to be totally honest. But of course, we're just going to increase the fear by 4. So now the runners must use a 20 fear for their next 2 runs between the underworld and the surface. Again, it's up to them what they want to choose, but it's going to get tough. You're going to have to make some really, really hard decisions on what kind of fears that you should run. It's going to be spicy, and they're going to be using the torches this time, Ignium, the Umbral Flames, whatever aspect they want, whatever the keepsake they want, like before. But it's definitely going to get a lot tighter now. You know, you really got to make some tough decisions around how to increase the difficulty without sacrificing time or safety or anything like that. So I think we're going to have some interesting races up ahead.
Siegel, it's gotten clear for those watching now how these fights look as you progress to the past the underworld to the surface, some of the bosses that are giving you trouble. How does using Ignium now start to change the playstyle? What can people expect watching at home that's going to make this run 3 even more of a challenge, or maybe a little easier given the fact that they've got to go through both of these locations?
Well, they've got an interesting selection of aspects here. I would group the Millenway aspect and the Moros aspects together as kind of playing very similarly. And you've got kind of a medium range thing going on there, which you can cancel out of and kind of run away quite easily. So there's some benefit there, but you can also just kind of get whacked. Then I would say that Supai, the hidden aspect, and Eos both have an advantage on the safety front, because Supai you can kind of just weave around and avoid damage. Haelian doesn't agree with me, but I think it's easy to just kind of weave around.
It was your pronunciation, actually.
I think it's Supai.
To be totally honest.
I think that's how Millenway says it. Is it? I can't remember, but
I'm gonna have to pull it up later or something, because I feel like you're feeding me here. Or I don't know.
I'm feeding me too then. But and then Eos allows you to kind of spawn this turret that we might see that kind of can fight from a distance. So those are both kind of on the safe side. However, I will say that what I started to see in the last run was that some people were having trouble just with time, not with dying, but with the time. 50 minutes seems like a lot on no fear. Suddenly on 20. It may not be quite enough. So we'll see people's strategies perhaps change to be more focused on let me just not die and get through as many bosses as possible, and maybe geared less towards let me clear.
Yeah, Haelian, you know, as we take a look, we have a chance to see kind of where the players have landed after 2. We've known that there's been some consistent finishers across the board. Biggest Geek ever, Webbs, Foolish, Kirby. I mean, here it is. We've got our leaderboard here. It's tight at the top. The top 4 only separated by about 4 points in total, but it's a great look at how people have been performing so far in these first 2 rounds.
Oh my God, this is actually great, honestly. And to see someone like Kirby, who again took a devastating loss in the previous round at one point, still like really close to the top here. It is very tight. And while it might not be the biggest surprise for some of these runners, I don't know. In some ways it is. You know, some of these people aren't really known for speedrunning the game, but they're still doing fantastic. I mean, you got players like Laser Belch and V.Me getting really high up there and just doing fantastic. Even Burr staying alive at the end of some of those horrible runs. And Kate, it's nice to see her doing quite well for herself too. But then here at the bottom, I mean, you can see a lot of ties, so it could go any way now. You can see the final 5 contestants here are all tied at 12 points. So there's still a lot to play for there. So if your goal is just to be 23rd or better, I'm afraid there's a lot of competition for it, Xwater.
Hey, but Xwater is currently sitting comfy above it.
Yep.
Well, I'm excited to take a look at this. It's been scintillating so far. All the gameplay, all the different decisions. It seems like damage is going to be a big topic of conversation, though, because surviving is not the task anymore. You got to survive, but you've got to move through at the right pace, and that's going to set the tone for whether you're going to not only go home with the $1,000 first prize, but those sister blades as well, the ones that you really want to keep, the ones that are going into your house, probably displayed in the back of your stream camera. So with that being said, round 3 is underway. Gentlemen, take us away here as we get started back again for their 3rd run.
Wow, we're already in it, Siegel. Can you believe it? Race number 3. And we're checking out the leader right now of the leaderboards with the biggest geek ever. Probably starting with what I'm going to say is going to be the most popular aspect that we see today, and that is going to be aspect of Moros.
100%. So the way that this one works is you have these attacks. Your attacks, instead of the normal kind of fire, they spawn out these adorable little ghosties. And the way that these ghosties work is when they hit
the special, they explode and they do bonus damage and a big AoE. And so you'll see that you can kind of just throw out your Omega special and get auto turreting here. This is an incredible start. Hera on the attack gives us Hitch, an epic Zeus special. The Blitz is
perfect,
incredibly powerful. This build is, like, to be clear, the build is done.
Get the hammer, get the hammer. Oh, we didn't quite
Hidden
the
Helix
best hammer there. You could hear Geek asking for it, yeah. But, I mean, Hidden Helix is a very strong one, but you could hear Geek asking for it, which was he's looking for Sudden Burst Hammer, which makes it so you can channel your Omega tasks 50% faster. It's actually massive. You know, you can get those bursts that Seagull is talking about way quicker. You can get those Mega channels out, and it's just a very strong, kind of simple and safe aspect they can use at any point. So I'm hoping we get a lot of clears for this one, and we don't have too many deaths out there, because I think this one could go quite smoothly. But yeah, this is a fantastic start for Geek.
I think this one's going to vary a lot with how familiar players are with torch play, right? Because once you with the flames, once you know how to kind of play Moros like this, I think these runs are going to be very safe. They're going to feel very comfortable, especially if you pick up Hephaestus for some armor.
I was going to say
epic security system. Like we can tune out of Geek at this point almost, because this is a rock solid build to start with. But if you don't know how to play it, if you don't know what you're doing, if you're getting too close, if you're running out of your magic, this can backfire on you. But Geek has made all the right decisions, right? Even without the Born Gain, the 160 magic pool you start with both, I believe that's from both the Titan Arcana and Hecuba bonuses.
Yep.
You're so comfortable. I think you can even get through Hecate with that much magic. So this is about the best you could be doing build wise.
Yep, 100%, 100%. This is definitely. Yeah, I think Hecuba is actually a strong call out there, because I can imagine wanting to take the familiar Rocky instead, because you get some crit chance out of Rocky, and crit chance is very, very highly prized. But oh my God, can someone check him PC right now? Because Biggest Geek Ever just grabbed first duo boon in the first zone here still, and a double Chaos Gate here, by the way, too. So, entering the Chaos Gate, but before even doing so, able to grab the Light of Ixion from the Well of Karen, so you can get a guaranteed Chaos Gate in the next one. Oh my
Take that. Okay, good. So Chaos Gates I like a lot because of the decision making that needs to happen to them. Because normally when you're buying a boon, you're like, when you're getting a boon, you're like, okay, I know what I'm looking for. Let me find it. Ooh, we got Rivals on. Okay.
Oh, we do have a Rivals XD. I'm actually very surprised by that right now. Geek is looking to put on a show, I guess.
Yeah. So you see, we've got a different tile here. There's some obstacles. She basically always has the 3 clones spawned. The between phase things are much harder. The witches you have to clear out all have armor attached to them. I think they do more damage and they're bigger. Yeah, no, it's quite a thing here. And we also know, of course, the sheep ball is harder to dodge.
This is gonna be what separates us here. The adult from the children. Come on. Oh no!
I couldn't do it.
Oh, we got.
It's okay.
Sheep.
It's okay. Geek.
It's not the pig.
As long as it's not the pig.
Looks like we're going to lose our dress, though. Yep, there it goes. That's okay.
Ooh.
Although
this could be quite hard, you know, especially, again, this is kind of a rough pattern from Hecate. She can use a lot of different styles of moves, and those big circles, they're hard to dodge when you got, like, one little dinky dash as a sheep, you know what I mean? Down to 40 health for Geek here.
The damage is just so big.
Made it out of the fight, at least.
We're all right. I will note Geek's still running strength, so no death defiances, right? A few more hits and we were donezo there. Laser Belch as well, also running strength on the regular Hecate fight. Let's look at the build here. So we're seeing a beefy Hera special, which is pretty good.
Nice.
Nothing on the attack. This is unfortunate because we don't have anything to proc origination, which is a huge damage buff, especially when you have flat damage like from Stormring. And we're not, you got to get that special uptime, or otherwise those ghosts just hang out. But solid start from Laser.
Yeah, honestly, like a pretty nice finish from Laser Belch there. And that's the thing with Moros, you like Hera here, and you're going to see actually a lot of players start with Hera's keepsake if they're going to use the aspect of Moros. And the reason for that is that Hitch is a very powerful effect that Hera can apply. It's a bit convoluted, to be honest, but if you remember aspect of Rama from Hades 1, then you might make a little more sense. But basically, it allows you to spread damage between multiple enemies if you have Hitch on them. But then we got T-Rex over here trying to finish off Hecate. But again, it looks like, that's going to be aspect of Moros. We got a Hephaestus on the attack. Let's go. It looks like with the jeweled palm here. looking like a pretty strong start for Jeweled Palm. You just love to see Hephaestus when you have that keepsake.
I kind of like Hephaestus on the attack here. Like, well, we're a little short on origination curses here. Like, all three of these boons do not offer one off the cuff. But the what I do like about it is you get so much of a bonus damage from the aspect, and you have so many other ways to buff your attack damage that getting like a beefy percent attack isn't often the biggest focus here. But your attack has huge uptime, so you're almost always proccing that AoE Hephaestus
almost got the
blast.
jetty kill. Unfortunately, we did.
So, ooh, Boded is cruising ahead.
We still need 5.
Voted already at the Sirens, practically finishing the Sirens here. The Sirens tend to be one of the easier bosses when you're not doing rivals. They just go super fast if you can keep them together.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, you got this kind of mishmash of Hera on the special, you got Zeus on the attack, you got Poseidon's cast. You're going to see a lot of Born Gain whenever we need to use magic here. But yeah, looking like really strong run for Boded here. Very strong setup and looks like a pretty good completion time for the second boss right now.
I will say, and Kirby cleaning up as well. Just because we panned here so quickly after we were on Biggest Geek Ever doesn't mean he's necessarily that far behind them. Oceanus is can be an incredibly short biome, especially if you're taking the Fig Leaf keepsake. Yep. There's just the rooms can be short, and there's so many opportunities to just skip ahead of rooms. All right, let's see. V's also got Moros going. No Corbins, nothing on the attack or the special, interestingly enough. Just a lot of Zeus and a flip gain. I would take that wave strike.
We're seeing Cronus's timepiece keepsake.
We're jewel palming.
Yeah, so this was a jeweled palm run where I'm going to guess V started with, I don't know, maybe Zeus's cast or something. That's actually fascinating, I got to say. Looks like Geek is actually a little bit behind some of the other runners that we saw earlier, so his crown might be under contention here. It was an interesting choice to take Rivals Hecate, but we're not seeing Rivals for the Sirens right now, so Geek might be able to catch up.
Yeah, so
we should talk a little bit about this rather intricate thing. Again, we're doing these races in what we call real time, which means that you might want to take something
that's okay
that, your build or your run doesn't really need, but just to avoid looking at a menu, so to speak. So whenever you take a boon or a palm or a hammer, it opens up a menu and you have to make a selection. But that takes time just for the animation to have happen. So you might see players take something like max health or max magic that they don't really need just to avoid that little bit of time loss.
Like
Kenora down to what health?
We're out of magic. All three sisters still alive.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Okay. We'll just
Our first death that we witnessed today, unfortunately. But 41 minutes is still plenty of time to get 2 runs under your belt. It is definitely very possible, especially for an experienced player like Kenora. I hope that they just, come on, make that run back and get back into it.
Yeah, I think that was a symptom of, I saw no magic regen from Kenora there. So, while that starting big magic pool can be sufficient to take you through Hecate, it's not enough for Oceanus, unfortunately.
Laser looking pretty good here, but you know what I noticed over there? We talked about this. I noticed a Fig Leaf scam because you still have the 1 next to the keepsake there in the bottom left. That means that Laser Belch prayed to the god of Dionysus, put on his delicious Fig Leaf keepsake, but Dionysus did not pay out. We did not get a free chamber in the zone. Nevertheless, when you take that keepsake off, after this, you do still get those free chambers in later zones still, at least potentially.
That's one thing I think is a huge improvement in Hades 2 over Hades 1 is the keepsakes. There are a lot more of them that are viable. There's a lot more of them that are interesting to take. And there's a lot more of them that have either limited or continued value. So it's not like, oh, why would I take this? I would have to wear it the whole time. The developers realized, like, hey, maybe that's not that fun. And a lot of the keepsakes were like that earlier on. And the way that they've maneuvered them around, the iterations they've gone through, they've got a really strong suite of keepsakes now that provide really interesting dynamics to the game.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I just feel like it's just so much. There's so many more interesting choices now. They really did a great job upgrading the keepsakes and just making you really have to think about what's best in this situation right now. But we got Boded getting through Cerberus already. Wow. Nice damage coming out of Boded's build here. Sub 5 finish on Cerberus with this aspect. I don't think we've seen anyone using anything except aspect of Moros right now, which is sort of what we suspected would happen, Seagull. But I don't know. Do you think there's any potential behind any of the other aspects for this?
I thought there was a possibility behind Supai, honestly, because as the stuff went up and maybe people wanted to be a little safer. But
Supai.
but
it's Supe Seagull.
It is Supe.
I don't know, but that's what I choose to believe.
We'll figure it out later. But
okay,
you know, I think people are familiar enough with Moros. I think the damage cycle on it is comfy enough. Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing it consistently. Although Kate, I know, is rocking the Mel torches. Just because I've seen her posting some PBs with them recently.
Wait, really? Oh, I would love to actually see more of that. So Kate might be running Mel torches, which is a very interesting and a very different build that you're probably going to be looking for. That is indeed Mel torches. I can spot those. Looks like we had a jeweled palm start. I'm seeing Zeus's attack. Now, usually the thing you want to do with Mel torches, well, I don't know. There's a couple options out there. It could be you go for big magic spending build, or it could be you just spam the special button, basically. You just got to go really far and up close with the enemies and just spam that special button, and you do a little twirl, and Mel's little torch balls just kind of whack at the enemies. I'm curious which one we had there, because I couldn't quite tell from the quick glimpse that we had at the boss fight. We got our Fig Leaf, we got Lion Fang Ong for a little bit more damage leading into the final zone there.
It's like Super Giant knew what the speedrun meta was going to be.
And we got... Hey, that's a good comment, actually. Supergiant is actually very familiar and encouraging with the speedrun community. They've participated in some of our racing events before, the Hermes Cup and Hades 1. I've been a member of the modding community as well, and they've provided like modding support sometimes for when we just need to figure out how to do something, and that helps with races. They even in Hades 2, if you have the Acceptance of Another Fate incantation, which allows you to salute the Oath of the Unseen to re-roll your seed, essentially, to get a different starting boon. That was something that they added specifically for speedrunners and challenge runners who know that you want to have an unseeded run. So big shout out to Supergiant.
Yeah, they've been a great studio to work with. You know, they're very in tune with the community. They're open to communication and all that sort of things. But Behemoth Steve, once again, denying the meta and running Aspect of Eos there. We only got a quick glimpse of it, but I saw Eos popping, and I'm actually kind of shocked by it. But here we got Webs to do second place on the leaderboard right now, trying to finish off Chronos, already near the finish of Chronos, but you got the usual build with the Aspect Morris, but we do have White Antler on. We have no armor right now, so we're still in a bit of a dangerous spot here. We could still see a death, but hopefully not for Websy here.
We do have a fun bonus from Webs, which is we have 2 keepsakes there in the corner, and that happens because of the Echo gift reward, which basically says, hey, you were wearing a fun keepsake in the 3rd region. Have it again, but a little worse in the final region. Nice clear. But normally having it be lower rank is a detriment. For the metallic droplet, it's not that bad because it only reduces the amount of time that it lasts.
We didn't see an
and if you're only rocking it for one region, it will probably last you that whole region if you're moving quickly enough. Like, look, we only used half of the base level, but you still got the same amount of speed buff. So that's actually a really nice one to get with gift. Whereas something like the Antler, if you were to renew your Antler, then you're still at 30 HP, but you're only at like 15 or 10%, or 20% bonus crit instead. So that's a fun synergy with that particular keepsakes function.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that almost Webs had to teach me the other day. Oh my God, Geek, why you got to give me a heart attack right now?
We had armor.
I know, but still. Now we're down to 30 HP. It still could get dicey, but it looks like the damage is going to pull through no problem. But yeah, that's like one of those really fine things that you might not really think about, is that metallic droplet combination with Cersei. Sorry, not Cersei, with Echo that you can grab there. Because you kind of only care about it in a race or a real-time format like this. Otherwise, it's probably just not going to be that big of a deal. I want to see Kate here with the aspect of Mel for the torches, looking pretty strong. Looks like it's going to be about a 15-minute finish, which is definitely not bad at all.
The playstyle is honestly very similar to Moros. You're trading those big AoE explosions for you've got a crit rate. I'm wondering if this was a jeweled palm run, because we've got a lot of big numbers over there on the side. I'm thinking it must be. With the urns as well, because I imagine she did Fig Scam. Count it, too.
Oh, yeah, we got another Fig Scam on our hands here. By the way, we got a Total Eclipse Hex dropping down from Kate, which you're probably not going to see super often in these runs, as people using hexes, because there's an animation, and sometimes it can be a DPS loss, but I'm really happy to see some differences here. from the runners. But yeah, this is fascinating. I'd love to see what else she grabbed there, because what you really want, if you're going for a big magic spend build, you want things to trigger when you use your magic. So you're looking for Fine Line from Hera, Ocean Swell from Poseidon. These things basically deal damage to the enemies in front of you or around you whenever you spend magic or use an Omega move. And they are incredibly powerful if you can support the magic use.
Yeah, that's why those gain boons are so important, and it's why if you pick up a couple of those boons, your comfy born gain with 200 max magic can suddenly run out.
Pretty okay.
So you got to always be keeping an eye on that stuff.
But gotta keep up what I'm doing.
Zyru also with a solid Moros build with the Blitz. The Blitz Hitch combo is really consistent.
It's
because
very potent.
It gets you really free origination. Hitch is great for AoE, and Blitz is fantastic for damage.
You think Zyru dyes his hair, by the way, Seagull? It just looks so good, you know what I mean? It's like these luscious blonde locks or something. I feel like I've brought this up already today.
This is the third. This is the third hair mentioned. If it hits,
are we sure?
I'm sure. I've been counting. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not jealous or anything, as you know here, but it looks like Zyru's going to have a strong finish here. Still 3 Death Defiances. There's really not a whole lot of concern, I got to say here. And you might notice that we might not see a lot of players grabbing.
Almost got hit by that.
We're not going to see a lot of players grab a lot of Ares boons this run. And the truth is, Ares has some things that you might want to speedrun, but not a whole lot of things, truth be told. You want to grab wounds, maybe, and then you can get a pretty juicy boon called Grievous Blow that allows you to potentially deal double damage. So that's another multiplier besides crit chance from someone like Artemis. But it's just hard to get going here.
Right, here's Steve with EOS. You can see that cute little... Okay, it went away. But there's a little orb surrounded by clouds that will come out on an Omega attack. There it is, and whenever you hit the special button, it pops out some specials as well. So you get this little auto turret that also does attack damage. I'll be honest, I have not used it very much. I've never really gelled with the playstyle, but it's they're making it work.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I will tell you is I don't think EOS is known particularly well for speed, but Steve is putting on an absolute show for us here, defying the meta, trying to show us how it's done here with Aspect of EOS. Get out of there real quick. Thank you so much.
Well, we've got
playing it quite safe.
Okay, we actually, we don't have Hecuba, I think. We have Gale, who is an adorable little polecat who blocks who blocks like one attack per or a few attacks per region. And in this case, blocked the time stop, according to Steve, which slows you down a ton. So huge benefit there. And that's that's like the third or fourth companion we're seeing so far.
121 IGT.
Nice finish on the first boss on the surface for Webbs, who's in second place right now. And then we can see Kirby in fourth place right now, who still has a very decent chance to pull ahead here, because we know Kirby has the experience and everything. Just got an unfortunate death early on, also finishing Polyphemus relatively quickly, I gotta say. Now, you might wonder, like, why choose, a different attack for this weapon? But the truth is, your attack boon is kind of flexible on this weapon. You get those big bursts. No problem, no matter what you put on it. And Seagull, I know you said earlier that Hephaestus fits pretty well on the attack here, but yeah, you don't have to be super picky about that. It's really just kind of about the different utilities that you need to look out for. But now we got Burr.
Because of that,
defying all the odds again.
I'm honestly surprised we didn't see more Jewel Palm runs as a result of that, but I think people were really favoring the consistency because it's so easy to get a consistent build on Moros.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at that full DD. We didn't even need that tooth.
Come on, Burr, you got to entertain us again. You got to make it spicy out here. You got to lose some of these death defiances.
Yeah, we've got about 600 HP to burn through before this gets interesting. But so start taking some hits.
I can imagine Burr experienced those 2 previous races and was like, I'm not going to go through that again because, you're just going to be exhausted. You said it, Seagull. Like, you're going to be so worn out after 4 hours of straight gaming right now. Right here, it's just it's pretty rough on you. It's rough on the eyes. It's rough on the fingers. It's rough on your thumbs. It's rough on everything.
Yeah, and you also have the bad feedback loop of if your run is taking longer to finish, you have shorter downtime.
Yep.
You have shorter downtime. Like you said, you'd love to kill Kronos in 2 seconds, but I wonder what's lacking from the build here. Because we've got origination. It may just be stuff like that we've gone for safety. And so we're lacking a bit of like scaling. Like you really want more stuff on the ground from Metallic Droplet. You want more damage from Lion's Fang or Blackened Fleece. You want crit chance. I think this build is probably just missing that last piece to really take it over the edge in favor of safety.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you see all these death defiances and everything, but it's going to cost you time. Not using something like strength, you're missing out on global damage. And when you're using something like Zeus's attack here, that global damage, you're going to feel the difference, truth be told, because that global damage would boost something like the Blitz. So Burr is probably struggling a little bit from that end, and who knows what else we got taken here. The Hitch can help you clear a room, but it's not necessarily going to help you clear a boss particularly quickly. Yo, nice little, like, threading the needle there from Burr, though.
Yeah, that was pretty. Hades 2 in general is a lot more about, compared to the first game, is a lot more about positioning and placement of your character, of your attacks, because especially the ones with the longer windups and everything. And I think part of that is emblematic in that in the first game, you could just hit a projectile in the air and it would disappear. You can't do that in this game, so you are forced to kind of engage in these bullet hell-like gameplay where you're dodging through and weaving through these things that Burr did masterfully there.
Shoot.
Really good demonstration of excellence within the bounds of this game.
Come on, you got this, Burr. Again.
Another. You can take this one. You got so many death defiances. We should have taken the hit there.
Okay, come on, just finish it for us, Burr, please.
There we go.
Oh, you're gonna kill me out here.
What does Hercules
Didn't lose.
do?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that you have to keep in mind. There's so many different. I mean, your boon knowledge alone is such a big test here. Wow, Moab actually doing very, very strongly. I gotta admit, finishing off Eris very shortly. Boom.
Great
example Eris with the what's up.
Great example of stacking the magic spend boons on top. The Omega special on the torches, I think, is base 25, and we're up at 40. There, sometimes
that means you got some stuff. Yeah, you got some good stuff there. You at least got fine line popping off there.
All right, so Kenora is making good progress after dying to the Sirens before, very safely clearing out Cerberus here. Although I don't see any. Oh, we got a. Oh, he's colorful.
Specifically, they don't like the way Moros feels, from what I understand, which I get it. It's not for.
Another fun fact about how, because Eris, as mentioned, is using the rail from the previous game. Her attacks like this, they're all either modeled after one of the rail aspects from the first game, or one of the hammers. That being the spread fire hammer, the shotgun. That aim and shoot being the Hestia snipe with the big damage. So it's a lot of fun to. She has one that reminds me of Delta Chamber, so it's kind of fun to like track that stuff and just like fun little Easter eggs while still being a really engaging boss.
That's honestly some things I didn't totally notice myself here, but Webb's on the ropes, only 13 health, trying to fend off Eris. So close here. We only got like 1.5 phases left, but that shotgun move just won't let up. Oh my god. So generally you want to hide behind a pillar or something here when you wait for Eris to pop down. She can't shoot you off though. Oh my god. Perfect dash by Webbs, and yet again down to 7
that
health.
Was too close. Too close, Webbs. Too close.
Webbs, please. Second place on the line for Webbs in case you take that death right now. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Krovan very sadly has the... So he has Cherished Heirloom, which is great because it upgrades all your keepsakes and it will continue to be great in the next 2 biomes. However, he has taken the Heroic Fig Leaf, which would make it so instead of skipping a room in 3 biomes, you now skip a room in 4 biomes. That only helps if you start with the Fig Leaf, which you never do.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately. It's one of those things like, oh, yay, level 4 Fig Leaf. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh, wait, level 4. Because it doesn't even, like, reduce your chance of getting scammed in a region, unfortunately.
It's baloney, I tell you, Seagull. It's balonium.
Balonium. Also, to further back up my hypothesis of the spread fire shotgun, she fires it 6 times, which is how much you get on.
Oh, that's how much ammo you get. That you're right. Oh, that's clever. The callbacks, I tell you.
Love the callbacks. Yeah, because you also get Talos the robot has an aspect of the fists and has a move like that. Nemesis has her sword. It's debated whether or not Athena's shield is the shield from the first game. That might be her own aspect of it. It looks kind of like Zeus's aspect, but it's fun to see those things return.
Kate looking pretty strong over here. Nice little strong build with Zeus. Looks like we had a jeweled palm start with all those level 4 boons over there on the left side.
Yeah, you don't
just looking to finish Eris off.
Leveling up your Ares special, but I do like some of the Ares support boons to add the double damage on double damage chance on on wounds, right? Because you also get a fun thing here because Millennium torches have a base crit chance. And if you also get a double damage chance, those can stack and you end up with a 6x damage multiplier. It's very rare that you'll line both of them up, but hey, it can happen.
And when you do, oh my god, the big numbers, let me tell you. I mean, some aspects out there can hit for like over 10,000. It's not easy, but it's fun, and maybe it's not always good. But again, fun is sometimes more important.
Does it show? Does it show 2 exclamation points? Do you know when it does both?
I don't know. That sounds like the kind of thing you'd know, and that I'm gonna have to reference you for that.
I don't read the code as much as I used to.
Oh, I see. We got Nitro finishing off Airs here. We're seeing a lot of players in roughly the same spot right now, honestly. So it looks like it's going to be pretty tight. Again, I was kind of hoping that this would be one of the safer aspects for everybody and kind of a clear choice for someone. But I'm happy to also see some of the differences that we got with him and Steve taking EOS, and we got Kate taking aspect of Mel here. We got Moab trying to finish off Prometheus, a full boss ahead of Nitro Starch there. So looking pretty strong.
I love the color effects on the ghosties.
Happy Haze.
I know every single other attack boon that you can get from the gods, all 8 different gods you can put on your attack have a different colored ghost. It's just like a cute little flavor thing. Oh, look, the digging for those resources.
So here's some esoteric knowledge that I could know. So each familiar can replace a tool basically, and will like get a resource for you. And Hecubuzz is to dig and dig up the seeds. However, during combat, the pets don't do their job. So,
Traders, that's what I call them. You know what I mean?
She got to stand right. Melanie was standing right there next to her dog, who was watching her dig in the dirt.
This is absurd.
Yeah, Prometheus is playing some insane zone defense right now, but he cleared it out. Good job.
He's a sneaky little guy, that Prometheus. You know, I mean, his whole thing is he has foresight, right? He's supposed to be able to tell what moves you're gonna do. So arbitrarily, he'll just be like, dodge. Just like, dude, I don't care if you dodge it. Can we just move on with the game right now? I just want to try to attack you, for crying out loud.
I only have 2 sight. If we're just counting eyes.
Fountain.
Better put some glasses on over there then. Geek moving along most of the way through the summit, it looks there, but it looks like Geek might not take the first place for this race potentially, unless we see some deaths, because you see some of these other players already finishing up that zone right now, which is quite fascinating. We got Kirby on Prometheus right now doing Simon Says for us. I was terrible at Simon Says. I don't know about you, Seagull. I don't know, like, I would try my best, but it's like as soon as I lose once, it's like, I don't want to play again. Forget it.
It's a game based in deception, I think, is the problem at the end of the day, right? Like they're trying to trick you. It's not. It's a dishonest game.
Oh, like witchcraft or something.
You're at the whim of Simon, right? Or whoever is posing at Simon. It's never actually someone named Simon. There's your first problem.
Turns out it's not even Simon. Maybe they're reading our inputs too. I can't believe Simon Says it's been lying to us this whole time.
Yeah. So it has its problems. The Prometheus
so we gotta drop those.
Bad,
yeah, we gotta drop those flames a little bit away from Prometheus, but it can be quite challenging to not lure Prometheus back into the flames. You know, you get that big red circle around you, so you kind of generally just want to drop it a little bit away from him. And again, but you're trying to balance killing the boss quickly, so you don't want to run too far away and stuff like that. It's a really tough boss fight to do very quickly, honestly, because as you can see here, like Prometheus kind of danced around those flames that got dropped, and you get to kind of aim those, but it's just not easy.
We're going I don't care. We're going
Boded currently in 6th place with 30 points, but that's still pretty close. First place is only 38 points right now still, so Boded's looking like a pretty good finish here.
Yeah, the top
you got Kate on Prometheus as well now.
The top 7 or so are incredibly tight. Like Boded's been doing consistently, but not at the top. So a stand-up performance would just shoot him way up.
I think it's worth noting that it's also birthday Boded. It's Boded's birthday today, so can we get some happy birthdays to Boded? I mean, Seagull, I was told you were going to sing a song for the occasion, so I'm just looking to follow up on that.
You were told wrong. I don't know what to say.
All right, I'm gonna have to check with comms about this and the tech staff here. Oh my God! Wait, we got biggest geek ever with worry free from Dionysus right now, which means we do not know what Geek's health is. Geek does not know what his health is either. The mystery may never be solved.
I think I'm gonna go Droplet.
And why would you take that? It's because you get like a 60 to 80 bonus or so, but you don't know even how much the bonus was until you beat the guy whose health you also don't know. All right, so it seems like Foolish is maybe having some issues keeping the specials left, because I'm seeing a lot of those. I was seeing a lot of those ghosts kind of. Is Foolish just not using the special? Oh no, there they are. Okay,
it's red from Ares, so it's a little bit harder to spot here.
Yeah, so a lot of those ghosts are escaping.
I wonder if I think it has to do with the channel speed. I think we've got a really high attack speed, and so we're shooting the ghosts faster than they can actually be intercepted. The damage is still exceptional, though, but I'm just noticing a lot of them kind of fly into Oblivion.
Is that a silver wheel I spot in the bottom left?
Yeah, so the silver wheel is a very, I think, rarely used keepsake in top-level runs. All it does is give you, I think, 100 bonus magic for the rest of the night, even after you take it off. But I think this is a correct take from Foolish here, because you can see, look at how much the Born Gain is already is actually shredding our magic bar, right? It's very possible that we would have 100 less magic right now, and we would have been burning through it even faster. I would wager we'd be out by now, honestly, if Foolish hadn't taken this.
I mean, yeah, you can see just the max magic is absolutely insane. And Foolish, with a very strong finish, possibly one of the first people to finish their whole run in just slightly over 40 minutes. Turns out at 20 fear, things get pretty spicy out here, honestly.
And here's Moat hitting the same.
Wow, that is close, huh?
Yeah, very, very tight.
Okay.
But yeah, really, really big brain move on the silver wheel there. That takes a lot, especially when you're trying to go fast, Oh, another fig scam. I guess Summit's pretty short, right?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Foolish just had one too. I think this is our 4th or 5th fig leaf scam.
Summit's got to be the most common one, right? Because it has the fewest skippable encounters, because you can't skip either mid-boss, can you, in Summit?
No, you cannot,
Yeah, so you've only got like 3 or 4 total chambers, right? And Tartarus has 5, so it's probably pretty common.
You know what I noticed on Kirby, though? We got a white antler live. I don't think that we've seen any other white antlers, at least on the surface, for this particular race right now. So Kirby just going all out here on it. 55 armor still to their name.
I think it makes sense with Moros. Moros is just, it's safe, it's good, it's strong.
Yeah.
And when you've got a good player, stuff just works. Like, look at these eggs. You can't. They're gone.
Melt those eggs. He's making an omelet over there, Seagull. What are you going to put in that omelet?
Ham.
You
put me on the spot. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you. I'm thinking green peppers and so on. Okay, anyway. Down to 25 armor. The Lovers is all gone. The block hits are all over. Here come the droplets here. Down to 30 health. Oh, no.
No, it was fine. Oh, the death animation's so similar. They both zoom in on Mel.
Oh, my goodness.
Playing with fire.
Kirby, please.
Kirby, please.
Are we still at full health? That one hit from Typhon might have been enough to take it all away.
Okay, wait, never mind. I got confused. This is biggest geek ever now. I got very confused for a second.
That was so incredibly close. I could not believe it.
Wow.
All that armor dropped all at once, and that one head slam from Typhon, I mean, it kind of depends on a few other things you got going on, but it's definitely capable of dealing 30 health that you're going to have from White Antler. We don't have White Antler for biggest geek ever here right now. He opted to choose the metallic droplet to increase that Omega channel speed, as well as a little bit of move speed there, which is going to be really strong with the aspect of Mars, I think, here too. You saw it with aspect of Karen quite a bit, but with Mars, you're channeling a lot of Omega moves, so it definitely makes sense.
Geek is dodging all those head slams from Typhon very effectively, able to keep that damage rotation up. We saw, funnily enough, with Worry Free, you still see your armor. We were at 55. We've only lost 5 from like a straight hit. So incredibly strong here.
I didn't phase him. I don't know if it did. No.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised at the number of heartthrobs that we've seen popping on several different runners here from Aphrodite, because not really known to be the strongest boon. At one point, maybe it was, but nowadays, it's might be considered a little bit lackluster. Can we get a hex finish from Geek maybe here, just to kind of send us off?
Is this Lunar Ray?
I don't know it by the icon. It might be. But think about the Pog champs out there.
If he had a health bar, he might go for it.
Oh my god, I'm scared now.
We could die.
That's like a lot of damage.
I would like to know how much health he has left. Oh, yeah, we used it.
I'm actually quite frightened. Okay, I'd love to see how much health Geek has left here if we can actually.
Yeah, if we can keep him on for like 10 seconds or so.
Give us 10 more seconds here. 43 minutes, and Geek has now finished that race there.
Oh, we didn't get it. That's fine.
It's okay.
Check out Geek's stream if you want to see how close to Pharaoh he was. All right, Nitro continuing to deliver just honestly really solid, consistent runs here. Got all the boons we need. Got a ton of health. We get the Lion's Fang, which is pretty solid pick into here.
Yeah, just continuing to play the fight well, taking hits when he needs to. Easy.
Nitro just cool, calm, and collected. Like, this is just his day job right now, just clearing the business out right away. Those TPS reports are getting filed, Seagull, let me tell you. One thing that we should talk about here, because I see some people asking about, like, seeds in the game. Is this a seeded run? Is everyone going to get the same stuff? Unfortunately, the Hades games, they're kind of a bit more complex than that, and it's just not that easy to get everyone on the same seed. In fact, it's pretty much impossible. Even if we had everyone share the same save file, which is what we did at the beginning of the night, they're just immediately going to be on a very different run after a chamber or two, sadly. So maybe someday that's where the modding community could step in and help us out, I can imagine, and, you know, create something fantastic and allow these races to be, you know, even more interesting, because then it's going to come down to pure speed and not just RNG, maybe.
Seeing in the chat that 68 HP was left on Geek at the end, so that's like a hit or two.
Ah, there we go.
Or even one hit, so.
Oh my god.
That's still dangerous, yeah.
All right, looks like Thor is struggling a bit. We're only trying to get past. I don't know when he necessarily died before, but we're also struggling a bit here with the second boss starting to feel the fear. Which is,
I mean, I don't.
How it's designed.
Thor might be on potato time right now. I'm not really sure, but Thor, known for using literal potatoes to play their games right now, but doing a pretty good job of it, I gotta say. And still clearing. All right, unfortunately, Thor's a little bit behind in the race in total, but at least clearing the second boss and seeing.
Can definitely at least get an underworld clear in the 14 minutes left. Top middle. A little bit of Simon Says before we charge back in. Yep, very similar builds here to what we've been seeing. Just the Hera Zeus combo is too strong. Real power couple there. I don't know anything else about
this fight ever going to resolve when we're running away from each other?
Laser looking pretty good. 11th spot with 24 points, but Laser, you know, I don't think Laser's ever done, you know, outside of the practice for this racing event. I'm not certain Laser has ever really been interested in Hades' speedrunning, so we might have caught a live one here, Seagull.
Yeah, Laser's...
We're reeling him in. We're trying to get him addicted right now.
Laser's absolutely the standout of the non Hades running crowd here.
All the moon waters are all used up here. Definitely one of the safest Texas, and I would 100% take it in this situation too. But down to 74 health.
All right,
just a little bit left to finish. You got to dodge that stupid bird, you know? Seagull, you know a thing or two about birds.
I know exactly one or two things about birds, and it's that Rocky is a good bird and that Aitos is a stupid bird.
This is very true. You know,
what I
say, you say seagull, I say sawgull, but at the end of the day, birds, you know,
they fly.
Can you get over here, please? Thank you.
Just
begging to Prometheus here right now.
Just another one, just begging for the melee guy to actually come punch you.
Okay, good.
Zyru with the rare DD received from Chaos. It's a legendary boon that I think has even lower odds than normal legendary boons.
Yo, orange boons, let's go.
But we got one. You can see from Chaos's little face there on one of the DDs. This looks like a rough run though, because we've got none of our original DDs and two refills. So we've been going through it, but it seems like we're pretty safe for the final fight here.
I thought the 555 would be base damage.
You know,
really
Zyru here using every piece of the animal with the, you know, refilling those death defiances maybe from Athena, getting one from Chaos, using Moros's pin for the little bit of invulnerability that I think has already been used up. Just gonna polish off these eggs. Oh, there goes another death defiance, but
not yet.
Wait, no, there goes the
spot.
pin actually.
Right, although we're probably this just buys us some seconds of invulnerability, really, because we're not clearing in this amount of time, right?
Unfortunately, not.
Why did that take both death defiances? Is that how that works?
Oh, so that wasn't a chaos death defiance. That was the Moros pin.
Oh, does it show
icon.
up as? I forgot it shows up as the face.
Yeah,
because they wanted to make.
Oh
it
no,
clearer.
Zyru!
Oh, now we're in danger.
It's getting close.
This is
68 health left.
I think this is the last phase, though. Yeah, he's looking pretty bloodied. Watch out for those. Nice dodge.
Okay.
Ice cold.
Come on, watch out, Zyru! Oh my God! The dodge, the dash, but here comes. Oh.
Ice in his veins. Tight. Cat in the corner. I saw a purple 555 there for a second. I think we might have. No! Damn laser. Got us.
Zyru crushed at the last possible moment. Absolutely crushed.
Right,
I can feel that. I could feel that in my bones, that devastation that Zyru just felt, and I understand it completely.
Right, well, back to EOS. So we've got the evil dark blood red war cloud, which I kind of love. the look of. Oh, I meant to say I really like the look of the Ares attack on Moros. They're like they go like really dark red little ghosties.
Yeah, they look like quite ominous.
Oh, we've got a lot of damage here. Look at all of these double damage. We must have the wound damage doubler because our health is not that low.
I'm gonna have to call up Steve and ask for some tips on EOS here because I've never seen EOS go this fast, to be honest.
Yeah, very.
You get that little cloud
impressive.
popping out, and then it'll mimic your specials whenever you use them while the cloud's out. But it just takes time for all that to happen. So it's fascinating to see it on display here. One Death Defiance left, 155 health, looking pretty comfortable. Nice dodges from Steve as we go.
New keepsake we haven't seen before, but is honestly pretty common if you don't want to use Antler and you don't want one of the weaker defensive keepsakes. Knuckle Bones from Odysseus knocks out like 15% of this guy's health. Also reduces the amount of damage you take from bosses, which is very good. So good job on Steve for a very safe clear. Still had I think a couple of DDs
Oh no,
left.
that's gonna be in the clip. That's the worst.
Oh, Steve, it's worse than that. It was live here on the broadcast, unfortunately. But Steve finishing just slightly over 40 minutes, so looking pretty good.
Nandre looking perhaps able to clear this one out, but this is. Oh, we have Inverted Spark. This is a little bit of a difficult
this is a
one
weird
to
one,
use
yeah.
with Moros because basically the way it works is when you dash, your little ghosties come back to give you a hug. But you want them to explode with Moros. You don't want them to be your friends. You want them to explode.
Big win.
But seems like he's making it work.
Let's go, Nandre. Hell yeah, let's get it done.
In 22nd place, I think that given how these are getting more complicated, these are getting much more difficult. I think getting this far in this run is going to be a huge help to him on the leaderboard.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. That might be a small comeback for Nandre, moving back up on the leaderboards. Once again, an interesting choice I just noticed from Laser Belch here is taking Vow of Wards, which again, as Seagull explained, negates one hit from Mel for every single enemy. Not a big deal for a boss, but for all these little enemies like these eggs, it can be kind of annoying. I'm kind of surprised to see so many players taking it when it straight up costs you time, I kind of wonder about some of these fear loadouts, but unfortunately it's just a bit too complex to get into for the broadcast here. But it looks like he's making very quick progress here on Typhon. Yeah, full health, full armor, looking saucy.
Doing great. Yeah, I would love to see some of the fear loadouts if possible. Unfortunately, they don't show on the victory screens easily in this game. But honestly, the wards definitely got to be my least favorite vow. I just don't like having to hit things 2 more times before the numbers show up. I like the game's about numbers. I want to see the numbers.
We might see a Max Magic popping off. Okay, Laser did actually notice and knows that he has to take it easy on the magic spend here because look, we're down and out practically here.
Yeah, we still got essentially a whole phase left. We've got like a few hundred more magic here, right? This is the real rough part of Born Gain is like it's all well and good, but it's exponential, right? As you get smaller, you're spending it faster, and then it's priming, you're spending it faster. So it's like the first half of the bar takes much longer to fill up than the second half of the bar, which just vanishes very easily. So if you don't keep that in mind that it is exponential, then it's you can run into a real danger. However, I think we might. I wonder if we have the moon water buff. Didn't matter.
All right.
I wonder if we have the moon water buff to restore some magic. That would help. I think
Laser did have a few moon waters in the tank there and definitely could have healed up a little bit.
I think even if we primed out, there was still enough health and time and skill to evade.
Yeah, Laser must have had some of those magic spending boons like Fine Line, Ocean Swell, Cut Above, something like that.
Part of it was also not super high max magic, and Born Game scales nicely with rarity and palms. But it was a base rarity level 1, which is 20 magic prime per thing, and you spend a lot of magic to beat Typhon. It's a long fight.
We're watching Burr here down to 1 Death Defiance, trying to finish off Prometheus here. Only 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Still plausible to finish the run, but it is going to be very, very tight. Down to 23 health now, too.
It is an Athena
yeah,
Death
just
Defiance,
that 1 Death Defiance.
So it should recharge quite okay, actually not that much.
Oh, wait, no, maybe it's the other one, Righteous. No, I forget.
No, we don't have enough. Now. Oh, we do have 100. No, probably not. No, actually, we do have 133 primed. It might be
left.
No, that one has the infinity sign.
Left.
Middle. What do you mean? You can't just be making up your own rules like this, Burr. This isn't how we call them out.
Left, middle, and right, I think would be that. Technically, that's better. That's 1 fewer syllable than top, middle, bottom.
It's clearly left is no. It's count. Top. It's not left. It's not 1.
Oh,
it's
get
just
out of that fire.
Burr. 35. Oh wait, looks like we got some self healing or something that's getting a little bit of health back. No.
Damn.
Dang, dang, dang.
Burr, unfortunately, the clutch master himself wasn't able to clutch that last one right there, unfortunately.
Void clearing pretty strong. Also seeing a Knucklebones pick here for safety, but a little bit of damage for fun. But yeah, okay. I fight done, and now we got 5 minutes for the final battle.
I'm so scared because I don't have Death Defines and I don't look at my health.
Void looking pretty good here, but again, yeah, 5 minutes. It could be a little bit tight. You're going to need some strong damage here. And Andre should be able to finish up here, looking pretty healthy.
And honestly, respect to Andre for running strength here too, because this is like with the stuff getting high up. But yeah, you can see that these ghosts are pulling back, and it's causing issues with them actually doing damage and exploding. It's just really hurting our damage. Although interesting, we're seeing the Death Arcana, I believe, is the one where you can have combos. When you alternate between different Omega attacks, they have large crit rates.
Oh, that's the Knight Arcana.
Knight, that's right.
Yeah,
the name changed at one point, I think.
Oh, did it?
Yes.
La-di-da.
Yeah,
but yeah,
you're
that
seeing a lot
crit
of
chance
difficulty
from the Knight Arcana card. I mean, again, we keep talking about crit chance and White Antler and all those things. Crit chance is just a big, big deal when you're trying to deal a lot of damage. Yo, we got a big helper, 2 big helpers.
Nice.
2 punchy boys or something like that.
Go punch the big guy.
Oh no!
Yeah,
come on,
and
finish
so
him off.
There's actually a nice synergy here with the Keepsake, the Blackened Fleece, which when you take a lot of damage, which we certainly have, gives you a huge boost to your Omega damage only, but that synergizes really well with the Knight Arcana, which is crit rate for your Omega attacks. So great pick on that front to identify a really effective Keepsake.
Get another one out, Andre. Come on, you got to finish this bad boy. We got plenty of magic. There's really there's no harm in just spending that away.
Got a whole phase left, and then we're just the damage is light because of the ghosts running back to us.
Okay, we got through the eggs. I'm worried about the health. That's what I'm worried about right now. Not to mention we only got...
Did we just iframe that with a hex? I think we just hexed to delete the laser.
Yeah, Nandre just God-gamered that laser by summoning it. Oh, look at...
Oh, it didn't work out. He was trying to do it. He was trying to do it. It didn't work, but we cleared it. Nice job. There's that
Come on, Nandre. Yeah.
Yes. Look, for someone coming in at 22nd to clear this third round, very, very well done.
Again, so this is just getting harder and harder.
What he was doing there is when you pop calls or hexes, I think that for a split second you don't get invulnerability, but I think it does like delete a bunch of projectiles on screen, perhaps. Ooh, nice. We're feeling the emotions now.
Another finish with less than 3 minutes left. They were on their last Death Defiance too. Oh, it was close.
Oh my god. That was so rough.
Great job.
No Death Defiances. We got Dan Reichert over here, still trying to make their way through. 2.5 minutes left. Come on, Dan, let's go. Come on, get it. Leave.
I think Dan might have a Prime Sump ready to spend because he's clearly ordering a lot.
Big lead. I like it how Dan just ran right into the
trap. I think I've done that.
Just looking for that sacrifice or something. I don't even know.
Dan also running EOS, so we have 2 EOS representatives today, which is cool to see. And we have spent 5 Death Defiances to get here. I think we just don't have the damage to make it to and through Typhon, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I think you're right. Unfortunately, yeah, the time is just too short now. But come on, Dan, let's escape with just a touch more dignity. Let's stay alive. Let's defeat these twins. Let's at least glance at Typhon's disgusting mug, maybe just this once.
The twins is a nice fight because once you kill one of them, there you go. It does get easier.
Watch out! Oh, 3 health.
We're just standing in his face. Give him a half point for that.
A half point. So interesting take from Dan was Hazard Boom from Icarus, which is something where you lay down a red circle and it can damage your foes, but it can also damage yourself. No take from Brayface there to try to get rid of some of the damage that you'll be taking, Dan. Come on,
and goodbye. Bye, Dan. Oh, that was
pinball.
The summit rooms start up faster than any other region. You can just walk in and suddenly take 80 damage to the face and be like, I was just trying to take a sip of water.
Yep.
2 more minutes.
Those big chargy boys, I mean, they're spicy. J-Rock still moving here. We got less than a minute to go, though, I'm afraid. So I'm afraid there's just probably not enough time for Typhon. But again, maybe we can at least look at him, get a glimpse, get a little bit of practice in.
Although with
J-Rock also tied with those 12 points.
Yeah, with the big boss still left to go, I think it's unlikely. But hey, even there we got the Dark Ares big ghosts that I like.
Watch out! Here comes the charge. Oh.
I mean, we're not going to die. We have tons of Death Defiances, but it looks like we are coming up on time, though. But at least we got to see the Ares Moros ghosts. Look at them. They're adorable.
Beautiful. Let's see if we can get some big door gaming going on here. Let's see what the exit is. Are we going to get the big eyeball, or are we going to get a small door with the big tail? Big door gaming. Let's go, baby. Come on.
So I haven't heard this before. Is it just like big door is good? That's what makes it big, is because you get the good thing?
Look, all you need to know is it's the big door, Seagull. I mean,
so you pick the big door, and the big door has the
you
boss.
want the big door because big doors are good.
Okay. All right, looks like we are coming up on time here. So great work to everyone, though. That was a rough round.
Yeah, seeing the Umbral Flames in action, guys, it was an incredible showcase of some of the different types of strategies you can pick going into Hades 2. Haelian, you talk about Thormungunder and his pace. Sometimes things aren't really working out damage-wise, but he's done a lot playing with potatoes. You yourself, you beat the game on a drum pad. Yeah. We'll talk a little bit about some of those stories in just a moment. We got some fun Hades moments. I'm going to ask you guys about some of your favorite challenges right after this break. It's time for the State Farm Good Neighbor Spotlight, where we put a spotlight on someone special from today's event. Chat, earlier in the show, you selected Laser Belch as your good neighbor, so let's watch them shine. All right, this is a little Laser Belch action here.
Yeah, we got Laser finishing off the first race, it looks, and that's Morrigan, right? I'm trying to spot it. Yeah, that's got to be Morrigan. Laser's been put on, a great show.
The dodges on the things. Looks like we've got the that boom from Artemis with the crit chance on the Omegas after dashing, which is perfect synergy with this. Just a really, really solid, well executed build here. I think just beautiful.
Barely took any damage, and this is one of the hardest aspects to run with, by the way, for this whole race in terms of just like skill ceiling, I'd say.
Yeah,
you guys said you were impressed with him. I mean, talk to me a little bit about Laser Belch. Why has it just been so exciting to see how he's taken on to Hades 2?
Well, I'd say it's surprising because Laser's not necessarily known specifically for Hades. Laser plays a lot of roguelikes, and we're good friends, and is known for many games. But I'm kind of just surprised at the dedication and just how much practice Laser's put in, and has put on a show in a nice little fist bump with every single win here.
Yeah, and like Haelian said a lot, this is a knowledge game. Like there's some execution here. It's not terribly difficult execution-wise. This is a knowledge game first and foremost. You need to know what to do and how to do it. And he's been putting together good builds. He's clearly understanding what makes the damage build, right? Because if you're just like, this is the game's still pretty good at giving you damage if you just kind of pick stuff at random. Laser is consistently and very consistently, I think, for someone that doesn't kind of immerse themselves in the community or this kind of thing, he just knows what he's doing, and that's what's impressing me.
The bandana helps too.
Bandana absolutely helps.
I'm sure it all does, guys. Be sure to give Laser Belch a follow today. And remember, chat, State Farm is your neighbor as well in gaming. And you can check out what they're up to at statefarm.com/gaming. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Well, it's great to show some of these standings. You mentioned it's a knowledge game. I love that distinction as well. But people in these roguelikes, oftentimes, you run the game, you beat it. That's the first part of a never-ending journey. We mentioned that there were some potatoes being played on by Thormengundr. We're not talking about skill. We're talking about real potatoes. I mentioned you did a run on a drum pad, Haelian. I'm sure, Siegel, you've seen some crazy challenges. What stands out to you as your favorite challenge you've done, Haelian? Since this is your Hades 2 speed run, I want to highlight you a little bit.
Oh, God, 100% blindfolded run was just the most, interesting, compiled with stressful, in some ways it's easy, but in other ways it's hard, but it just really tested your knowledge of the most minute details of the game. Like, oh, I heard that sound over there on the right, therefore I should, stay away from there or something. It's just so strange, honestly, how it had to get done, but it was a really fun experience.
Siegel, I want to get your thoughts on that as well, but first I need to let the viewers at home know where we stand after 3 rounds too. So maybe you can walk us through what you see in the standings here and maybe mention one of those challenges that have caught your eye over the past in Hades and Hades 2.
Yeah, so it's looking like it didn't shake up too much. We're seeing Emboted climb a little bit. Kate, I forget where Kate was prior to this. I feel like she was on the second page, so big jump from her. I think the biggest
looks like this is
standout
just
here-
round 3.
Oh, this
points.
is just round 3. Okay,
Yeah.
well that makes sense. I was just like, all these points are tied. Great results here. Look at these times are incredibly tight. In a 50-minute round, the top 10 are within 5 minutes, it would seem, which is very, very cool, I think. Yeah. My favorite challenge run, at least. Now here are the overall standings. Let's see. So Nitro holding on strong. He's my underdog favorite. Foolish and Biggest Geek scrapping at the top, with Foolish really pulling ahead here though, with 2 straight first places in round 2 and 3 after a disappointing showing in round 1.
Yeah, what a dynamic change between round 1 for Foolish and those last 2 rounds, as you had mentioned. Some pretty consistent play from Biggest Geek Ever, but it slowed down a little bit. Krovan kind of had a start and, slowed it down in the middle, got back into form. So it really is looking like anybody's round 4, guys, as we take it to the next couple of pages here. Behemoth Steve dropping down as well. Haelian, what is your analysis here over these final standings before we see our overall final standings after round 4?
I want to see. I want to highlight the consistency from Laser Belch and V.Me with 12 points across the board there for every single round right now. But yeah, I mean, not super surprising to see Foolish at the top. You know, again, world record holder. But you got to wonder after that first round, it was definitely difficult to claw back from. But with 2 first place finishes after that, absolutely fantastic. Round 3 was under 31 minutes, which is insanity for having to use 20 fear right now. Fear that you don't really want to have to use. So Foolish is playing for it all right now, I do think.
GSM Void, Burr, all the way down. Some players that we talked about, Grand Pooh Bear as well, staying into it. Thormangunder also trying to get past those 6 points and just get a stronger finish here in these final rounds. I mean, there is a chance, Siegel, to do some things. And, of course, you're going to be hoping that you could pull out the best round. But Haelian, as we get into round 4, it's not getting easier. Let's put it that way.
100%. We keep saying it, and we had to do this. We just had to do this, Rain. It's called Twitch Rivals. So you know what that means. For the final race, the competitors must have Vow of Rivals on at full stock. That costs you 12 fear on its own, and it means that every single boss on the surface and the underworld is going to be not just a little harder, not just a lot harder, but incredibly more difficult. Not to mention, you have to do it as quickly as possible, nevertheless. And the weapon of choice is going to be Revolve, the Argent Skull, known for its speed. There is one aspect in particular that it tends to perform above the rest, but it'll be interesting to see if anyone tries to play it safe with potentially something else.
Siegel, your thoughts here as the Vow of Rivals will be engaged for every single boss. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be a real scrap. This stuff is tough. Even I would say that a lot of times you can power through with endgame builds, and if fear's not super high, you can kind of it's a walk in the park if you know what you're doing. These rivals fights are hard. These rivals fights are long. We've been seeing people struggle already with some of these bosses, and it's just going to get turned up to 11. I'm really interested to see what the aspect picks are. We'll get into a little bit more later, but basically Medea, the probably the strongest weapon in the entire game, has a very high skill floor. You got to know what you're doing. It's also very dangerous. You're up in the mix. You're getting hit. You're going to get hit. And so we may see some people opt for kind of the safer skull aspects like Milanoe, Persephone, or the Hell aspect. But the people at the top of the leaderboard, I imagine they're good at Medea. They know Medea. They're going to be running Medea.
Well, you know, Haelian, you have, and you too, Siegel, no stranger to intense runs, speed running, whether it's in front of crowds, talking about them, or on your own YouTube channels. You guys have seen some really high fear runs. Some of our players here have actually completed some high fear runs. Boda did as well. Most recently, I checked out one of his videos. You did your first hitless surface run, which is essentially Haelian, which is extremely hard to do. Talk about blindfolded. I mean, I don't know how these challenges get there, but let me ask you a question for those watching. How do you navigate that? What do you go into the do's and don'ts? Because I'm really concerned about what you can't do that maybe you got away with in some of the first 3 rounds that you really just can't get away with here.
Oh, sorry. Was that for me, Rain?
Yeah, I'll start with you, Haelian, because obviously you guys both know about it, but anyone who wants to jump in, Haelian, let's start with you.
I would be shocked if we saw White Antler for this round, honestly. It's just, those boss fights are not just harder, like they deal more damage, but it's just so much longer. You know, they just go on and on and on. It feels there's more faces, there's more everything. So I would be shocked if anyone does it, but I would be definitely very pleased if we did see it.
And Siegel, we're getting into game, but just to finish off on that point, then you guys can take it away. What can't you do here if you want to be successful in round 4 and take Haelian's Hades 2 speedrun?
There's nothing you can't do, I would say, because the players at the top level of this game have never failed to surprise me. There's so many things in both this game and the last one that we said were going to be impossible that then happened a week later. But I would say that the gambling has got to get turned down, the greeting has got to get turned down, and we got to be thinking about safety. Unless you're demonstrating absolute mastery over it, it's going to be, these fights are so long that, you know, if you view it as like, hey, I've got a 10% chance to like get hit every few seconds, if the fight is now longer and you're doubling that chance, the numbers are not in your favor. So you gotta keep it closer to the chest now.
All right, guys. Well, it's round 4. This is our final round before we get the final results. See who's going to be grabbing those weapons in real life from Supergiant Games and that $1,000 top prize. So, Haelian, Siegel, take it away.
Oh my god, there's so much to talk about here because if you've seen any speedruns of Hades 2, you've probably seen this weapon in action. It is insanity on wheels. I guess there's no wheels involved, in a bomb format at least. So
Artemis,
the idea
okay.
behind Medea generally is simply that you load your attack into your special, you could say, and then you need to special into an enemy in order to make that attack explode. It does mean you're hitting enemies with both your attack and special at once. Now, that sounds kind of complicated, and that's because it kind of is, and there's sort of a reason why some players tend to gravitate away from it, because it's just difficult to kind of use and to get used to. Seagull said it earlier that there is a high skill floor for this, meaning that you kind of got to practice a lot in order to get into it. But once you do, oh my god, you can deliver insane amounts of damage so quickly.
Yeah, and so the we're in the rivals one fight already with Foolish. The way that the skull is supposed to work, like the normal skull, it shoots skulls. Like you shoot it like a gun, and then they go and they explode. And Medea completely turns that on its head by just charging them up on you and then exploding them with the special. What we're seeing here from Best Geek and Foolish is incredibly smooth movement, and I have to tell you that smooth movement is not easy.
We got a Freenos block there, by the way. Ooh. Freenos coming in red hot. I don't know if you knew this, Seagull, but the frog can block the Hex from Hecate.
That's news to me. I'll be sure to use it in my future runs and tell all my favorite streamers about it every chance I get.
That sounds pretty good. I mean, it's no surprise that Foolish is absolutely demolishing this right now. Foolish, really known well for this weapon, also in first place right now with 59 points, has also beaten 67 fear, the most fear you can have in the underworld as well. So it's not really a surprise. All right, can we see a good dodge from Geek here? No frog to help, but it looks like Geek has it. Yes, let's go.
Well done. Yeah. So again with Medea, like we're seeing incredible movement and like micro adjustments to dodge attacks, to do everything. It is hard. This is actually one of the reasons why keyboard and mouse can actually, some people believe it's superior to controller. I think you can execute perfectly well on either, but that precise aiming control you get on Medea specifically makes it so that your limitation of 8 directional movement from the keyboard isn't as big of a deal.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, this is such a complicated weapon, and you have to be very precise with every single action that you're doing because you can just move so quickly. One little thing we didn't really discuss was the fact that when you use the special with this weapon, really 3 out of the 4 aspects, you kind of dash ahead a little bit. It might look like they're just double dashing everywhere as if you're playing a Zagreus skin, but the truth is they're alternating between a dash and a special use there. And that's going to help them get from just point A to point B faster. And it just increases the skill you need in order to really get around the different room layouts and everything like that, because you just got to be so used to it.
All right, so we've got our first Persephone build. And so Persephone, in addition to the differences of the aspect, it also, similar to the Jewel Palm, gives you a chance of starting with bonus levels. And so when you combine that with the Jewel Palm, you get some crazy stuff like level 10 Hestia attack. So this is it was lucky to luck into the Hestia, but and we're fast. We can just outrun it. We could just outrun it.
Oh my god!
So let me break this down again. So that is incredibly difficult to outrun. The palms on blinding sprint, which make you faster, the palms make you even faster. So we got so much speed that we were outrunning the Sheepex, which is incredible and only made possible by this specific combination. So anyway, I think that Haelian, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you don't really care about palms on Blinding Rush, but Void does, and Void did it right, just running straight away from there.
That's a highlight.
I've never seen that done.
That might be my highlight of this whole thing. That was incredible. Anyway, so Persephone this is going to be a lot safer, right? We're going to be able to shoot these flaming Hestia skulls from very far away. And do a lot of damage. Okay, so this is the rivals skill of fight. Biggest difference is it's rotated 90 degrees. Second biggest difference is they're all in Kiss makeup instead of their normal get-ups. Third biggest difference, I guess you also have to deal with Charybdis.
I kind of want to burn up interest.
Yep. So there's tentacles everywhere. This boss fight is particularly notorious for being just sort of annoying. Seagull, you talked about this game being a bit more bullet helly than the first game. And this one definitely highlights it. There's just so many things you need to kill. You need to attack. Boded doing really well for himself here. It looks like very strong build. We did take a jeweled palm start, but you got to walk around this whole arena, kill every single tentacle out here before you can actually finish off the sirens.
That was free.
Yeah, it really extends the fight a lot, but really excellently handled by Boded there.
Nash Divine.
One thing we didn't really discuss, and Boda took Jeweled Palm in the first zone, it looked, right? But you can get kind of bad luck there, because one thing we didn't talk about is the fact that Jeweled Palm does give you an extra boon from Hades himself, and that's going to be totally random. And they can range from being relatively helpful to not really doing much to being slightly detrimental, I would even say, if you get stuck with the boon Howling Soul, which was just going to slow down your movement since you cannot just drop your cast willy-nilly.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're causing me problems.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got Medea here as well for Moab, cleaning these out very well. Charybdis does actually add into the vocals as well with a nice like monster metal growl, which is amplified when she's featured as well.
Here we go, featured Charybdis. Let's go.
That's a problem.
Yeah. So speaking as to the back to the way that Persephone works, which will return to Void at some point, I imagine. But basically, there's synergy with the Scorch as well, because that damage you're building up builds up your sprouted meter, which lets your Omega Special drive around. Basically, like a you could just go anywhere you want with it, and you're invincible. And so you've got really good safety, and so I think that's going to really help Void out. Is that safety? You can shoot from afar, build up your charge, and then zoom around to pick up your skulls and be safe. So it may not be a fast run, but it will hopefully be a safe run.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of beholden to the extra palms that Persephone may or may not allot you, but it's definitely one of those like favorited aspects just because it's just fun to get a lot of palms on, your different boons there right away without having to do any extra work here.
That was pretty good.
Moab clearing up really well here. God, we're only about 9 minutes in at this point. By the way, we were so generous, Sequel. We were so generous to the runners here. We gave them 5 extra minutes on this round. To clear all these rivals fights that probably take 3 times as long as the normal fights. You know what I mean?
5 minutes is crazy. That's so much. Okay, so Steve here is actually wielding the Hell aspect.
Yo, let's go, Steve!
Is very transformative because you don't even shoot the skulls anymore. You just kind of have like a little 3-round laser burst, and the best friend of short, fast attacks is Poseidon attack. You just really get a ton of damage pumping out of these, especially when you alternate with the Omega Special to up your fire rate even more.
Down to 25 health,
I think it's a difficult aspect to use.
Yeah, I was gonna say the key word that comes to mind when I use Aspect of Hell is clunky a little bit. There's a lot of finesse behind it, but Steve's looking pretty well. Lost 1 Death Defiance right now, but not too bad. And you can see Steve is dodging quite well and getting through. I'm like dodging and weaving with my own head here for some of these moves, but you can just see the whole arena is just covered in things that you got to keep dodging. And with an aspect like Hell that wants you to sit still, it's so hard. It's so difficult to do, honestly.
Yeah,
I love that Steve's putting up a show for us, though.
Yeah, unlike the torches, it actually fixes you. It fixes you in place while you're holding down the attack, so you can't just kind of like float around. It's harder to dash out of it, and so you're seeing this fight is a lot of the rivals fights are wars of attrition. And we're not losing, but we are taking damage.
Yeah, it's looking a little spicy for Steve here now.
Gone.
Oh, you got to dodge right through that? Oh, it's a very difficult thing to dodge right through the clamshell charge there.
Yeah,
and then you got all these balls coming right at you.
Most of our seasoned runners are probably, and probably some of our other runners as well, are, there's certain vows that you'll say like, oh, that's free because it doesn't slow me down, or it's like, I just need to react better. But something like those quick moves in this fight, when you've got 40% bonus move speed and attack speed on the enemies, things get tough.
Yep. I mean, we actually heard Geek saying this a little bit earlier when he was able to dodge the Hecate ball morph, which was that's why we are using only 1 frenzy. Geek is talking about Vow of Frenzy, which you outlined earlier, Seagull, which increases enemies' movement, attack speed, and spawn rate by up to 20 or 40%. So 1 frenzy means that Geek turned it down to only 20% in particular. Because the truth is, that's kind of something that Rain asked about. What can't you do if you're going to do a full set of rivals here? And probably, if you want to be safe, you're going to turn down that frenzy meter a little bit and just make the enemies a little bit slower than what you'd normally do in a speed run.
Yeah, Void putting on an absolute masterclass in this Persephone build here. You can see exactly what I was highlighting before.
Oh my god,
shoot from afar,
so good.
Build up the Scorch. Void is running strength. We have no Death Defiances. I think that's crazy, but we've lucked it. We've partially lucked, partially designed ourselves into such a good build.
But look at Void's health.
Safe.
Yeah, that was so safe.
Our health is big. We're not getting touched. We might even take Antler. He won't take Antler. That's about it. Webbs
But yeah,
is already
that's looking
on
fantastic.
Cerberus, though. So stuff's a little on fire here.
Hits for so much.
It's pretty much the main difference, I would say, and some new attacks. But Webb's also on strength, but getting real spicy. You know, we're at the point where I don't know
Down to
whether fear
50.
they've got on, but like a couple hits and we're toast.
So the big difference in the Cerberus fight here isn't quite as pronounced, other than there's lava everywhere, which can be its own way, but there is an advanced moveset for Cerberus as well. But honestly, you get through Skilla, hopefully you can have a pretty smooth run after that.
And Webbs is opting for the Mel Skulls. So we've got
oh wait, what?
all four. We've got all four aspects on display once again, which is, I think, not something we were expecting. The Mel Skulls, because they are the normal skulls and they just shoot, they do allow you to stay safe. Looks like Kate also is rocking the Mel Skulls, and so this is...
Oh my god, and look at the damage piling up for Kate over here, just spamming that attack button over and over and over again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think this was a dual palm start, because I think I saw a level 12 on the attack, and I think that's Aphrodite, and that synchronized as well. Ooh, we're on Kronos. Foolish is on Kronos already. This is ridiculous.
Wow, Foolish might actually get the first clear here.
This is,
for the final
assuming
race.
nothing catastrophic goes on with the surface.
Foolish with white antler on too, we got to point out, but running Death Defiances instead.
Brave.
Oh my god,
So
the danger is ramped up here.
The fun thing about Death Defiances, right, is with the antler, right, is because antler is more damage than strength, straight up. But it's way more dangerous than strength. But here comes phase 3.
Here we go. This is the big one.
This is the
we
big
got to
one.
resist off there. That's probably from the Nitro Boost Hermes boon.
Yeah. So the nice thing about Death Defiances with the antler is that you could take 1,000 damage here from an insta-kill attack. You would still pop the DD. You wouldn't overkill and then die. So these Death Defiances are essentially, when the enemies are doing this much damage, they're essentially free hits. But Foolish is going to... so Foolish can basically get hit twice, is what we're looking at.
This is phase 3 of Kronos, the last bit of phase 3 of Kronos, and that you saw that little dodge from the triple scythe throw, and now we got the running charge. Oh no, but another Death Defiance has been popped. We're down to 12 health only. You got a little bit of an opening after all those charges, but Foolish hit the damage cap
I
and
don't know
made
about this. I feel like
oh no!
I feel like
oh no!
I feel like Foolish has such a big lead that we could have just played it safe and had an almost guaranteed win. But we could still pull this off.
Still able to pull out of that slowdown. I thought it was a death sentence for sure, but Foolish still able to stay in it.
So we've got freeze on the attack, we've got slowdown on the cast. These are probably helping a lot to our survival. I don't know how much frenzy we're running, but we're frozen again. But Grandpa is not attacking.
Good move. Here we go. This is it.
Pulling it out.
Don't worry about it.
Incredible. Oh my god.
Insanity.
Just great presence of mind, I think, in that case, to not just absolutely panic, which is, I think, what I would do.
I think we heard Foolish even call out GG when that slowdown occurred, because it's just so dangerous, and there's just not a whole lot you can do about
Kirby,
it either.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh no, Kirby!
I think Kirby might be a little unfamiliar with the rivals moves, because we're getting hit by new stuff here. There was the double vacuum move that Kirby just dashed into as if it were just free damage, and instead it was free damage on him. So I think we're seeing maybe a little unfamiliarity with the rivals fight here. We're down to the point where we've got one DD left, and we're still chunking down the second phase here. I think we might be looking at the
Come on, Kirby. No, I believe one more Death Defiance, 150 in health. You can
We've
do it.
got a whole phase to go.
Come on, Seagull.
Okay, we're taking out the hourglasses. That's good. That's important.
I think we got double frenzy popping off here too. By the way, as far as I
the
can
super
tell.
spinny hands. Now there's clock hands. I think we'll get to phase 3. We didn't get to phase 3.
No!
We
in
were
our
photo
first
finished
death
on
that
phase
we
3.
witnessed here right now, I believe. Brought to you by Kirby, unfortunately. But yeah, like you were saying, Seagull, that unfamiliarity is just hard to practice for every single thing here, including the rivals fight on every single weapon. Not to mention, they didn't know this was going to happen necessarily. Maybe they had an inkling. Maybe they had some ideas I would be a monster and do this to them. But, this is what you got to do. Oh, no! Kate! Kate fell for the bubble in the center. The trick that gets us all. No, not again, Kate!
One more! We got one more!
Oh, the iframe dodge right there on it. It's okay. We have Death Defiances, but nevertheless.
And we still have one more block from Gale, I believe. So I just want to talk about the build here for a second. We have a level 13 heroic Aphrodite attack.
Oh my god.
And that synergizes really well with the specific mechanic of the millenary aspect skulls, which is the more you shoot, like the first one you shoot has whatever base damage it has. The fourth one you shoot has like 100 more, or like 50 more or something. So they gain power the more that you have out at once. And power gets multiplied by that absolutely massive attack in there. And but we're seeing the same unfamiliarity. It's that same attack that we're not used to seeing in this phase. And this is now the second person we've seen just jump right into it and take a lot of damage.
It's tough. I mean, you saw the bubble get hit, and you know, I got hit by that bubble 100% the first few times I saw this fight, because you just weren't expecting it after having played the game without it for so long.
I think we might have a little too much speedrunner brain going on. You got to be taking this slow. You got to be clearing out the hourglasses, which are, I think their healing is doubled in this, because I'm seeing hundreds instead of 50s.
Yeah. But this is where the knowledge of someone like Foolish and Boded, who have cleared 67 fear, they know exactly what's in store right now.
Yeah, this is like this is like a walk in the park for them, comparatively from a difficulty standpoint. They know they know what's up.
I'm sure you can hit him at this
with
phase.
it.
I'm not going to try to.
Kate looking hyper focused right now. This first part of the phase 3 Chronos fight, you kind of just got to run around and dodge those lasers. You can theoretically hit them, but it's not easy. And
That's
there you go. That
hit.
triple spin from Chronos is just almost, I mean, it's certainly not impossible to dodge, because we saw Foolish do it, but it is so difficult to time.
Our damage
and
is
to know
so
how to do
big,
well.
but this is the weakest part of this build right now, is that the Aphrodite attack has gigantic numbers on it, but it comes with a huge caveat, which is that you need to be close to the enemy. So we cannot spam these skulls from afar. We also need our cast, our special, and our dash to try and like get the origination up for that bonus 50%. I think we still have a decent chance here, but we need to get close to maximize our damage output, and that is spelling a lot of trouble. We just took another 50 damage.
Yep. Kronos likes to charge around at this last
that's
half
rough.
of phase 3. We're on our last Death Defiance. We only have 90 health left, 61 health
There's
left
just
now.
too much on screen, because with the two Chronoses,
Double Kronos over here.
but I think
There's
we're
a
slow.
big opening for Kate.
we're in a slow phase now. I think if we can just mash through it, which I said not
Relax
to
a
do.
little. Kate,
One more hit.
14 health.
Done. Oh, we're so close. Come on, Kate. You can do it.
You gotta wait for these openings, and you gotta dodge.
Oh, damn.
Kate, it's okay. 35 minutes still left on the
Hang
clock.
with it.
Plenty
I
of
think
time
you
to
can.
clean
I
up some
think she can
bosses.
get that. I think she can get that next clear and maybe a couple on the
Not
surface.
putting in
for
work,
sure.
and now he has a giant scythe. It can get very large now.
All right.
All
It
right.
looks like, based on the low magic, I think that Moab got lucky to get Possessed Array, which is a fantastic hammer.
Unless
but
you have
with
no magic regen like
magic
we have
regen.
right now, right, Seagull?
So Medea generally doesn't spend any magic. It's a very non-magic focused weapon. But there's a hammer called Possessed Array, which every time you pick up one of your skulls, shoots off your Omega attack, huge damage, but costs 25 magic, I believe. And so you kind of want to go out of your way to pick up some magic regen, just in case you get that hammer.
That hammer, like defines runs. It's so it might not sound that crazy, but it is an absolute monster. You don't have to have it to have a good run with Aspect of Medea, but when you do have it, honestly, for any aspect with the skulls, it
It's
really
passive
makes the
damage.
run for you.
You're just popping damage all over the place, which is useful.
He does that.
Ooh.
Quite fun.
Although I think we might not have it because we got more magic from dying,
Creates a
but
clone of himself.
it's not shooting. Oh, no, it's shooting.
I wonder what we had there. I don't even know then. So
I
this
don't know
is
what's
still
going on.
Aspect of Medea, kind of
Yeah.
doing the stock standard thing.
Oh boy,
Moab
that's a
definitely
really
playing it
dangerous
much
part.
safer right now.
The giant arena here is very dangerous because you can't always see what Kronos is doing. You can just get you want to stay far away so that you don't get got, and but you also want to keep up with him when he teleports so that you don't get hit from downtown.
The clever thing about the triple scythe throw is the game tricks you. You can't just dash behind Kronos to avoid it. You have to dash sort of to the side, a little far away or something like that. It's the best way I can describe it. This slowdown is going to be brutal for Kate. Watch out
Oh, boy.
for the little thingy.
Yeah, I think that the name of the game in both games at this point with the final bosses amped up form is tricky. It's like you learned this fight, now we're gonna mess with you.
Yep, 100%.
Which I think is fine. I think it's fun.
I mean, this is definitely like a crazy fight. It's super entertaining, and it's just
There's a
it's just
black
the
hole in the
tip of the
background.
iceberg. Yeah,
Look at it.
And this. Maybe that hits him.
Nice total eclipse drop there. Moab definitely playing it much safer than some of the other contestants we saw here. Just trying to make sure they get that win in here and just don't take that L. We're so close now. Being very cautious. Almost got away with that dash through, but I guess it wasn't quite right.
I think we're pretty clear here. We've got at least 2 hits to pop the DD, and then we've got another couple hits. And with how Moab's been playing, I think this one's pretty locked in.
Oh, nice. We got the summon here, which buys you a little bit of time. There's definitely certain moves that are going to be a little bit easier to work some damage in than others, and that's one of them there. This is going to be another one with the big bash in front of Chronos. You can usually work in some damage right after that. Watch out for the space band, and there we go.
Yeah, I love to hear it. Great work. Very clean.
Whew. 22 minutes in or so, and we still have the other half of the run to go, but come on, we got this, baby. Steve, no!
Oh! Just tuned in for that. That's rough. Well, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of that. Look at this safety, 300 health, 3 death defiances. Looks like T-Rex is also running a very effective Persephone build.
Yeah, it looks like Persephone with Jewel Palm again. I think I see a level 13 heroic Hephaestus dash, which is interesting to see the least. But looking really good, honestly, right now.
Oh, no.
Not bad at all. Oh, no, bubble. The bubble T-Rex. Come on. 997.
Fun fact, that's not 999 because it's not infinite damage, it just is 999 damage, and we've got tough gain, which reduces incoming damage by 2.
Whoa, I just learned something there, which is that if you're using the Persephone Skull Omega Special, you just go through those golden bubbles? T-Rex just taught me something legitimately.
Like you delete them, you mean?
No, they just cruised right through them. Oh, no!
Oh, you mean the time stop bubbles? So I didn't know
the
that
time stop bubbles.
Oh, we're taking a lot of damage here. We were looking pretty safe, but when there's... Like, I did mention, I said that Persephone is safe, Persephone is strong. You do need to still know these fights and get in safe positions to charge up your Omega Special and shoot off your attacks. I think there might be a little of an over-reliance on the Omega attack here. I just don't think it's doing that much damage. I don't think the Omega attack is doing that much damage. I think we should be focused on Scorched and Dash.
Down to 16. Come on, Mo!
Honestly, I forgot.
Another death to Super Chronos. Another sacrifice has been made.
Meanwhile, Foolish cruising into the Eris fight. This is the Eris, the Lightbringer fight. She whips out the aspect of Lucifer from the first game.
Hell yeah.
Literally.
We didn't even get to see it, but maybe later, because Foolish is just cruising along here, honestly. Showing off his first place. Can anyone take down Foolish at this point? I'm not sure.
Where's Geek at right now?
We're going to have to see how Geek is doing right. We got V.Me trying to polish off Chronos right here. Finish off phase 2, also using aspect to Persephone as well. Looking pretty strong.
Rock and build.
Yeah, we got 4 death defiances here. Good amount of health.
Wait a second.
V looking quite good.
Did we die? Wasn't this didn't V have a level 10 Scorch attack?
Oh, I can't recall now.
And isn't this a lightning sprint now? Maybe that was someone else.
That's Thunder Rush now, yeah. Yo, V trying to sneak in this damage during the laser phase. I would never have the courage to even attempt it, honestly. But the guts. No, nice charge up there, because again, you're invulnerable while this Omega Special fires off, and while Chronos is sitting there doing all those moves, it's a good time to get one of those in.
It looks like they all
I think Chronos might end up taking like 15th place here. Just by kill to death.
The sheer number of kills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to be surprising if we see a few runners, not really make it past the underworld.
Brave chatter in V's chat saying 4DD is not losable, I think. I would agree, but I wouldn't necessarily say it to the streamer's face.
I think most of us have all been there where we think that, right? But then the hubris, the sheer hubris of it all. Right, Seagull?
Yeah, it's like, can just die and DPS down. It's like, well, a little bit.
We do have the Morris pin here, which gives you 10 seconds of invulnerability.
Now which
definitely buys you a lot of time to try to get some damage in. But Chronos is a slippery one, right? You can't just necessarily sit there. It teleports around the room and everything.
That was a waste of the special pop there. Same chatter now saying gonna have 29 minutes for surface. Seems chill. Just gotta not choke the boss fights. Oh boy, but it's
Seagull
all about
calling out Twitch
the boss
chat
fights.
right now. Seagull calling out Twitch chat.
It's just the one, and I do apologize. I appreciate the support you're offering to streamer, and that's the kind of energy that.
Just tell him how it is, Seagull. It's fine.
But you're wrong.
Nice finish for V though. Nice finish.
Yeah,
Plenty of time to spare.
Very nice.
Probably gonna stick to that safe. I can imagine. Foolish in the Talos fight with Death Defiances on. I'm actually a little. I hadn't noticed that earlier. I don't know if Foolish was running Death Defiances for the Underworld or not.
Remember, it was the Antler.
That's right. You're right.
Combo.
Are we gonna see an Antler in the final surface from Foolish? It could be with those Death Defiances.
Geek must have died because we're still at. We're back in here. I mean, Foolish might. I think it would be a mistake because of the lead that he has, but he also is not necessarily as familiar with where everyone else is like we are, and may just want to ball out.
Yeah, for all we know, Foolish doesn't even know where he's placed right now in terms of the leaderboard. We're not really sure. But yeah, it would definitely behoove him to play it safe, to say the least. We see Silver Wheel from Geek. Again, I'm kind of surprised at how many Silver Wheels we've kind of glanced at. It makes me think I'm doing a little something wrong. But Geek in second place.
I wonder if Geek picked up if I can see the... No, we have Born Gain. Well, maybe we got that here. I wonder if Geek picked up Possessed Array first and didn't have a Gain Boon and picked up Silver Wheel. Okay, so now we're seeing the variation on the Polyphemus fight. Probably, honestly, the fight we've seen the least of so far in this tournament. I think it just goes fast. This fight sucks because there is poison everywhere. You can heal it in the corners, but they take time to regenerate.
It's everyone's favorite mechanic brought back from Hades 1, right? Poison. Who didn't love poison in the River Styx? You know, everyone wanted to see this brought back, right?
We're still poisoned. We're still poisoned.
Still poisoned. Mo, if you're still poisoned, use the well. Oh, for the love of God. Don't lose that Death Defiance. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Just hop over the shockwave and do like one combo, and we're done.
So the Oh, thank God. So the Cyclops isn't strictly harder in the sense that Cyclops doesn't have more HP with the rivals on, but it's just a more dangerous atmosphere. Like the actual room is just a lot more dangerous to dance around. Here we are with Foolish with Prometheus, a rivals fight here, halfway through practically, zooming around. You have to fight.
Heracles is added.
Yeah,
Speaking of a dangerous atmosphere.
Yeah, you have to fight both of these guys at once. You got to fend both of them off, and it's just insane. There's just so much to do, so much to think about, and there's so much more health going around between them.
So imagine playing Simon Says as a kid, right? It's hard enough already. Oh, we killed Heracles, so it wasn't a problem. But normally,
oh my God,
Heracles is getting after you. So imagine you're playing Simon Says as a kid, and you're like awful older cousin is like trying to kick you in the knees while you're doing it, and that's basically what you got.
I gotta call out Foolish here because Foolish just gave up on Simon Says there and just said no, and was just iframing through the flames that were dropping down, just timing those dashes perfectly, so you don't even gotta think about it. Foolish doesn't care for these games.
Flexing on us. That's like iframing the instant kill for Kronos.
Ooh, we got some guts here from
Laser
Belch.
Oh my God!
Not because you're covered in goop.
And we're still running strength here, and poison can silently drain your entire health bar.
Well,
and it was on its way there, but knowing how Laser's been playing, I think it was calculated. I think it was like I could damage this.
So Laser already on the surface run, looking pretty strong, running strength with a lot of courage on the surface there compared to some of the other runners we've seen. So that's actually quite surprising. Laser looking like a really strong contender, halfway up the board. We got our old friend Zyruvius with that. Oh, okay. We don't got to talk about it this time. But now we got Webs as Cerberus. Oh, no!
Not again.
A second death for Webs, I think we have now, right? I don't remember what Webs died last time, but
that's
painful.
I want to say it was Kronos, but I'm not sure. I'll look at all those wards. Good job, good boy, Cerberus.
Good boy,
Cerberus. Finally making it back to here. I think we're going to see, based on what we're seeing, I think Laser's going to leap ahead in the rankings. Assuming he can really kind of dig deep into this service run. I think it's pretty clear who the winner is going to be now, though. I think Foolish has it pretty locked down.
Foolish again is just an absolute monster with this weapon. So unless we see some kind of throw here, but 195 health, got the Ghost Onion on, got all so many things. Boded over here, facing the final boss right now. Potentially finishing this run in only, 30-ish minutes is absolute insanity,
kind of worth it to kill Andres with the Glamour Game.
Alright, so this is the Rivals Typhon fight. Not only does he have more health, not only does he get more attacks, not only is his HP bar still invisible, Invincible Kronos shows up and does all his normal attacks, basically.
Thank you,
messing with your whole
helping me get through the first phase. That was my point about Knucklebone's time save.
So we got Boded here.
I did not.
Yeah, we see a dual palm thing. We saw Knucklebones pop off to get through the first part of that phase really quickly, but there's so many things to keep in mind. You got Kronos, you got these banners, you got so many different things to
we got through the phase
out here.
Instead of Zeus helping, Kronos just messes with you, though.
I'm not seeing any possessed array, but just monster damage. Kind of surprised by it when you got some boons here. I see Poseidon on the attack, which I don't know if I've really seen very much before.
I wonder if we've got like a volatile array or something. Something seems to be doing some extra damage.
We go.
No, I don't think so. We just got some big damage. There might be some big global buffs. We've also done a jewel palm situation, so we've got big palms. We've used a lot of charges of calling card, despite not having any non-common boons except the attack on the core.
Oh, and there's the finish for Boded, possibly the first finish for round 4.
Hold
oh, wait,
on.
sorry, hold on.
Wait,
did
go
I
back.
forget
Go back to
something?
Boded. Go back to Boded.
It's not over. It's not over, I'm afraid.
It's not over.
You thought it was over.
Come on.
We all thought it was over.
We tricked you.
Yeah. Baby out here.
Now you're a baby.
We also got strength running on Boded here. It keeps going. It's the fight that keeps
Holy
on
moly,
giving.
hurry up. Actually, 9.5 minutes.
It's the same time. Okay, so you have to stay in this golden circle.
I will stay in the green. I
I
have 241 in strength HP. I will stay in the green.
It says golden.
Stay in the
I will
green,
stay in the
Boded.
green for time. It matters.
Stay in the green.
Stay in the green, birthday boy. Come on.
Happy birthday, Boded. Everyone say happy birthday,
Boded.
Yo,
Happy
low
birthday,
key, this
Boded.
felt fast. Like, low key, this actually felt pretty fast.
And this is super easy.
Why are these
This
faster
last
than some of my non-rivals runs? Can we talk about it?
Did
I cook?
We can't talk about it, but all we can talk about is you winning this round.
Yes.
And happy
There
birthday.
it is. There it is. I think that's going to be first place for race number 4. Congrats to Boded for those huge points that he's going to garner for that right now.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be enough to put him into first unless Foolish really isn't able to close this fight down. With all these DDs left, I think it's going to be fine.
There we go.
An unused
Not quite
Ghost,
done yet.
An unused, so Ghost Onion only heals you when you go between chambers, missing health.
Oh, wait, really? I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, it's between chambers, so you can see that we've got full healing on Ghost Onion, which means that we were taking no damage this entire biome, basically, which is
Oh, I thought. Oh man,
to
that
be
keep saying
expected.
stinks. Then
No, it's not like Mistveil. No,
for some reason I thought it just happened when you lost some health.
that's life tax. Well, life tax you have to hit for, but yeah.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of here. Ooh, big hit there. But I mean, again, 3 death defiance, like you said.
We're fine.
It looks like we do have that 40% increased enemy speed here. Look at how fast they are.
But from the plasma, we have 50% increase in enemy speed, which I don't think really helps in this phase. Fig scam, by the way. One final fig scam for Foolish.
Another fig scam there. That's
right,
pretty much
but
it. It's pretty
this
much
is gonna close it out.
a ring around the rosy for the final phase here on Typhon.
And this absolutely, I think, without a doubt, locks in Foolish as probably the first place winner of Twitch Rivals.
Don't spoil it, Seagull. Save it for the finale.
Okay, we'll see. But strong 6-point lead, plus second place in this one.
Oh my god!
After good call out. But I just had fantastic recovery.
Now, yeah,
from
big
Foolish.
congrats to Foolish there. Honestly, put on yet another show for us there. Oh, man, just like stock and standard, Foolish just knows exactly what he's doing.
For
there.
you.
We got Geek trying to finish up that first run in the Underworld still. Can we at least get through Kronos and maybe a couple more bosses on the surface? Definitely looking a little bit healthier here. We got a level 9 heroic special going on. I think I see Possessed Array popping too, so that's going to be big damage.
Fine Line as well. Wait, is that Fine Line or is that a Kronos attack?
Oh, Geek just going in for it, not relenting. Just go,
Nice.
finish
That's
it.
what you
Hell
needed.
yeah.
That's what you
It's
needed.
about 19 minutes to do this.
What do you think? 20 minutes for a surface run? Do you think that's reasonable, or
It's possible, but I think it'll be tight. I think it's
you
going
can
to be very
definitely
tight.
get Prometheus?
I think, yeah, definitely could definitely get through Prometheus. I think that's kind of going to depend on how much the hammer behaves here.
Right. Kate has Possessed Array as well, but unfortunately is stuck with
cardio gain.
Yeah, with the Ares gain, which isn't.
I think it's the Hestia gain, so it's actually not too bad
that's
for
good
this.
Then. That's good then.
Yeah, that's not too bad for this.
That's
Yeah,
quite good.
I think all 3D.
All right, let's see if she can lock in for the second attempt at the third phase.
Come on, show us a good phase 3 here, Kate.
Yeah.
All right, but we got 3 DDs. Fig scam, by the way. I've
Now,
really
that's
rarely
rare in
been
Tartarus.
I'm seeing way more fig scams like percentage wise today than it's like got to be at least triple the rate that I see them.
I don't think you've ever seen my stream because of just never lucky, you know, Seagull. Ooh,
Never lucky. But that's good content, you know. No one wants to hear you if you're not complaining about something, right?
it's true. #complaining.com. .com? Can't do a
.com.
hashtag and a .com, can you?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. And if you can't, you'll complain about it. But no, Kate's I think got into this in a lot better shape.
Yeah.
As well as is kind of just like kind of owning this stuff better.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Kate's just going to town right now, and Chronos just feasting right here.
I think she's recognized the good position that she's in. Although that invuln period is annoying, but we can take like 4 more big hits. So
that's one of the evil things that Supergiant Games did to us for these rivals fights is that they all had this sort of combo breaker mechanic where they'll just go invulnerable and be like, "Nah, you did too much damage in the past couple seconds, so you're gonna have to wait a few more seconds before you can do anything else." It's so evil, but it's very suitable for something that's meant to be incredibly difficult.
You're silly.
Ooh, Steve with a stacked attack on Hell this time, level 7 heroic Poseidon attack. Not a lot else going on though. I think in terms of the damage that's stacked. So I think we're going to be because there aren't like Lion Fang is really the only non-antler keepsake that'll boost this build. Also, we got scammed. It looks like we were looking for an Ares boon, but we at least didn't rarefy it. I think.
Yeah, might have been looking for a Grievous Blow or something for that double damage chance.
We're missing a level of scaling here that I think we need. So
I think,
we'll see how
we fight. It's like, oh, it's so good. Doka, you would.
All right, now we can see the Prometheus Heracles fight a little bit from the beginning. This is a devilish fight. This is a devious fight, right? Because the other ones, it's like it's combinations of area denial.
Exactly
here, you're keeping track of 2 dudes, and it's tough.
I always have trouble tracking these 2 dudes, I got to tell you right now. Moab put in an interesting choice with the keepsake here from Demeter. I wonder what Moab was actually looking for here, because we do have Aspect of Medeon. Maybe in like Weed Killer? Tranquil Gain. Tranquil Gain. Ugh.
I mean, it's not bad in some boss fights, right? Because there's some places where you just have to stand.
Also, yeah,
oh man, Moab has got a really complicated game plan. No top, middle, bottom. Stay down here, move up middle, then go top. That's more than my brain can handle.
That's probably kind of what Foolish was showing off there, is that you kind of want to stay on Heracles and try to finish him off while you're waiting for Prometheus to drop those flames. I mean, that's ideal, but can you really pull that off in a racing format? That's going to be so difficult.
Especially if Heracles locks into a spin attack, doing his very best Asterius impression.
I have only one goal.
But it's this is a tough fight. The fact that anyone that's making it to Rivals Chronos, anyone that's making it to the surface at all, is a really impressive feat within 50 minutes. This 24 fear run. These are hard runs. So I've got huge respect for all of our runners here.
100%. You know, like I'm actually kind of surprised at how many finishes we've already seen today with just a few, but I mean, this is just so difficult to do, honestly. Never mind, it was a surprise for them too. Like, so they didn't get to practice ahead of time for something like this. Not necessarily, unless they foresaw it, like someone like Prometheus would.
Yeah, well, I can quote at least one racer earlier today as after finishing his practice as saying, if there's Rivals, I'm screwed.
Oh, wait.
Was that Goldilocks himself, I'm going to guess?
Yeah, I wonder how good Olza Rubius is doing. Probably not as good as
Bloodspree. I can heal.
Oh, Bloodspree saving our life here.
Bloodspree called out.
Oh, fuck. This changes everything.
Moab just got excited remembering about Bloodspree. Watch out for that bird, though.
Watch out for that club, how about?
That's such an unfortunate
Oh, no. Moab, come on.
Dude, win the fight.
Close.
Oh, it was over. It was over.
How much time?
Oh, boy.
We only got less than 15 minutes left for these runners to finish it off. Well, how far can they get? Moab's definitely got enough time to clear the last zone on the surface, but does Moab have the health? I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
Let's see. And B solidly moving into the... so it looks like another Jeweled Palm run, maybe, with all these levels. Finishing up the Ares fight, we got a Anvil Ring, fan favorite. Anvil Ring, so the way that Persephone works for building the meter is you need damage from the gods, so damage that doesn't come from your attacks or specials directly. And so Anvil Ring, solid for that. So I would just charge up and we don't have enough.
There's no magic. Yeah, that's the only thing V's missing here. No magic regen. No way to keep spamming out that Omega special. But once again, we're coming back to Laser Belch.
Possessed Array putting on a masterclass here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like surprised.
Top, middle, bottom.
Laser Belch just knows exactly what he's doing. Unfortunately, out of magic right now, but This is a long fight, so it's not a huge surprise here. And you don't have to have it to clear this. This isn't like Aspect of Charon where you're kind of, you know, attacking like a weak little kitten when you run out of magic. Medea can still actually clear pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it's just instead of bonkers damage, you've got excellent damage, and we've already reduced down to Prometheus here, so I think this is a comfy close out. We'll see how the final.
Look, I'm telling you guys, he spends the whole time running away. Are you dead? What's going on? Oh, God.
This fight is a little weird at ending sometimes, for sure.
I have never seen that before.
That's interesting. I almost wonder if Laser was running 0 frenzy there, no extra speed from there. We got Krovan in the Typhon fight here, almost about halfway through, I think. Probably use an aspect of Medea, I think.
Yeah, we've got strength and knuckle bones. We've got a healthy amount of armor.
Krovan being extra careful here now, just staying back.
Yeah, no possessed arrays, so the damage output is a little lacking, especially with no blitz. Right, we've got Apollo and Ares. This doesn't look
this
like
is
a
actually
dual
kind of an
palm
interesting
run,
build or something. There's no rolls left, huh? I wonder what Krovan started with.
It was we probably forced to take a common storm ring, I imagine, but it's rare to not, because you can take attack blitz pretty confidently. I'm very, very curious as to what he started with here.
Yeah, and usually you can get some more Zeus boons over in the first zone there too. So I wonder, or maybe it was like a Zag calling card thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I feel like we'd see more heroics. But okay, I was gonna say since we started watching, he hasn't taken damage. There's a little bit, but we're in the second phase now.
Yeah, Krovan just trying to be careful or just make sure we can finish it. This is the most dangerous part of the fight there. Okay. So all we got to do is dodge some junk here.
A lot of health.
Typhon, and it's
no
pretty
defiances,
easy.
But a lot of health. We got knuckle bones. We got strength for damage mitigation.
This face is bad.
I believe.
I think I can do it, though. We should be able
Krovan in third place, by the way. The Hades 1 God Gamer out here putting on quite a clinic, you know. Might be locking in for third, actually.
Yeah, we'll see how much Boded's win. Let's him shoot up the rankings. He's been 6th before.
Nice dodge there from Krovan. Oh, but you got the bouncy balls off the right sidewall there, which are just really challenging to get through.
Only taking 38 from the laser is nice. All right. Should be pretty clean now.
And that should be pretty good for Krovan. Still finishing with over 10 minutes left. You know, less than a 45-minute run for all regions with all rivals on. Pretty solid, I gotta say.
Rock solid. Congrats, Krovan.
That's good. Hopefully that's on time. Whew. Actually, not dying in both Rivals 4 back-to-back. I wasn't sure about.
I can hear his voice is shaking. He made it, but he made it through the gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, Krovan's right. Just surviving is a challenge on its own at this point. It's not really about going fastest so much. It's about survival here.
By that big wave. Fig scam.
Another one. I thought we were all done by now. You know what I mean?
Nah, now you're never done with the fig scams. I do wonder because the difficulty is focused on the bosses. I do wonder obviously the speed is an issue, but like the one encounter, and Olympus encounters can be quite long, but like one encounter per region. In this run, I wonder if it's worth the fig leaf, right? If there was not a boon that would have served you better.
That's actually a good point. You know, you're giving up a very strong keepsake slot by taking the fig leaf, but you know you got so many bigger things to worry about with Rivals 4 on.
Because like if you think about it, you save time from skipping an encounter, from skipping a few encounters. That is very true. You also save time by having a better build in these long, grueling boss fights. Because look, he even does the instant kill, and then lands the eggs during the instant kill.
The egg guardian himself, John Hand.
I mean, looking pretty safe here. 88 armor, still 230 health. 2 death defiances. One of them is Skelly's Luckier Tooth, but nevertheless.
We also have the Rapture Ring putting weak on Typhon, which is reducing his damage output considerably. We also have Shameless Attitude, looks like, which is a great damage buff. The damage on this build isn't super high, but clearly we've spec'd into safety here, which I think is correct.
It shall be the tongue.
Definitely respected. It's definitely where I would be at this point in time. I wouldn't be putting on, you know, White Antler or anything like this for this. there's just so many things. It's a roguelike at the end of the day, right? And as much as you might know about what you should have and what you want, you know, you just can't control it all in these runs. Whew.
Ooh, additional shout out I'm seeing in the chat that apparently Burr fought and beat our brother Zagreus in this run.
Yo, no way!
Like, come on.
Come on, let's give it up for Burr
That's
with a Zag win.
Oh, I'd love to see that. We'll have to watch that back for sure.
And I must run.
You can hear the
Later.
unseen ones and everything.
Oh, can't wait.
No, this is the phase I
check
never
that
got
out.
past Frey. I only have 2 DDs and 60 health. I'm like really
No, you're fine. It's so much easier than it was when they first put it in. Mope was like stressing about this. It's like, I never got past this phase. It's like, you've got so much health.
Fuck.
Oh no, Seagull.
We've got Lucky Urtooth. Just gotta dodge the lasers. Just don't get hit by the lasers. And you're fine.
Yeah, the balls aren't too bad. They only deal about 8 damage a pop on average, depending on a few things. But the lasers hit you for like 40 plus.
I don't know this phase. I've never seen this phase in my life. Here we go.
You never seen
this phase in her life.
In your life.
Oh, he's like so
Well, I got good news for you, Moab, because this is basically, you know, a victory march at this point. All you got to do is pound them. Typhon is spent. Typhon is done. Typhon is drained on the cusp of death.
First time beating Rivals Typhon. Congratulations.
Yo!
That's awesome.
Oh, sure.
That's a round of applause for Moab.
Television.
Yeah, first time Rivals win. Hell yeah. We only got a little over 7 minutes left. Laser on Typhon. Oh, not looking quite as healthy, but still looking pretty strong here.
And it's the last phase. We're at 88%.
Yeah.
Just don't get laser, and we're good.
Seagull, I got good news. We got yet another fig leaf scam on our hands. Dionysus has robbed us yet again, I'm afraid.
There's gonna be an inquiry, I think, about this one.
There's gonna have to be. Someone F10 this right now for me.
Great
I'm so happy we
showing
didn't
from
DNF
Laser.
on anything. I'm so happy.
So happy you didn't DNF, dude. You are doing.
I don't think Laser took a death the whole time. That's crazy, honestly.
Yeah,
for someone that doesn't speedrun this game all day, every day, you know?
That's fantastic.
All right.
Just really 30% extended family, fantastic. Just really fantastic showing from Laser. Very impressive.
I have 6 minutes
Great
left.
build there with thermal dynamic, possessed array. You can see all that stuff. Ooh.
All right, Kirby recovering from some deaths. Hopefully we'll, I think given the length of the Typhon fight, unlikely to clear it. But hopefully can get past this one.
Yeah, we got to at least get through this so we can get a few more points for Kirby here. Halfway down Heracles. Prometheus still at 2/3 here, though. But we have 2 Death Defiances here, so... I mean, we've seen quite a few scams today, so it wouldn't be a shocker if, you know, they pulled off something on us. But Kirby should be able to pull this out, I think.
Possessed Array. 3. So it's looking like, but we only got, with no reach in, we only got 4 of them.
No magic, no.
We only had 4 Possessed Array.
I'm noticing Freenos also on the surface, which is a bit of a surprise. We got Void on the Typhon fight as well. Void has been a bit of a shocker here, too. Actually doing fantastic. Yo, a nice Hex use there, by the way. If you use Twilight Curse on the eggs, they instantly die. So prime knowledge of the game going on from Void there, just knowing that those would die instantly from that.
Yeah, really, and we've got Cherished Heirloom Knucklebones knocking out a huge chunk of Typhon's health. That's 25% of the... I don't think it counts the revival phase, but even so, that's incredible. I'd like to call out the life tax, which is, I believe, what that is, from a jeweled
Still
palm
going,
start.
wow.
Still going, which means that we have taken like less than 100, only like 100, 150 damage so far this entire surface run, which is...
And look at that, about to finish it here, too.
And
Void has been a big surprise here, actually, you know, doing a fantastic job. There goes out the Twilight Curse. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the egg on the total other side of it there, but finishes off anyway.
I think we might be hitless in this fight up until there, because the armor was at 40, which is, you know, the round numbers usually come from when you've just purchased it.
Yo, nice dashes from Void there, too.
Yeah.
Great use of the Omega Special to avoid those really dangerous moments there.
That's a lot of damage.
We got this, Void. Come on.
Yeah, so we've got a Hephaestus attack build here. It's pretty slow because it's only common, but it's doing what it needs to do.
Looked like it was a jeweled palm start run to... Looks like it was a jeweled palm start there, so which could be rough. We got 4 minutes left, so Void can definitely pull out this win and at least get a few points from killing the boss, even if it's not a very quick run here. 140 health, that's very doable with strength on.
Yeah, I'll probably forget though.
All right. Let's see if we can pull it off. Definitely, I've been really, really impressed by the game knowledge and skill demonstrated from Void in these Persephone runs.
Ooh.
Taking some big chunks up front.
Oh,
not
no,
the laser.
Void, no, don't do it. Don't let it happen.
Oh, we are on Frenzy too.
I was going to say, I think that's double Frenzy, which means those lasers are ultra fast. Come on, Void, you got this.
Come on, we're almost there. One more laser dodge.
One more. Come on. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That should be it.
Just don't get hit.
Don't get hit. There's one thing that could potentially hit here, but only one thing, I believe. If I remember right. Okay, we got the good pattern, so it should be no problem for Void here.
Oh, well, we can come out of that in a weird spot.
Okay. Yeah, another one. Void trying to be careful and just make sure we get the win, get the W. Come on.
Please.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, 3 minutes left. Let's see who else. Let's see how many other points we can rack up.
I freaking love it.
Oh, less than 3 minutes to go now. We got V. Me on the final boss here.
The two Persephone runners back to back here. All right, we definitely got the time for it. We definitely got the health for it. We just need to close it out in the next few minutes. Although I don't know how far into the fight we are. If the damage is too low, this could conceivably take all 3 of these minutes. So.
Oh yeah, I think it's not the health he's got to worry about. It's actually the time. You're right. This could be someone that kind of loses out simply because of the timer right now.
It looks like most of our damage is concentrated in Andor Ring right now. So yeah, we're only halfway through. We can do it. This is tight.
This is going to be incredibly tight. I mean, not to mention, you can't actually make the, what we call babality phase go any faster, right? Because you just have to sit there and dodge and sit in the ring. That's the only thing you can do. I mean, if you're lucky, you get to stand in it the whole time, but, you know, that's not necessarily always the case. You know, sometimes you just got to dodge. Only 132 max health for V also here right now, so maybe not as safe as I once thought.
Running with 3 full DDs, it's quite a bit of safety, but the...
Seagull, I've had it up to here with you saying that, and then poor Moep getting got right after you say it.
But then we didn't, but Moep won, so it was fine.
Okay, you're lucky I don't remember anything, so... All right, nice quick egg phase there, by the way. Fig leaf scam. Wait, is that another fig leaf scam I spot?
Another one.
Yet another.
We're gonna have to talk to Amir about this one, I think.
Amir's gonna get some strong flavored DMs right there. I'm talking crispy salad flavored. 1 minute left. Come on, V, you got this. It's so safe. Deal the damage. Come on, get in there, V. Come on, do an attack. Minute 10.
This is tough. I feel like the baby phase takes a full minute, doesn't it?
It's long. It's
like
long.
We're going to be at 50 seconds by the time we can move again. Is the problem, right? This whole thing just takes too long.
Mash. Mash, V.
I am spamming X.
Yeah, no, this is. I don't think we're making it, unfortunately.
46 seconds. It's gonna be so close though. No, stay in the ring, V.
Doesn't it usually start higher than 0? No, it just climbs up really fast.
Okay, dash forward whenever you see that move, and that'll help you dodge. It's okay, just take the damage now at this point.
Well, no,
if you have to.
The DDs are 5 seconds.
The DDs, they're going to cost you the time, too. 70 damage from that laser?
So close. Yeah, the laser's 70 at full, I think.
Oh, my God.
Is it not?
Oh, here we go. 20 seconds left.
Come on. I don't think
Focus, lock in, V.
Still keeps going, right?
Lock in, get it. Come on, drop that cast. Hell yeah.
Oh, I just
Omega
don't think
special.
We have enough damage.
Yes, more cast.
The Fig made the
9
difference.
seconds. Yes, there it is. Come on.
Oh, he got it.
Come on.
Oh, the Fig scam couldn't hurt us.
I don't know if they're
going
to count this because, we have to get through the cutscene.
I feel
it counts, V. It counts, honey. Don't worry.
I don't know if that counts.
Oh, it counts. I mean, I don't know if it counts, but we got to make sure that it counts.
Leaderboard rules are the frame. Technically, it's supposed to be the frame the health bar disappears, but he doesn't have a health bar, so we would count that for the leaderboard.
Let's hope. We'll find out with the official ruling after this. But guys, what an end to round 4. We'll break it down and give some prizing out and claim a championship spot after this break.
Sounds good.
That's how it's done. Ooh, my back. Hey, how about a little friendly support? Thank you. Want even more support? Yeah, okay. Ah, memories. Wow, you should see your face right now. Who took this photo? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah,
Chat, we make tons of memories every year on Twitch Rivals between our streamers, our amazing gameplay, and sometimes even us as talent. Now, with the help of Intel, we're going to celebrate the best ones with Intel's Core Memories. Each show will select the defining moment from the day to be forever immortalized in our Core Memories yearbook. Here is today's Intel Core Memory.
We're seeing Foolish's masterclass, Underworld the Surface, going through that fatality one more time.
Finishing
Let's
this
go,
run
baby!
in 35 minutes.
That's insane. To be clear, you know, like,
Oh, I'm so happy.
so really well done for Foolish and all the other runners here. But, oh my goodness.
After the first round,
Just
I
a true
thought I was
masterclass in
cooked.
Hades, and that's a little bit more than a speedrun. Foolish just closing it out with a masterclass at the end of it all. That was your Intel Core Memory for Haelian's Hades 2 speedrun presented by Honda on Twitch Rivals. We'll reveal the full Core Memories yearbook later this year, including a bracket-style contest for the Intel Core Memory of 2025. Intel's Core Ultra processors allow gamers to stream, create, and compete at the highest levels. Gaming happens with Intel. All right, gaming also happens here in our Hades 2 speed run. We got Haelian and Seagull, who have been phenomenal guys. Hope your voices are still intact. I hope you get some good sleep tonight, some good recovery. It's been a lot of chat about Hades 2, but it's all been worth it, and it's led us to this moment. Haelian, we see opposite sides of the coin where Void barely finishes it out. V also just that last second, 7 seconds left, gets the finish. And then you've also got Foolish on the other side, who we just highlighted in our Intel Core Memory. Just absolute dominance. But in the same way, it was competitive across the board. Is this kind of what you hope for here when you put this thing together?
Oh, 100%. In fact, everyone pretty much exceeded my expectations. We kind of knew, we were saying it right before the final race there, it was going to be a bloodbath, basically. You know, we knew there was going to be a lot of deaths, but nevertheless, these people put on a great show, and I'm extra surprised by some of these people, some of these runners out here that, you know, they don't play Hades 2 every day like people like myself. And so, but they were able to pull through it in under that time limit. I think they just did a fantastic job. I'm just super excited and super happy with the whole thing.
You know, Seagull, you mentioned that Hades is kind of a knowledge game where there's a lot of, you know, games where you speedrun. It's very much so about the mechanics in the community. But this one, you really have to know what to do. Were you surprised at the way, you know, members of the Smash community or other games, fighting game communities would come in like Void and be so successful, given the fact that knowledge is required? Have they been playing Hades on the side here? I mean, what do you think is going on?
I don't think I was surprised. I was very impressed. Right, like it's not something where it's like, oh, it's our elite Hades club and only the people that come and hang out in the Hades club can learn the cool Hades stuff. But it's easier when you have a group of people where it's like, hey, this is how damage works. These are the good builds, and you start from there and kind of learn that way, right? But you know, some people are just really good gamers, right? And they can figure this stuff out more from kind of the first principles. They understand what goes into good builds. They understand, you know, these are the people that people like to watch compete, and these are the people that succeed in competition. So I would say I'm not surprised, but I am very impressed by their demonstrated ability to just rocket their knowledge in a short period of time and put on some really impressive performances.
Yeah, this was a fun one. I got to say, the final finishes for me were some of the standouts for Burr earlier on in the first few rounds. And you could see, you know, whether it was Void or whether it was V towards the end, really like the heart-pounding moments of Hades 2. Talk to me about just Hades and Supergiant in general, taking already a successful Hades 1 and adding on to it and still giving us moments that feel, you know, intense and exciting and new. What are your thoughts on just the improvements made across what was already such a great game to bring an even greater experience and a different experience here for Hades 2?
I mean,
I'll start with you, Haelian.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how do you make a better game when the first game is like 98% positive rating? It's pretty much impossible, right? Like you can never get everyone to agree on what's going to be better or what's going to be worse. How do you make a game that feels familiar but not too similar at the same time? You know, you want some new stuff, but you don't want to isolate the people that like the first game. In other words, Supergiant really had almost no chance of pulling this off and having, the majority of people still enjoy the game, but they did it. They really did. And they made the biggest game they've ever made before, and it's just a really big, it's a masterpiece, honestly, of a game in total, in the franchise, too, and it only adds more to their portfolio. It's just a great studio.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal thing. And the second I found Hades, I knew, over 1,000 hours in that original one, and Hades 2, I'm just kind of starting and getting into my journey with that. But I knew that just the way that you died and came back, and the story and the way people were reacting, I said, well, this has some depth to it I have not experienced in other roguelikes. It's bigger than just the battles, the mechanics, the builds that you pick up. And that's what makes Hades feel that way. Seagull, just your thoughts as well, maybe on any improvements with Hades 2, but also just the scope with which they've been able to successfully not just keep the tone from the original Hades, but add on to it.
Yeah, I think I echo definitely everything Haelian said. As an add-on, I think one thing that goes a little underappreciated is the technical leaps and bounds that Supergiant's technical teams made in this game. In the first game, basically everything was a pre-rendered 2D image animation. This game now has, they use their own engine. They've updated it. Now everything's full 3D models. You've got little animations of people walking around and posing. You've got gorgeous animations, gorgeous portraits. You've got all the little guys hopping around, your familiars. But they've still kept the visual identity so strong that it's like, oh yeah, this is Hades 2. And then you put them next to each other for a second. And then from a technical standpoint, you're like, holy crap, this was 5 years apart, basically, that they did this. And so I continue to look forward to them. They've already demonstrated that they know how to design games and they know how to make good games. And I'm looking forward to seeing them just kind of build out onward and upward with some really, really cool technical stuff in the future. That's what impressed me the most.
Well, it's certainly going to be in the conversation, I believe, for Game of the Year coming up later on in December. But we'll see what the fans continue to think. It's all been positive from here. It's all been positive for our competitors, too, but it's been a little bit more positive for one. Our ultimate champion is ready to be revealed for Haelian's Hades 2 speedrun. We've got the graphic ready. You can go to it to reveal Foolish as our champion.
Congratulations, Foolish. You got to take home those delicious daggers of Milenway.
What an exciting showcase of skill, but also just like a prize to receive for someone who's already so good at this game, to have that physical memorial of the memento of just what they've done today, but also just what this game means to them and the success that they've had it's amazing, Haelian.
Yeah, I mean Foolish really proved it here, even after being at a detriment after the first race, you can see the points being given out here. Just 9 points ahead of second place there. Congrats to Boded pulling from 6th to 2nd place in just one race there. I got to point it out. But yeah, Foolish really proving why they actually hold the world record for multiple categories in this game right now. So in a way, it's not a surprise, but in another way, it's just kind of nice to have that affirmation, right?
And kind of surprising, too, to see him have that 9 points in round one. This is a 9-point win after, getting basically 16 points less than first place in round one. So it's pretty impressive across the board. 2 wins, I think a second place here. On your second page, also, Seagull, you see some familiar names we've been talking about. V.me with that finish. Dan Reichardt, we saw a lot of his kind of style. He didn't go technically the meta that we'd seen across most of our competitors throughout the day, but still had a pretty good score.
Yeah, some rocking consistency from people, I think, at all levels, right? Like there was definitely kind of a tiered results, which is what we expected, right, from the varying levels of expertise. Some people really hopped themselves up a tier, which was really impressive to see, but the consistency in most of those results, and then for the people that had a poor showing or two, the ability to recover and then deliver in a grueling 4 or 5 hour gauntlet of these increasingly difficult runs, just really, really impressed by everyone's consistency, grit, and stamina.
Well, coming up, we've got a great opportunity to talk with someone, and you wouldn't be foolish if you guessed who it was. In fact, it's going to be our champion, of course, nonetheless. Foolish joining us here on the broadcast to give us a little bit of how it feels to go home, not only with that $1,000 prize, the first place, but the blades on their way. Foolish, how you doing, and congrats on the win.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm feeling great. I did not expect to win after the first round, but Yeah, no, we got there in the end. So stoked for the blades too. It's a really cool prize.
You know, I want to just, my question's going to be about that change up. You know, round 1, 9 points, and then suddenly it's like a whole different version of you kicked in. What happened in round 1 that resulted in that, and then how did you change it up?
So, blades was already the weapon I was most uncomfortable with. Like, Morrigan's quite a hard weapon, I don't have that much time on it. But the biggest problem was that I did not check my Arcana setup properly and did not have the Lover's card, which gives you 3 free hits in every boss, which made taking Antler into Typhon a little more scary than it should have been.
What?
So what did you come back and clear it after that, Foolish? I wasn't able to watch the whole run of yours, but did you come back and still clear it, but just at a slower time?
I 17 seconds off getting the clear.
Oh, so close.
Just
so
ran
close.
out of time.
But hey, yeah, congratulations. Okay, I only got one question, I guess, for you, since I kind of already asked you one. What time is it over there right now?
It is at 12:40 p.m.
Okay, so it's a nice time now, but it wasn't so nice when you had to start this race, right? Bright and early?
Oh, it wasn't too bad, actually. It started around 8, so it actually worked out really nice. I was worried it was going to be like midnight when I was first invited, so it was actually pretty good.
Hey, congratulations again, Foolish.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Foolish, I'm curious about some of your decision making as someone that has climbed the peaks and remained at the peaks of both high fear running and speed running for Hades 2. Right, you could approach this in any way, right? When you've got a Rivals 24 fear, like the fear's not that high, but it's the Rivals. You did stuff like you were running with DDs, with Antler in the Underworld. How did you kind of balance out the high fear thinking with the speedrunning thinking, with the then race safety thinking, which is a whole new third category for you? Did you kind of like plan stuff out, or were you just kind of doing whatever felt right?
Yeah, so it was mostly planned out. I already knew I wasn't going to be taking Raki, who's the normal familiar you'd use with aspects that don't need a lot of magic. So I took Freenos for the extra health. And then I ended up playing a lot riskier. Like, I took Antler both times on both... not on Morris, but on Karen and Morris, I took Antler in Underworld, and on Karen, I took Antler in Surface, because the first round went so poorly. And then final round, I knew I was like ahead in points, and I knew it would be a tough round for a lot of people. So the objective was mainly to survive, which is why the DDs were there. And then I took Antler in Underworld because I thought it would be funny.
It was funny and it was impressive. So yeah, I really like hearing that you had like a locked in plan for that, and hearing how you adapted with it. That's some really incredible forethought. That, you know, I'm not surprised that you were so successful, basically, with that kind of thinking going in.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Foolish, thank you so much for taking your time. We won't take any more of it. I know your day's just beginning, but you had an early start, so we'll let you get going and expect those blades in the mail. We got to see a picture posted on X or wherever you are. We got to see what it looks like when you finally get them.
Certainly will. I can't wait to see them.
All right, Foolish. Congratulations. Our winner of Hades, our Haelian Hades 2 speed run here at Twitch Rivals. Welcoming you back here to our desk. My name is Rainday, of course, joined by Haelian and Siegel as we look to close things out, guys. I want to get into some final thoughts for both of you really quickly before we jump into our raid launcher. Haelian, it's been a great day.
Yeah, it's just been a really great event. I thank you, Rain and Siegel, for joining me and everyone behind this broadcast, the technical team and Otto and everyone. It's been fantastic. And thank you, everyone, for coming and watching things like this. I mean, this is just so much fun, not just for me, I hope for everyone else. So, you know, if you want to see more stuff like this, you know where to go now, right?
Yeah. All right, Siegel.
Yeah, just sharing the love that everyone in this community feels for this game, and sharing the knowledge and everything. People always seem to enjoy it. I absolutely love doing it. This was such a fun opportunity. I'm glad everyone had fun. I had a lot of fun. So thanks to Haelian and Twitch and everybody for setting this up.
Hey guys, I liked it. The next time though, let me know you're wearing a suit. I'll throw one of mine on. Okay, we'll match. All right. Otherwise, I'm looking underdressed. That doesn't normally happen for me. I appreciate it, guys. It's been a lot of fun. It's time as we wrap the show though for our special version of a Twitch Rivals raid that we call the Raid Launcher. The Raid Launcher will randomly select one channel from all of today's participants who will still live. Then when we have a winner, we'll launch all of you alongside 25 gifted subs to the Lucky Streamers channel. Let's see who it's going to be.
Haley, you love spinning that wheel.
Guesses, guys? I feel like Burr. I don't know why I'm going Burr.
You're going Burr?
That's my guess. Yeah, he's just kind of...
It would be funny if it was Krogan because he switched to Slay the Spire already.
X-Water. Look at that.
X-Water was not 23rd, I believe, too, also.
It was higher than 23rd. So I think it was maybe 19th or something. So
goal achieved.
Well deserved. And a bonus 25 subs on top of your points, on top of your prizing.
Well, it's been amazing having both of you here as well. It's been a pleasure to join yet another Twitch Rivals and looking forward to many more. Thank you to the Twitch staff, all of you in the chat, in our community here at Twitch, everyone behind the scenes in our production, of course, our participants. We always want to make sure that you never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.